Serious, what's the creepiest true story that happened to you or someone you know? Posted this before. Also my top comment of all time. Rented a cabin for a week with my first night there we had spent the day visiting her family. The actual reason for our trip. Had dinner. She got pretty wasted. Get back to the cabin. Carry my inside. To find all our bags opened/dumped onto the floor. This set me into panic mode. I hadn't been drinking. And I routinely carry. So I pull out my gun and sweep the house. I check every room. Closets, even under the bed. Nothing. My is still fast asleep, so I check our stuff over, and there's nothing missing. It had just been dumped onto the floor. So I look around some more. All the windows are locked. The back door was even dead bolted. It just really bothered me that there was no sign of break-in. I know I locked the place before I left, so either someone else had a key to my cabin, or whoever it was still inside the cabin. Either way, I didn't think I'd do much sleeping. It was too late to make other arrangements, and considering that most likely there wasn't anything to worry about really. We had been gone all day, from 9 AM, midnight. So odds whoever it was was probably way earlier. But still, I couldn't shake it. I went in and covered up my used the bathroom, set up a rocking chair facing the front door, my hand on my gun on my lap. I started watch. I felt pretty silly sitting there, but I couldn't not sit there either. And sometime around 3 to 4 AM, I fell asleep. I woke up the next morning around 7 AM, sun shining through. I actually half scared myself, because I hadn't meant to fall asleep, which then scared me again, because I wasn't holding my gun. I start looking around, and on the couch is my gun. I'm like, what? Then I look, the front door is wide open. I'm like, no faking way. I jump up and start running to check on my Thank God she was still there, under shade. I go back out into the living room and pick up my gun. All my bullets are missing. I go outside and look around. Car and everything is still there. No signs of anybody. I walk back inside, look in the far corner of the living room, and I see the corner of the main living room rug lifted up. I investigate. It's covering the opening to the crawl space. That means this guy was in my cabin the entire time. I must have pulled up and caught the guy in the act. He thought fast and hid in the crawl space. Then sometime during the night, crawled out, disarmed me, and walked right out the front door. TLDR, entered a cabin, came back for the night, found our stuff dumped on the floor. Put my to bed, stayed in the living room with my gun, in case they came back. Fell asleep. Woke up the next morning to my gun on the couch, a hidden crawl space door open, and the front door open. The person was hiding in the crawl space the entire time, and worse, came out while I was sleeping and disarmed me. Here's where I first shared my story. http Alone at Night Scary Stories. I love to ride my bike along country roads. Not far from where I live is a tiny town called Three Oaks, in Michigan. One Saturday, my wife was working, and I had nothing to do, so I strapped my bike to my car and drove the hour to Three Oaks. I parked in the scenic downtown area, and then rode out of the town and into the surrounding countryside. As I wound my way further into the remote countryside, houses and businesses and cars grew increasingly scarce. Eventually, there were only an occasional house or two every 1/2 mile or mile, and cornfields and small woods flanking the dirt and gravel roads that I pedaled down. It's on one of those back roads that a minivan drove past me. Within moments of it passing, it turned around, pulled up alongside me. I looked over, and the passenger, a woman in her mid to late 20s, was looking at me with her window down. The driver, a man of seemingly the same age, leaned over the passenger and said to me in a slight southern drawl and with a big smile on his face, "Hey, do you know David Christ?" I thought for a brief second, but I don't know any David Christ, so I said so. The driver said, "You don't know of him at all?" I said that I didn't and apologized, and then pedaled on. The van sat for a moment longer, and then pulled a U-turn and drove off in the direction it was originally heading. I thought nothing of the encounter. Maybe the driver was a friend of David Christ, and he thought we had met David or something. I don't know. At the time, I didn't think I had any reason to worry. I continued on my ride, turning down this road and heading north, and then turning down that road and heading east. I didn't have any agenda. I was just out to enjoy the summer day and meander through the relaxing countryside. Maybe 10 minutes later, and on an entirely new road and heading an entirely different direction from the one I had first met the van, I saw the van again. We were heading toward each other, and I gave a smile and nod as I passed the driver. I remember thinking it was an odd coincidence that I should come across this van again. The driver stared as he passed, and he had a big smile on his face. At this point, I began wondering what they were doing. They might be lost and looking for this David Christ guy, or maybe they are just enjoying a scenic drive and thought I looked like a friend of a friend, or something. I didn't know, but at that point I was starting to think about the situation a little more critically. I continued taking a twisting, turning, meandering path, taking this road, and then turning onto that, heading north, south, west, east. Then, I came across the van again. They're heading in my direction and I pulled alongside them. The driver rolled down his window and leaned out. He was a late 20s white man, with a few inches of a goatee and a baseball cap. He had a large smile plastered across his face again. I stopped my bike and looked at him, waiting for him to say something, and he just looked at me for a good 30 seconds. Now, 30 seconds doesn't sound like a long time, but you go flag down a stranger and then just look at them for 30 seconds, and you'll realize that, in that kind of situation, 30 seconds is a lifetime. Finally, he spoke and said, "Hey, do you know David Christ?" Same damn question. This time there was no smile on his face. He stared at me, and I was thinking to myself, is he joking? Does he really not remember he asked me the same question 20 minutes ago? Is he just being funny? Is he high as hell? After a moment, I told him that I still didn't know anyone by the name of David Christ, and I pedaled off down the road. It's at that time that I realized exactly in how remote of an area I was. I peered down the road I was on, and I didn't see a house on its entire length. I was flanked by a cornfield on one side and a forest on the other. I looked over my shoulder and saw the van slowly driving down the road away from me. It couldn't be a coincidence that I came across this van 3 times now, not with me taking random roads heading different directions. It made no sense why anyone driving would take that same maze of roads. The only thing they could have been doing was just driving around, maybe a pleasure drive, but why would they stop me and ask that same question twice? It was quite strange, and I was beginning to become a little concerned. I decided to begin to head back toward the town center. I pedaled hard, and the gravel road ahead of me continued with a bend to the right and a dirt path, for it couldn't really be called a road, to the left. As I neared the fork, who should come around the bend but the damned van. I gripped my pocket knife, which I always take with me on rides like this just in case, and then realized all they would have to do is run me down with the van, and I would be in serious trouble. As the van drew closer, I was ready to jump off and run into the cornfields. The van slowed down as it approached me, and the driver rolled his window down and leaned out again, but this time I didn't stop riding. I increased my speed, even though I knew I could never outrun the van if they gave chase. I looked over my shoulder and saw the van sitting in the middle of the road. I took the right fork and continued on the gravel road until I could no longer see the van behind the corn rows, and then I stopped. I got off my bike and crept along the cornfield until I was at its edge, and I peeked down the road I had just been on. The van was in the distance driving away from me. I ran back to my bike, and then as soon as the van was entirely out of sight, I turned around and took the left fork along the dirt path. I rode as fast I could, knowing that if the people in the van had nefarious things in mind, and if they caught me on this dirt path, flanked by cornfields and far from an area that anyone would come across us, that would be the time they attacked. My ruse worked, or perhaps the van was never after me at all, and I made it the rest of the way to the town center without seeing them again. When I got home later that day, I was still replaying the events in my head, and the name David Christ kept creeping through my mind. Was David Christ someone famous? I wondered, like a musician. Should I have known David Christ? I decided to Google the name. I tried a couple of different spellings for Christ, but it the Christ spelling that revealed a terrifying result. I came across a newspaper article from Knoxville, Tennessee. The article explained how a man named David Christ had turned himself in after stabbing another man at a gas station in 2013. The article included a photo of this criminal David Christ, and I believe it was the same man that was driving the van. Had a baseball cap and a few inches of a goatee, and the man in the van was a dead ringer for David Christ in the article. I did an inmate search of the Knox Country prison and there was no David Christ in the inmate population. Somehow David Christ had gotten out of prison, or maybe he was never convicted, as I couldn't find any articles about sentencing in less than 2 years after stabbing a guy, and for some reason he had made his way to Michigan. Why was he driving along these back roads? Who was the woman in the passenger seat? And why the hell did he keep asking if I knew of him? Do I know David Christ? Yes, I do now. Newspaper article of stabbing L edit for some typo type stuff. Edit, adding TLDR to the end of the story rather than the beginning. The consensus seemed to be that putting it at the beginning ruined the story. TLDR, I went for a bike ride alone in the countryside and came across a strange guy in a van multiple times, and he asked me the same question. Do you know David Christ? On 2 separate encounters about an hour apart. I got creeped out and rode back to my car and drove home. When I got home I googled David Christ and found an article from a newspaper website in Tennessee about a David Christ who got arrested for stabbing a person. The article had a photo of David Christ and it looked just like the guy I kept coming across in the van on my bike ride. My wife and I rented an old townhouse in Birmingham, Alabama about 10 years ago. It was spooky for no other reason other than it was old and in the woods. We are both suburban Californians, so this was enough to freak us out a little. We used to joke that there was a presence in the house, but after a while we started experiencing strange things. When you would leave the kitchen after grabbing a snack, all the cabinets would be closed, but if you returned a few minutes later, all of the cabinets would be wide open. Freaky, but just annoying. Later on things escalated. My wife would come home late after roller derby practice, and we had very steep steps that led up to our door. Being the considerate husband that I would be sure to turn on the porch light so she wouldn't trip. Something often would turn the light back off. Old style breaker switch on the wall. Had to put some force behind flipping it. This caused my wife to once seriously trip coming to the door late at night. My wife complained often that she felt unsafe when I was working late and she was alone, and we began to realize whatever was in the house didn't like her specifically. Walking to the bathroom late at night and passing the hall mirror, we both spotted a disfigured woman in the reflection. I thought I was hallucinating when I first saw it, but after a few times of it occurring I mentioned it to my wife, who freaked out and told me she had seen the same thing too in the past. Over the next year or so I would sometimes have nightmares about the woman I had seen and would wake up next to my wife and would jostle around. A few times this would wake my wife too, and she would respond, "Go back to sleep, it's just a dream." I saw her too. The pinnacle of the event was late one night. My wife came home and started screaming at me for no apparent reason, leveling nonsensical accusations and just being mean. I was in the middle of writing a paper due the next morning, so I told her I was not going to deal with and she should go to bed. She turned off all the lights except in the downstairs den where I was working and went upstairs to bed. An hour later I finished my paper and went to bed. When I got to the bottom of the stairwell leading to our bedroom, I turned on the light and was shocked to see my wife sitting at the top of the stairs in what had been the complete dark. She just stared down at me, and I swear to God her eyes were completely black and her strawberry blonde hair had been bleached completely white. I was scared more than I've ever been in my life, but slowly walked up the stairs to her. When I got to the top her eyes and hair turned normal and she began sobbing, saying that something was attacking her and she was filled with hate. We held each other through the night and talked about it several times after. My wife is convinced she was possessed. I believe she was as well. We live in California again and have been married for 8.5 years. Nothing has ever happened like that again. TLDR, haunted house/possession. It was 2001 and my friend and I were 17, both female, and driving back from a late movie to my house one night. I lived in a pretty rural area in Maine, about 20 minutes from the nearest town. As we were driving down the highway through the woods, we passed a median with a car sitting in it, facing in the oncoming direction, with all its lights off. Right after we drove past it, It flashed its lights, did a 3-point turn, and started driving behind us. We giggled at, oh, it must be a gang initiation. We are gonna get murdered. Because this was Maine and that was obviously not what was happening. The turnoff for my road was a few miles away, and this car stayed behind us the whole time. We made the left turn, and the car kept going down the highway. Phew. But 30 seconds later we realized that the car must have backed up on the highway and made the turn after us. Now we were getting a little worried. There was still one more road to turn down before we got to my house. This is way in the woods, and the car did the same thing, backed up and made the left after us. Now we were legit freaked. I had a long driveway and the car followed us right into the driveway and almost up to my house, which had all the lights on because my mom was home. We ran into my house just in time to see the mystery car reverse back down the driveway and drive away. To this day we still have no idea why that car was following us, if they thought we were someone else, or if they actually had bad intentions and only changed their mind when they saw that my house lights were on. Since we only ever saw the front of the car, we didn't get a license plate or a better description than a blue car. Edit. Lots of good advice about not going home if someone is following you. I should have posted a map earlier, since it's probably hard to imagine why we couldn't just turn around and go to a public area. Here's where it all went down. Warning in advance, this is not a funny story. Important bit of context, this was happened around 1995. In freshman year of middle school, 6th grade, there was a once a week group therapy session with developmentally delayed kids that involved them doing some crafts activity, or playing with Legos, or watching a movie as a group. It was half normal kids, half DD kids, and the normal kids could sign up for it. I signed up pretty instantly as it meant an escape from history once a week. One of my best friends at the time had the same idea, and it basically turned into a second lunch period for us. The whole thing was overseen by a therapist named Bruce, and it was generally pretty laid back. Bruce was an overweight 50-ish balding guy with the attitude and general appearance of Santa Claus. He ran most of the school's extracurriculars and was pretty much universally liked. The other important player in this story was a kid who I'll call G. You know that stereotype of psychopaths being obsessed with animal torture as a kid. This was dead on G. He'd regularly tell these long excited stories during group about how much fun he had last week tearing the leg off a squirrel he caught in his live trap, or other similar things. Most of us just sort of ignored him as it was just sort of assumed that he was all talk and just making up gross stuff to get attention. So one week we were playing with Play-Doh. Since it was a DD group, the huge tub of Play-Doh had long since assumed a uniform shade of turnt brown, and the general drive was to get people to build things and tell stories about them. Most people just built dinosaurs or threw clay at each other. G, for whatever reason, had a huge flat square slab laid out and was building 4 large pillars on the corners. He eventually put a roof on it, which wouldn't stay on due to the lack of interior supports. The normal kids would always leave a few minutes early as the group ran right into the start of the next period and we'd need time to get to class. I was no different and walked out while Bruce and the DD kids were smashing Play-Doh, giggling and throwing chunks of turtle back into the bin. I got to my next class and the teacher wasn't there. Nobody knew what was going on. About 10 minutes later she finally showed up looking frazzled and wouldn't give us any information other than something happened that needed staff attention. Being 6th graders, we went nuts with speculation. A few hours later I ran into the friend from group who was visibly jumpy and disturbed. He wouldn't tell me why other than mentioning that therapy group was cancelled indefinitely. I kept prying for information and eventually got the story out of him. So during the cleanup the Play-Doh had to be compacted back into its tub. This involved lots of smashing Play-Doh sculptures, a bit that the DD kids greatly enjoyed to the point where they'd try to smash other people's stuff. G's house was one of the last things to go. He smashed down to columns, let one of the other DDs smash another, and finally dared Bruce to smash the last one really hard. The last one with the pocket knife, and at point I never saw either Bruce or G ever again. Posted a while ago in a similar thread. I was a chaperone for a Girl Scout camping trip when I was 16. The kids were about 5 to 9 years old. I had a cabin with 6 kids I was in charge of at night and helped out during the day. Night 1. One of my kids had a bit of a developmental issue. I wake up to her leaving the cabin. I chase after her thinking she is going to the latrine, but she's sleepwalking. I'm out in the dark barefoot trying to coax this creepy kid back inside when I hear something big out in the woods. I grab the kid and she starts screaming like an infant and goes stiff. I carry her back inside. Everyone in my cabin is awake. I don't sleep the rest of the night. Day 2. Sleepwalker is moved to another cabin. That afternoon, when I'm walking the kids back from the latrine, Sleepwalker and another kid sneak away from the group. I realize they are gone. Get help. Find kids 15 minutes later. Back at camp, they start telling scary stories about their sneaking away, saying it was the kitty cow who lives in the woods. Night 2. Wake up and it's gotten cold. Get up to close the windows and shutters and see a light in the woods, like someone has a lantern. It walks to a point in the woods, then stops. I stay still in the dark and watch it for a long while, about to shrug it off, when the light moves again, coming around and going down the side of the cabin, closer, but not close enough to see who is carrying it. I realize it's heading to the window by the kids' bunk beds, sneak over and close the window and shutters. The light stays close on the other side of the shutters for a long time before moving on and disappearing. Day 3. Tell adults about light. They dismiss it as probably a ranger checking the campsite. Kids by this time are totally freaking each other out over kitty cow. Literally starting to be afraid to leave the craft area in broad daylight because kitty cow might be there. There's all sorts of weird kitty cow stories. That afternoon, we find out a bear broke into another camp and ate food. So in addition to a real threat, we think that may be the origin of kitty cow. Plus, it would make sense that there would be rangers out looking, as there's a bear on the loose. Night 3. I stay up listening to music to see if the lights will come back. About 1 AM, I see it coming by again walking to a point in the woods and waiting. Around 1:30, it starts closer to the cabin. As it's walking around the side, I hear one of the other chaperones start to yell, "Hey, who is that? Who's out there?" The light cuts off. I yell back to the chaperone that I saw it too. What should we do? I'm terrified at this point. The chaperone tells me to bring my kids over to her, holding hands. We all cram in one cabin, and a bit later a thunderstorm starts. For another night I basically don't sleep. The next day everyone sort of laughs it off again, sort of saying we weren't seeing anything, that maybe it was heat lightning, or the kids were playing with flashlights, and we saw them reflected. I'm so sleep deprived it hurts, and I'm hearing popping noises. I end up being paired with another chaperone, and we go for a hike with the kids. It's all foggy in the woods, and the kids are really strung out between the excitement the night before, which they blame on kitty cow. Out in the woods the kids start claiming they are seeing kitty cow everywhere, sneaking up on us. I can't tell you now how weird and terrifying things got then. You had this Silent Hill fog. All the girls are wearing matching ponchos, so the scene was surreal. The kids are freaking out over every tree, screaming kitty cow is coming to get them, and I'm barely held together on no sleep, convince myself that some weirdo has been creeping around our camp. Things literally devolve into mass hysteria. The kids are literally falling to the ground screaming and sobbing, and the other chaperone leaves. She just books it out of the forest back to camp, while I'm coaxing, pulling, and carrying screaming children out of the mist. I got the kids almost back to camp when the other chaperones come rushing out. The chaperone who left claimed she saw a bear and ran for her life. I didn't leave any kids behind. I have never and will never experience anything as creepy and terrifying as that afternoon in the woods. While nothing happened, it's haunted my dreams since then. When I was around 14 years old, I really liked to go for runs with my Shepherd X Lab. I lived in a fairly quiet, clean suburban neighborhood that was situated beside a broad expanse of pasture used by about 10 horses. I would say it was roughly 40 acres. Anyway, a bike path ran between the pasture and my neighborhood and I generally ran down the path. One night I decided to go with my pup around 10 PM. May not seem like the smartest decision, but I had spent many nights with my group of friends biking rollerblading around the neighborhood, so I thought nothing of the late hour. I was running down the bike path with my dog, who is a big pup, yet the friendliest guy you'll meet. As we ran I noticed a dark limp a little ways ahead, and because it was nearly pitch black I could barely see it. I dismissed it as a garbage bag. As we drew closer, my dog perked up his ears and his hackles went up, and he started to growl, which he rarely ever does. He loves basically everything. I stopped running and stared as the garbage bag started to move. 14-year-old me still didn't really know what the heck I was looking at, and it wasn't until the supposed garbage stood up that I realized it was a man, who then started to run towards us. My dog then turned around and, I kid you not, started to run and yanked me along behind him. We reached a street, he darted down it, then pulled me into a dark alley, onto another street, then another alley, then another street, until we somehow lost the guy. My dog saved my life, I'm pretty sure. The guy may not have been an axe murderer, but it turns out some creepy ex-felon was arrested in our neighborhood about 2 days later. I love my dog. Back in the 70s my grandfather dropped my grandmother, mom, and her 2 sisters off to do some shopping on his way to work. Since he wasn't able to pick them up, they hitchhiked home. My mom at the time was only around 10 or 11. Middle sister would have been about 7 or 8 and the youngest was about a year old. They get picked up by a guy in pickup truck who has them all sit in the back row with one of them holding the baby. My grandmother was giving directions to their home from the highway, but the guy ignored her and went by their exit claiming he had to make a stop first. Didn't really say much else to them during the drive. My mom remembers my grandmother being very quiet and very nervous. Eventually they come up to a farm. Driver tells them to wait in the car and goes inside the house. While he's gone they just sit there terrified. They're in the middle of nowhere and know they couldn't make it out on foot. A few minutes later the driver comes out with a second guy who looks into truck and sees my mom's youngest sister. He starts flipping out, screaming at the driver that he shouldn't have brought the baby back, they aren't going to do anything with her, and some other things I can't remember. Ends up telling him to get them away from the farm. Driver gets back into the truck, apologizes, and they get back on the highway and drive again in silence. My grandmother, normally a very smart woman, had him drive directly to their house, although I suspect her reasoning was she'd already given him the address before anything seemed off. They lived at that house for several years and luckily never saw either of them a second time. TLDR, a baby saved my grandma and her kids from being raped. I posted this in r/creepy like 3 years ago. I've been reading stories in this subreddit, and I found an old album of pictures that reminded me of my own. I'm not a great storyteller but I'll try. There are links to pics, and one to an album at the bottom. I was 16 years old, and I had just gotten my license. It was on a Friday after school, and I was hanging out with some of my friends from another school district, my girlfriend, and her best friend. We all live in small rural towns that have absolutely nothing in a 40-mile radius, except a Walmart in between and a couple Sheetz gas stations. Since there was nothing to do we used to go ghost hunting. It pretty much meant finding abandoned buildings and checking them out. None of us ever really expected to experience anything supernatural, but it was an interesting time, and it involved doing something with friends. I had seen a house off of a highway a few times that I wanted to check out, so I told them all about it. They all agreed it was a good idea. We all decided to stop at Walmart to grab some new flashlights of our own, and I wanted batteries for my camera. 2 of my friends and I bought a flashlight and a 2-pack of batteries each, and I bought a 4-pack for my camera. We have a habit of keeping the batteries that come with flashlights as emergency backups because they don't seem to last long. Armed with new flashlights, batteries, and energy drinks, we headed to the house. The house was 2 stories tall with a basement, all broken down, and was about a half a mile off the highway in the middle of a huge field. You could pretty much see it on the hill the whole hike. Just seeing it standing there with moonlight shining on it was creepy, let alone the idea of going in it. There was also a barn that had fallen down about 50 yards from the right side. The closer and closer we walked, the weirder and weirder it felt. Hair-raising weird. The front porch steps were broke, so we had to climb up to the porch to get in. Stepping over the debris from other people busting the place up, we made our way in. On the way through the living room to the kitchen, my girlfriend claimed she felt someone pulling the hood on her sweatshirt, but I was the last person, and I was several feet behind. I figured she was either so scared she was imagining things, or just saying stuff to try and freak everyone out. We made our way around the kitchen, and were on our way upstairs, and she gasped and spun around, claiming she felt her hood pulled again, and that I was an asshole for trying to scare her. I swore it wasn't me, and we continued up taking pictures all the way. We all made it to the top of the stairs, and I saw a big hole in the attic, so I started walking toward it to take a picture. I snapped one on the way to it, and then another a little closer. The attic stairs were in a room to the left and there was a hallway with rooms off it to the right. We all went to the attic first to check it out, which all that was up there was an old wooden ladder and a broken crate. We walked back down to the second floor all disappointed. At that point I was the only one with a flashlight out, so everyone followed me through the hallway to a room on the end of the left. It seemed really breezy in the room compared to the rest of the house, even though there were broken open windows all through it. After the last person was about 3 steps in, my flashlight went out. It was still turned on, but seemed like it went dead. The first thing I thought was, there's no way these brand new batteries went dead in 20 minutes in a LED flashlight. Almost instantly after, I heard, my phone's dead, yeah mine too, from my girlfriend and her best friend. One by one my other friends pulled out their flashlights, flicked them on and off, and nothing happened. I pulled my camera out of my pocket to take a picture with the hope of maybe catching something weird, but the screen was black with a flashing red dead battery symbol. At that point we were all weirded out and practically fighting each other to get out of the room. Once we made it to the stairs the flashlights worked again. My camera had about 3/4 of a battery bar, and the cell phones were able to be turned back on. I got goosebumps and tensed up, and we hastened our pace down the stairs and figured the easiest way out would be through the basement door we saw under the porch on the way in, since the porch stairs were broken. Sadly it wasn't the least creepy way. We made our way down through the basement that turned out to be a basic maze and looked like it could have been in the Blair Witch Project. We fought our way through the vines that had grown over the door to the outside and made our way away from the house. About 200 yards from the house, we heard what sounded like a tin food can being spiked on the ground and then rolling down the basement steps. I don't even remember seeing a tin can anywhere in the house. We all started running as fast as we could, while being careful not to trip over something in the highways. Once we got back to the car and tried to theorize what the hell just happened, I started looking through all the pictures. They all just looked like dust particle ridden pictures of an old house, except for one. When I snapped the 2 pictures of the attic, the first was just like all the others, but the second had a thick, white, smoky mist over the whole. It wasn't cold, just a coolish night, so there couldn't have been breath mist, and no one smoked. To this day I get goosebumps and glassy eyes every time I look through these pictures. I posted them to a forum for people into paranormal investigating, and everyone told me I had an interesting experience they wish they had, and a very interesting picture. Pictures. The front of the house. The black scribbles are my friends. Pick this is the first attic hole picture. Pick the second attic pic with the mist. Pictures an album with more pictures from throughout the house. Album. Don't usually come on this part of Reddit, but I saw this on the front page. Okay, bit of backstory. This is in the East End of London, pretty rough area. Me and a mate were around 13 years old, and were in a park, more a patch of grass. It was like 20 meter x 40 meters, playing a bit of football after school. It was just getting dark, must have been about 6 o'clock. In autumn. We are approached by a guy, probably 50 years old, who was on crutches, face tattoos, leather skin, the whole lot. He asked me specifically, can I use your phone, to tell my friend Tom I'm at the park, in this really faked up sort of voice. We grew up street smart, and I smelled danger immediately, and replied oh, no. We immediately both start running out of the park. This must have caught this guy out as he tried to stop us, and jogged after us, until we reached one of the exits. We book it till we get into a busy area, so we were running for maybe 45 seconds. We can still see the park from here. It was a straight road, and I have a look back at it. At the exit we just ran out of, there's another guy aggressively talking to this faked up weird guy that confronted us, who in turn is pointing at the direction we run, and coincidentally no longer was leaning on his crutches. I presume that's Tom. As weird as that is, another 3 guys walked over to those 2. I'm certain they came from the only other exit of the park. All 5 of them looked the same, about 50, proper faked up mad cunts. The 5 of them had turned up where me and my mate were playing football in the space of minute, faking terrifying. The original guy was pointing in our direction still. There was shouting and shit. At that point me and my mate just faked off, scared out of our skin. I love London, but it's not a safe place. Some places are actively scary to walk through, even during the day, as part of a group. It's obvious these guys were planning to do something to us. If we were older, I'd say a mugging, but because we were around 13, we had maybe 40 quid's worth of shit between us. I'm not convinced. And it also doesn't take 5 guys to mug 2 people our age. Just terrifies me to think what could've happened. We could've been the next set of kids to have been picked up off the streets and murdered. Or worse, I'm shit at telling stories, and I'm on mobile, so apologies if this doesn't read well. Have posted this before, but for anyone interested, I used to live in a rented house that sat across the street from a fairly bustling city park. At night, when the park was deserted, I would walk out my front door and sit on my porch and look at the trees and the stars. One night, around 1 AM, I opened the front door and started to sit down. That's when I saw a man standing in the deserted park. He was directly in front of my house. The man was dressed all in black and was wearing a Halloween skull mask. The mask seemed fairly intricate, but was most definitely a store-bought cheapo. The sight of this guy sent a chill down my spine. He didn't move at all, although I know he saw me. The entire neighborhood was silent and still, and we just paused there holding our ground. We watched each other for a long time, and then he sauntered away. I ended up calling the cops, because I figured this guy was casing the neighborhood. Cops came, took my statement. Nothing ever came of it. Couple of months later, I'm doing some yard work around the side of my house. I'm pulling a huge tangle of weeds out from a thicket underneath my kitchen window. I see something that looks like trash. Pick it up. It's the mask I saw that night. Edit. Again, sorry to anyone who has read this before. So many good ones on here, I'd hate to waste your time. And no, I didn't keep the mask. I don't have any pictures either. By the time I saw the mask in my yard, it was pretty much destroyed from weather, etc. I eventually moved within the year and never saw the guy again. This story happened to an acquaintance of mine from college, who I'll call Sam for the purposes of this post. I heard about the event around 3 years after the last time I saw Sam in college. Sam told a mutual friend about it, and that friend told me. It's cliche to say, but Sam was not the type to make things up, and neither was our mutual friend. The story goes that Sam had a serious relationship with a girl he started dating after college. I never met her or heard her name. Sam had already graduated college the same year as me, but his girlfriend was still in school. Sam had family and friends abroad and would occasionally visit them for a few weeks at a time, once or twice a year. While he was overseas, he and his girlfriend would Skype each other every night, or whenever was appropriate given the time difference. One day they were Skyping, and the girlfriend had just gotten out of the shower and was in her robe picking out her clothes or something, and casually talking to Sam at the same time. She mentioned to Sam that she was happy that her roommates were out of town because she could have the place to herself. As Sam's girlfriend said this, she had her back to her bedroom door and a vanity against the adjacent wall the computer was facing, so that Sam could see everything behind her. At this point, an adolescent girl in a white gown with black hair walked through the open bedroom door and took a seat at the vanity. Sam saw this and said, "I thought you said your roommates were out of town." To which his girlfriend said, "Yeah, they are." Sam says, "Then who's that?" Sam's girlfriend turned around, saw the girl at the vanity, and screamed. Then the girl at the vanity apparently stood up, collapsed into a puddle on the ground, and quickly slid under the bed the computer was placed on. Sam's girlfriend was obviously scared shitless and ran out into the street in her bathrobe. The aftermath of the story is that the girlfriend moved out of that place immediately and got friends and family to do it for her because she refused to step foot in the building. Understandably, both Sam and his girlfriend have been in therapy about the event ever since. I'm not good enough friends with Sam to have checked up on this story after I heard it about 5 years ago, and I haven't kept up with him since. Even if I was still friends with him, I would think that this is a particularly sore subject that he wouldn't want to talk about points, so this may not be creepy enough in the narrative sense to get much traction in an Ask Reddit post, but knowing both Sam and my friend who told me about this, it creeped me out. Point. When I think about this, I'm often stuck wondering if I was Sam and I just saw a Samara type person from the Ring movie collapse in a puddle on my girlfriend's floor and slide under the bed, would I keep on watching the Skype call on my computer? I was on vacation in Hawaii with my family in an area of the Big Island that was pretty sparsely populated down near the southern point. We pulled off of the main road to go check out what was supposedly a really nice place to check out the sunset. It was getting sort of late, twilight time, and we finally got down to the spot. Some of the roads are pretty rough on that island. Most of it is pretty secluded. We pulled into a spot and there were 2 other cars in the parking lot, both older, rusty trucks. We figured they were probably there for the sunset as well, so we got out of the car and walked around to look. I happened to glance back at the trucks and noticed something really strange. In the front seats of both cars were each 2 people wearing those weird horsehead masks, not saying anything, not moving, just sitting there. Point. I thought, okay, that's really odd, and I tapped my mom on the shoulder to point it out. She glanced over and saw the same thing. My dad just laughed it off, claiming they were prankster teenagers. I waited a few more minutes, glancing back at them, before saying that I was getting really weirded out. They still hadn't moved at all, and that I wanted to leave. My mom agreed, so we started going back to our car. I looked back at the trucks, and the window had rolled down on the side facing us, and the people in the masks had turned and started staring at us as we walked back to our car. We got back in and backed up, then started leaving. I looked behind us, and the people had leaned out of their windows and were watching us leave, still with the masks on. The road was dirt and really potholed, so it was slow going. After a few minutes of driving, they appeared behind us. I looked back out the window, and they were all still wearing their masks, just staring at us. We got back on the main road and drove away from the house we were renting, and they followed us. The nearest police station was about a half hour away, but we drove right to it. When we pulled in, they kept going, but they all turned to look at us as they went past, still with the masks on. We waited for about half an hour at the station, and eventually went back to the house, after we were sure they weren't following us. I spent the rest of the vacation faking terrified that they'd somehow follow us. I still don't know what it was. Maybe some locals having a laugh at tourists by creeping them out. Maybe something worse. I think the creepiest thing that I've ever heard is from my grandpa. Until about the time communism was beginning to end in my country, about 1988, he lived on a farm with grandma. I would say this was maybe 20 kilometers from the city. There was weird car that kept on just sitting on the road next their farm that split their property from the neighbors. There were always 2 people in the car, sitting all night long. My grandpa clearly remembered the cigarette smoke flowing from the car on cold days. My grandpa came up to the car one day and recognized by their hats they were SB and left without bothering them. Anyway, some weird things were happening in that whole area. Animals were stolen once in a while, and the strange car appeared around a time where some drunks were going missing in our area. 3 people. Some people thought they just fell asleep in the snow and got buried. One night he heard creaking downstairs. When he went down no one was there, but the door was open, and you can see wet tracks through the kitchen. Apparently the weird thing was that they had a chain on that door, and it was opened without breaking. A few weeks later, during the night again my grandparents heard gunshots coming from the next farm over, followed by a bunch of SB, communist secret police, cars. After that the weird car stopped showing up, and apparently the farm next to my grandparents was home to some small cult that was suspected of using people for weird sacrifices and experiments. This info he got from a friend who worked in the police. They found a small weapons cache and some remains in one of the barns that were dismembered in a peculiar fashion. Not sure what that meant really. My grandpa still thinking that night someone came into the house. It was one of the SB making sure nothing weird was inside, or one of the creepy cultists trying to find another victim. They sold the farm 2 years later and never looked back. Edit. Double checked with my grandpa on some details. Anything in is new. Edit 2. Because no one seems to read the comments. This happened in Poland. TLDR. Don't use Ouija boards. My mum's side of the family were always big on the paranormal, tarot, seances, contacting dead relatives, psychics, the lot. Well, a bit of background. Most of my mum's family never had kids, and her aunt, God knows what relation that is to me, went to a psychic when my mum was 10 and was told only one girl will be able to have kids in your family. There will be one child, they will be a boy, and they will be born after years of trying and failure. Things apparently went south though, and all these seances stopped after one bad incident, I was told. Well, my mum grew up, met my dad, and after 14 years of trying to conceive almost gave up, but the mic came along. Even to this day I'm never on time to anything. Funny thing is no other relation ever managed to have kids, either by biology or failed marriages, so I'm the only one. Anyway, I was about 15 at the time, and my mum's aunt had died when I was like 6. All the relations including me were at a get together, and someone had found the old Ouija board and tarot cards they used to use whilst clearing out their loft. For sheets and bants, everyone agreed to retrieve it and see if it still worked. Exactly what you should do after quite a few drinks. So we all sat around the table with fingers on the planchette, and one of my relations started calling out for spirits and asking if anyone was there. I was always hyper skeptical of all this, thinking someone pushes the glass it's all fake, so I was expecting nothing to happen, or someone to push it. Anyway, all of a sudden the lights all flickered, and the atmosphere in the room changed. It felt like more people suddenly were present, like when you're at a house party and a load more people turn up. The same relative, let's call her Jane, then started asking who this person was, etc, and how many spirits were there. Turns out 5 spirits were there. 3 old relations I'd never heard of, my mum's aunt, the one who used to be into psychics and predicted my birth, and her dead friend who used to know the family well. People were asking questions, the glass was doing its thing replying. People were asking questions nobody could know, and getting exact responses. We tested it by having the people who knew the answers remove their fingers, and then confirm the answers, if they were right. This was creepy, but kinda fun too. My mum's aunt, I always knew her as auntie myself, took quite an interest in me, apparently standing next to me, saying she always kept up with my school and all. Now we'd been doing this for like an hour, then all of a sudden the lights flickered again, the room turned ice cold, and the atmosphere turned like heavy. I'd describe it like when you walk into a room whereby 2 people are having a massive argument and you just interrupted, and it's AWK, and you just wanna know about there. He planchette suddenly started going apeshit, flying all over the board, going in circles really quickly, and we all wanted to stop cause it was getting apparently like it used to get, just too much. Shit was getting too real. So we packed it all up and put it away, but the room remained colder than it should have been, and the atmosphere didn't go back to how it was before, which was pretty light at tbh. We all tried to get back to having fun, but nobody was feeling it. It was just a heavy, solemn feeling throughout the whole place. This feeling slowly grew over the course of the next hour or so, and it got to about 11:30 p.m. and Jane outwardly comes out and says, "We are all thinking the same. Something might be here with us that isn't one of the family." By now, I'm sheeting myself and dying to go home and never pull this sheet again, but nope, the olders who always used to do it reason it's best to get the board back out and see if we can talk to whatever is here. I just remember distinctly thinking, why the fuck would you do it again? OMG, I wanna go home. Anyway, the board comes back out, planchette back on, my finger has to go on the glass otherwise I'm not part of the circle, and I'm at risk of psychic attack. Was not impressed, and Jane asks, "Is there anybody here?" and the planchette starts going apeshit. After some further questions, we established it was a spirit named Walter, who was not a family member, and was not a friend of any of the deceased relatives we were speaking to previously. It was a randoma, and that was scary. My aunt asks it, practically grovels, "Please, leave my house." and suddenly the lights flicker, the planchette flies off the table, and smashes into the wall on the other side of room near the sink, and as soon as it smashed the taps turned on, and the lights all started flickering, like mad. Point by now, all of us are collectively sheeting ourselves. My mum and Nan are basically in tears, Jane was crying, another relation was on her knees doing that cross symbol Catholics do, muttering to Jesus and God for help. My granddad got up and stood right next to me and says it will be alright. This happened before and eventually it would be okay. Then all of a sudden, after what could have been nothing more than 15 seconds, but by God, felt like a faking eternity, we all smelt a faint smell of perfume, the lights stopped flickering, and everything returned to normal, the heat of the room, the atmosphere. It was like in a horror film where it all just stops dead. It was faking creepy as fuck. We all just said our goodbyes and left. Jane and her husband stayed in a hotel that night because they were too scared to even sleep there, point to say the least. We've never faked with Ouija boards or pendulums since. I'm now a firm believer in all paranormal stuff, despite being brought up basically as an atheist. I later found out the perfume we smelled was Coco Chanel, and it was a firm favorite of my mum's aunt who we spoke to earlier in the evening. So we reasoned she must have shooed whatever it was away awesome sheet. Either way, whenever my friends joke about ghosts or spirits, I practically launch into a 2-hour-long lecture why we shouldn't joke about it and nobody should mess with that. Let the dead rest in ho. Point TLDR. Don't ever mess with Ouija boards. About 15 years ago my mom and cousin were coming home from visiting my aunt who lived 2 hours away. The drive takes you through the desert and up some mountains, but there is a shortcut you can take to avoid the mountains and shave about 10 minutes off your drive time. Only problem is the shortcut takes you literally through the middle of nowhere. It's a 2-lane road with nothing for 30 miles. No houses, no shops, no lights, not even those roadside emergency phone booths. They're driving along through the shortcut at about 11 PM when they spot something on the road. At first my cousin thinks it's a rock, so she slows down to go around it. When she gets closer she realizes it's a lady with long black hair and what looks like a burlap shawl wrapped around her. She's crouched down facing away from my cousin. My mom says that she thought the lady might have been in trouble, so they pull up next to her and ask if she's okay and if she needs help. Point my cousin says the lady stood up and looked at them and let out a shriek like a goddamn banshee. She insists that her eyes were pitch black and her skin was as white as a sheet, and she was really skinny, like almost anorexic skinny. I debate this, because it was dark out, and her mind might have been playing tricks on her, but nonetheless it was enough to spook the hell out her, and make her punch the accelerator, and get out of there. Point the lady briefly ran after them, but they lost sight of her after a short bit. They didn't stop for anything, even running a stop sign, until they got to the next town where they stopped at a gas station to get something to drink and to collect their thoughts. A few weeks later my cousin was telling her coworker what happened, and she said it might have been a skinwalker that she saw, and that she's lucky she got away. That spooked her even worse, so now she won't go through the shortcut. Even when someone else is driving she insists on taking the main highway. My mom maintains that it was probably some crazy lady on drugs. Edit some words. The most recent event. Several years ago my family and I were out at a restaurant just outside of town. The place was virtually empty as it was in between meal times. I had to use the bathroom and found it in a narrow hallway just on the other side of the kitchen. I opened the door and got a serious case of the creeps. It was a 4-stall bathroom with only one dim light and just a weird feeling about it. I've had 2 kids, and believe me, bathrooms are my friends, but this one was very unsettling. I went into the stall with the light over it and could hear all the kitchen noise happening. There was banging and clanging and chatter and general kitchen racket. Then suddenly all the noise stopped. It was like a blanket was dropped over the room. You could hear a pin drop. Then the lights went out. And I had a very strong sense of something enjoying my discomfort. Then the lights came on, the sound resumed, and I washed my hands and got the heck out of there. As I exited the bathroom I saw the light switch was inside the room, and I would have heard the noisy door open if anyone had reached inside and turned the switch off, which they didn't. When I got back to the table I asked the waiter if there had been a brief power outage just now, and he looked at me like I was nuts. Another one. When I was a kid we always had weird things happening in any house we lived in. When I was about 11 I was in the bathroom, alone in the house, when I could hear stomping coming down the hallway. It then veered off to my parents' bedroom across the hall, hollered something, and stomped into the inside bathroom, then slammed the door. I got up enough gumption to go to the door, knife in hand. What good did I think that would do? To see what might be in the inside bathroom. Nothing. Point. I always used to see people at the house I lived in for the first 8 years of my life. Not people who were there, mind you, but I could see them clear as day, and they seemed very familiar and normal to me. I would talk to them, and my mother would wonder who I was talking to, so I'd tell her. She believed me, even though she couldn't see them herself. I didn't see them anymore when we moved, nor am I prone to seeing things that aren't there otherwise. When I was in college I lived in a decently safe apartment complex. You needed a gate clicker for your car, and the foot entrance required a code. All doors had a deadbolt, and extensive locks for the sliding patio door. Well, when the complex went under new management, the footpath gate code stopped working so anyone could push it open. In mid-October a note was sent out to all residents stating that a new gate code would be issued in the following days, and for everyone to keep their doors locked due to suspicious behavior. The following week another note was sent out describing a man that had been seen peering over balconies and through windows, but the gate code still hadn't been fixed. On Halloween I distinctly remember locking my deadbolt after a night out, because I friends staying over, and I usually locked my door anyway, since I lived alone. I woke up the next morning and my door was unlocked. I asked if anyone had went outside, and they all said no. The following night I was by myself, and a little skeptical of my door, so I made it a point to check my door before I went to sleep. Wake up next morning and the door is unlocked. I was a little freaked out, so I scanned my apartment for anything missing, or a sign that someone had been in there. Nothing. So by the third night I was damn sure I locked my door, and checked my sliding door locks as well. Around 5:30 my cat started to get restless, so I threw her in the living room until I was ready to wake up. She starts making some weird noises a few minutes later, so I go into the living room and hear a weird noise, like a thud or something. I look at my door and it's faking unlocked. By this time I'm freaking out, called my apartment manager and got them to inspect my apartment to make sure there was no way for anyone to get in, and had my locks changed. Never happened again, but I'm about 99% sure someone had been sneaking into my apartment when I wasn't home and watching me sleep. Maybe I was just being paranoid, but I know for a fact I had locked my door all 3 nights. TLDR lived alone in an apartment. Door became unlocked 3 nights in a row. Potentially had someone watch me sleep. This story certainly felt creepy when it was happening. I was in the orthopedic surgery wing of the hospital after getting my torn Achilles tendon repaired. It was a fairly long procedure, and I was pretty groggy from the anesthesia after effects combined with the morphine for the pain, but I did notice that I had a roommate that had both of his hands and feet wrapped in bandages. I could hear him talking to his father, but didn't pay much attention because of how out of it I was at the time. I did remember hearing something about why did you stop taking your medication. I don't know how morphine affects anyone else, but it gives me a very restless sleep combined with vivid dreams, almost nightmares, something I never have. So in the middle of the night, while turning over for the 100th time I spied someone standing beside my bed in the dark. Do you have any smokes? My roommate apparently was standing there watching me sleep, waiting for me to wake up to ask for a cigarette. It could be considered being very polite or very creepy, but when you are in a morphine-induced haze it was definitely creepy. Later that day I heard the details of why he was there. He had gone off his meds and decided to quit smoking hardcore. I mean liquid nitrogen cold turkey. First he nailed his feet to the floor so he couldn't go out for smokes. Then he took a butcher knife from the kitchen and cut off the fingers of his left hand so he couldn't hold a cigarette. That's where his plan kind of fell apart, because he had a lot of trouble cutting off the right fingers with no left fingers to hold the knife. He only got those 3 of them. I put this together between the conversations I overheard between family, nurses, and doctors. I was supposed to be in there for another day, but they told me I could go home early if I was okay with taking Tylenol 3 for the pain. I would have to stay if I needed the stronger morphine painkiller so the staff could administer it. I said I would go home with aspirin if it meant getting out of that room. The head nurse at the nursing station was sympathetic. She said the guy really needed to be in a different kind of hospital, but he had orthopedic issues that had to be dealt with, and that's why he was there. Point, it wasn't supernatural, just a mentally disturbed individual who had hurt himself. He probably couldn't even have hurt anyone else considering his injuries, but in my morphine fog it was creepy as hell to me to have someone that disturbed 10 feet away while I was sleeping. My mom grew up in a really backwoods type family, northern Alberta, for anyone who knows what that means. My grandparents were very poor and very religious, so there was a lot of blind obedience in her upbringing. Both parents worked, and most of her siblings too. This story happened when my mom was about 10 or 11. She was the youngest of 10 kids, so while the older siblings would go out with friends or go to work after school, my mom took the school bus home by herself and spent hours home alone. Now the house itself was a piece of work. It was a 10-minute walk from the closest paved road. The doors had those antique latch locks. So basically the doors didn't lock. It had no electricity or running water. It was all kerosene lamps and well water. I have to mention that this was in the 70s, so definitely not a normal scenario for the time. Anyway, my mother comes home from school one day and there's a old man sitting at the kitchen table, rolling cigarettes. She asked him who he was, what he was doing there, etc. The old man is generally friendly and jovial and tells her that his name is Frank and he's an old friend of her father's. Keeping in mind the blind obedience and help thy neighbor attitude she was raised with, strangers staying with the family wasn't uncommon. So she goes about her day, starting dinner, making a cup of coffee for Frank, who just keeps rolling cigarettes. She excuses herself to the little girl's outhouse. Yeah, no running water. And when she comes back, guy is gone, and there's a note on the table that says thanks for the hospitality, along with all the cigarettes he rolled. Turns out no one knew who this guy was, or that he was there. My grandparents acted like it was a good neighborly thing that happened, but the kids all knew that it was just a really creepy home invasion. They lived in that house for another 4 years. TLDR at end. It was 1990, and I was 13 years old. It was a Friday night and my parents went out for the evening. They were visiting an aunt's house which was about 45 minutes away. My best friend was staying the night and we were upstairs chilling in my room. Now, the bedroom I was in had previously been my sister's just a few weeks prior. She moved in with a friend, so I jumped on the chance to get the big room. It was on the second floor with 2 windows. One on the front of the house and another on the side, right next to the chimney. My back was to the side window when she screamed a horrible scream. I turn and look, and she's yelling that there was a man in the window. She saw his face, and he had his hands on the windowsill. I question what she saw because, hello, we are on the second floor. About 10 seconds later my dog starts going off downstairs. Our house was positioned weird. We were right around a bend in the road on a very steep hill with a thick forest about 20 feet from the back of the house. There was a large deck that ran the stretch of the house with a door to the kitchen on one end and a set of French doors going into the family room on the other. We got a lot of animals on the deck, so I tried to write his barking off on a possum. No dice. He is running back and forth across the back of the house chasing something. It's pitch black, and I'm not going downstairs to turn the outside light on. Then it didn't matter. The dog was at the front door, freaking out. So I did the stupidest thing you can imagine. I went for my dad's gun that he kept in his sock drawer. It wasn't their. I was afraid to call the police because if it was a false alarm my dad would have literally beat the shit out of me. So I called my neighbor. He was an FBI agent, and for some reason I thought that made him cop-like. I told him the brief rundown and that we were home alone. A span of about 5 minutes had passed, and I finally realized I need to call my parents. No one answered, so we made arrangements for my friend's mom to get us, so I could stay over there. I was not staying in the house alone. A few minutes later my neighbor knocks on the door. He said that as he was walking into the yard a car peeled out right around the bend. There was no street parking, so whomever it was didn't live nearby. There was also a parking lot across from where they were. He said he would talk to my parent when they got home and would look around the yard the next day. Finally my friend's mom arrived about 20 minutes later. I left a note, loved my dog, locked up and took off. The next day my dad was pissed. He said my friend made it up for attention and I blew it out of proportion. He was such a nice guy. The neighbor came back over and looked around. He mentioned some holes that were under the window next to the chimney. Finally my dad starts taking it seriously. He immediately starts inventorying belongings, and we start inspecting the house thoroughly. I found pry marks on the front door. We seldom used it, so we wouldn't have noticed right away, but little else. Now, I didn't tell him about the gun, because I assumed he moved it, and if he knew I went looking for it, he'd beat my ass. Well, he didn't know it was missing, and flipped his lid, understanding. He then went through his important paperwork and discovered that several credit cards were missing as well as some collectibles that were stashed in his closet. We inventoried our belongings. My mom was missing some jewelry and I was missing all my Zedka Verici clothes as well as some knickknacks. Cops were called and a report was filed. It took a few days, but he was able to get info on charges made on one of the cards. It took over a week to get all the statements. There were charges for jewelry, clothing, alcohol, and the one that stood out, lots of baby supplies including a crib. All of the clues led to one person, an old friend of my sister's that she had recently started hanging out with again. She was pregnant. There's a family meeting, and my sister says that she lent her car to the girl a few times while she was at work. Our dad had her call the girl and tell her that if she confessed to what she did he wouldn't press charges against her. She admits to copying the house and car key when she borrowed the car. While everyone was gone, her and some friends came in and took things. She didn't know about the gun or that something happened that one night. It seems her friends were coming back without her. I'm trying to remember if she got in trouble or not, but I know a few of her friends got arrested. They changed the locks, added a keypad on the garage, and my dad started setting booby traps. The worst trap was a series of razor blades that he duct taped around the door knobs. That one almost caught me sneaking in one night. TLDR, scary face in second floor window, missing gun and belongings, been getting robbed for weeks, sister's friend is the culprit, booby traps. Posted this in a similar thread last month. Here it goes, not paranormal, just creepy story. So this happened last year around the same time. I was living in a different city and a friend of mine, who I had acquaintance with for 14 years, was very recently divorced, was also living in the same community as I was. He moved there just a year ago. We used to hang out every now and then. Almost a week before I was supposed to move to a different city for a new job, this guy also got called for an interview for a job in a different city. I called him after his interview, and he said the interview went very well, and he will stay in the city for another day to help expedite the hiring process by the employers, visa documents and shit etc. A week went by, and I was busy packing my stuff and moving, but I never heard from him. I had a couple of his things that wanted to return to him, so I left them at his patio. After that I moved to my current city and tried calling him over and over again, but he never picked up. I got in touch with his brother on FB and the most I got out of him was a faking thumbs up sign on chat window. When I asked about his brother, I called the friend from a different no that he didn't have, and he picked up the phone. I asked him what the fuck was going on, and that's when shit got weirder. The guy started acting like he was me. He said his name was Fraser and Niles, and acted confused when I asked him about himself. I got so weirded out that I completely stopped tracking him and decided it was for the best. I later asked my other common friends and they mentioned that they haven't been in touch with him since several years. I was concerned about whether he was stealing my identity for something, but so far I haven't found any evidence. This entire incident still gives me creeps and makes me wonder how many normal looking people out there are living secret lives or just disappear out of their friends/family lives out of the blue. I used to work as a cashier at a BP that was right off the interstate. It doubled as a truck stop and was open 24 hours. I had worked there for about a year, so I was fairly comfortable with the job, and I was used to working night shifts alone, despite being a smaller female. So I was working one night and everything was going as usual. It was about 1 AM and I saw a pickup truck pull in. 3 passengers got out and entered the store. The 2 men were wearing camouflage outfits and the woman was wearing jeans and a sweater. The men talked to the woman outside of the door before entering, and then they all went straight to me at the counter and asked for some cigarettes. As the one man was paying, the other one went to the other side of the store looking at drinks. I looked at the woman and realized that she had a look of panic on her face. I immediately felt in my gut that something bad was going on. We made eye contact and she mouthed the words "help me." Then the man grabbed his cigarettes with one hand and the woman's arm with the other and yelled at his buddy that they were ready to go. I was only 19 and wasn't really sure what to do, so I waited until they walked out the door and slid my hand under the counter and hit the panic button. About 5 to 10 minutes later the cops got there and I told them what happened. They looked at the surveillance videos and told me that they were investigating a kidnapping with a description of that same vehicle. I told them which direction they went on the interstate and the rest of the officers left after them, while I gave my statement to the one who stayed behind. I never did find out if they caught them or not. My mum and I were driving out on this rural road one night. It was very late, and I was about 10 years old. My mum stopped at a gas station to fill up our car, and then we would be on our way. This particular gas station was the last stop before 2+ hours of highway. My mum got gas for the car and then we were off. My mum noticed a car behind her was following quite closely. At one point the highway separated into 2 different roads. Each road was at least 2+ hours before the next town. When my mum accidentally put on her blinker to turn left for one road, she noticed the car behind her put on their left blinker. When my mum noticed she meant to turn on her right blinker, the other car slowed down and turned on their right blinker. My mum, very smartly, thought it was strange that another vehicle made the same mistake she had. So, instead of going the way we needed to go, she changed her route and went left instead. Again, the car behind us followed us. By this time my mum knew something odd was up. There then appeared a small farmhouse off to the side of the road. My mum pulled over as if we lived at this farmhouse. The car that had been following us passed us, turned around, and then parked on the highway across the road from the farmhouse. At this point, mum was sufficiently freaked out, and she pulled out of the farmhouse driveway and drove back to the gas station a few miles back. Other car did not follow us at this point. When we arrived at the gas station we realized that 2 of our car tires had been stabbed/punctured. Mum then realized the first time she stopped for gas was when the tires were punctured, and if we had been stranded alongside the road of the desolate highway where we were headed, we would have been at the mercy of strangers/cars following us. Faking creepy. My friend's cousin Donnie and his friend worked at Pizza Hut as delivery men about 5 years ago, and they have a ton of scary stories about deliveries before they finally quit for just that reason. I met them at my friend's party and they both told us about 8 of these stories total before they finally quit. If this comment gets traction I may post more stories. The one I remember most clearly, Donnie was given a delivery job to a upper middle class house in the suburbs and the order came with a request to park on the road because the driveway was being worked on, which apparently is more common than you'd think. So he gets to the house and parks his pickup on the curb, and the driveway is about 30 feet long or so, and as he walks up the drive he notices there is no apparent work being done, and it's just a normal gravel driveway. He reaches the house and walks onto an unelevated wooden porch with railing around it. When he knocks on the door, he sees 2 eyes peering at him from the window next to the door, unblinking, wide-eyed and pupils like pinpricks. Already, something seems off. It was already dark out, even though it wasn't that late, about 8 to 9 in the fall, so it was already dark out. He waited on the porch for a couple minutes, and at one point he could swear he heard someone dart by behind him, and turned around quickly, and saw nothing. Finally, the door was answered. A young man in his 20s answered the door and just looked at him without speaking. One thing he noticed is that the house is faking dark. There are no lights on, the porch light is out, and Donnie can't see anything in the house past this young guy standing there. After a couple seconds, out of the darkness, an old man, probably old enough to be retired, stands behind the young man also staring and saying nothing. Donnie at this point is too scared to really say or do anything, so he just stands there and watches. Then, suddenly, a very tall, bald, middle-aged man comes out from the side of the house and vaults over the porch rail and stands inches away from Donnie. That's the last straw. Donnie is panicking, and he throws a pizza at the man on the porch and sprints for his car. He gets in the car and takes off, and notices the three men are still just standing there as he drives away. This may seem scary enough, but this is only the precursor to his night. Consider this part 1. Part 2 of Donnie's work night. Donnie drives away, rattled, and he tries to make a good amount of distance between himself and the house, and begins making his way for his second and final delivery for this trip. As he's driving, almost to his destination, one of his tires pops. He pulls over the truck and gets his spare out of the covered truck bed and received help from some older guy walking his dog changing the tire. The tire had a well-defined hole in it at one place. I skim over this part because it's insignificant to the rest of the story. He gets his tire changed and drives the couple of blocks to his final delivery. Donnie was actually shaking a little at this point, rightfully so, and he drives into the driveway and carries the pizza to the door. A sweet old lady answers the door and begins to make small talk with Donnie. I don't know the details, but I know one question that came up was, oh, so do they send you guys in pairs now? Donnie looks behind him and sees a man sitting in his pickup backseat. Donnie freaks the fuck out and goes in the old woman's house, who has company over. He calls the police from her house and gives them the address of the place of the first delivery and that of the house he was in, and that there was a man in his car. When the police arrived, the man in the car was gone, and Donnie was questioned. Turns out, the house he delivered to first was foreclosed and full of meth head squatters, who were all arrested, and by extension, the man in the car was found also squatting in that house. Part of a homemade shiv or sharp object was found broken off in his tire. From what the police could tell, the meth heads were planning some sort of elaborate heist for drug money involving robbing the pizza man. This happened when I was a senior in high school. I was hanging out at my friend's house who lived on the other side of town. His house was right off a busy road where a lot restaurants and stuff are, so I thought I'd stop at Boston Market on the way home. I called my dad, who requested a sandwich from Dangelo's, next door to Boston Market. I left my friends, bought my food, come out of Boston Market, to notice a man sitting in his sub seemingly waiting for someone. Didn't think much of it. Grab dad's sandwich, start heading towards my car. Sub man starts his car. As I unlock my driver's side door, he pulls up on the passenger side and goes, "Hey, I think you're cute." He sounded nasally and creepy. I just said, okay, and quickly got in the car, locking the doors. He then sped off towards one of the plaza exits. I hurriedly started making it towards to opposite exit, and I see he is flying towards me going maybe 50 miles per hour. I slammed the gas, got on the main road, and just figured he was trying to scare me and would go away. Nope. This road has a lot of traffic lights. He would stop next to me at every single light and try to yell at me that I didn't appreciate his compliments and I'm a bitch and I'm going to pay. He would teach me how to respect men, etc. He was even stopping next to my car if there were no cars in front of him. He would sit at the light, shouting at me, 3+ car lengths away from the stop line with no traffic in front of him. I was really scared, so I called 911. The dispatcher checked in with state police regarding his license plate, or however that's done, and advised me to not stop near him, if at all possible, and drive to the nearest police station. He was now tailgating me really close and driving very aggressively. When he pulled up next to me again, he saw I was on the phone and freaked out even more. I told the 911 guy it was likely he was going to get on the highway, since he seemed to be heading that way, and he responded that the state troopers patrolling would be waiting for him on that highway. And that was that. A family that I saw. This was some time ago. I was with a few friends at a Western themed restaurant. Whilst we were reading our menus, an unusual family came and sat at a nearby table. There was something uncanny about them, which immediately caught my eye and the eye of my friends. The grandmother was a disabled dwarf, and the mother, although slightly less shriveled and slightly taller, was perhaps no more than 5 feet standing. Both had rotten teeth, boss eyes, and thinning hair. The father was a giant in comparison at 5:5. He was wearing the loudest Hawaiian shirt I'd ever seen. However, the rest of the family were dressed in mostly dark/plain clothes. There were 2 children, seemed to be twins, a boy and a girl, both gangly and extremely skinny, both with enormous teeth. They almost looked like dentures, although it may have simply been their weight. I can't really do the family justice in a single post, but rest assured, there was something unsettling about their collective presence that went beyond their physical defects. It felt unfairly cruel to pass any kind of comment, so although I could sense that we'd all noticed the family, none of us said a thing about them. Instead, we ordered our food and ate, shot the breeze for a while, and then waited for the bill. Throughout most of this, I tried my best to keep from watching the strange family, though my gaze would periodically drift towards them. It was the elephant in the room all throughout dinner. As we waited, it occurred to me that the strange-looking family had not yet ordered. In fact, in the 90 minutes that had passed since their arrival, not one of their party had so much as looked at the menu. And perhaps more curiously, none of the servers had visited their table. All this in a popular restaurant with very good service. One of my friends, we'll call him Rick, picked up on this too, and brought it to the attention of the group. That family hasn't ordered, or even spoken, since they got here, he said in a low voice. I agreed, along with 2 of my other friends, that this was strange. However, a few of the group seemed perplexed at Rick's observation. Eventually, one of my other friends, we'll call her Fee, asked, "Which family is that?" She had been sitting directly opposite their table, facing the family dead on, only feet away, and still hadn't noticed them. When Rick and I tried to discreetly gesture at the group, the family seemed to notice and looked right at us. I won't forget the way their heads lifted up to stare at us. It was probably the creepiest, most nerve-shredding thing I've ever experienced. Something about their stare was so penetrating and ghoulish that my friend Rick insisted we leave at once. Fee still claimed that she couldn't see them, but they were staring right at her. The rest of our group, bar one other, reported seeing the family. We still argue about it today and have had serious talks about returning to the restaurant just to ask if such a family have ever eaten there. But in any case, all this was nearly 3 years ago. Now, it no longer creeps me out as much as it interests/frustrates me. About 2 years ago, I had a creepy, unexplainable night. So it started soon as I got home from work that night. I was incredibly tired that night, so I went straight to bed soon as I got home. I remember staying up a bit scrolling through my photo album in my phone. For some reason, I fell asleep shortly after, with my phone on my person. When I woke the next morning, I was searching for my phone and found it lying underneath me. I couldn't remember when I fell asleep, but I did remember that I was looking through my photo album and that I had been texting my girlfriend before falling asleep. First thing I did was read my text messages, and what I found was a bit startling. Apparently, at some point during the night, I had texted my girlfriend, "Help. Help me. Get them away from me." She was confused and thought I was just sleep texting during a weird dream. I did too. However, it occurred to me, not sure why, to look through my pictures. First thing I see on my phone is a picture that I did not remember from the night prior. It was a picture of a white garage door being illuminated by my phone's flash, I assume. Naturally, I was freaked out. I began to look around the house trying to match the door in the picture to any in our house. None of the doors or blinds matched the one in the picture. They weren't even close. I showed my girlfriend, brother, sister. They all agreed that the door was not of our house. Now, I have no idea what happened that night. My family could be pranking me and keeping it hush hush pretty damn well, or at some point during the night, I was out of our house, at another house or building, while being chased by a group of individuals, with absolutely no memory of the event. Edit. Last night I had another similar experience. Had trouble falling asleep, and when I finally did, I can't remember when exactly it happened. The dream I had involved my sister, cousin, and one of their friends. We were in a house that had completely white interior. Everything was white. The curtains, chairs, floors, rugs, tables, etc. I'm looking around the room when suddenly it starts to shake violently, and a bright, blinding light starts to take over everything in the room. I remember seeing my sister and the 2 other girls sitting at a table. When I look back, they are levitating, and they keep rising up. I turn around, completely freaked out, to see a group of humanoid looking figures coming through the doors. That's when I woke up. I was lying in bed, and could not move. I felt like my wrists and legs were bound. Took me about 10 minutes to finally be able to move. I had an unfading feeling that I was not alone on my room. I was freaked out. I don't want to go to bed tonight. I was working retail during the holiday season near my college and was the closer one night. I got out around 11 PM and I'm about halfway home and get on the turnpike since they're doing construction on Right 1 and I'm exhausted and trying to get home as soon as possible. I heard a sound coming from underneath my car, so I get into the shoulder and throw my hazards on, get out of the car, and it's clear I have a flat tire. I got back in my car, called AAA, and they let me know a tow truck driver should be out to help me within the hour. I called my mom to let her know what was going on. One of her friends rented a limo to celebrate her birthday and took them to Philly for dinner and a trip to a casino. Apparently they were on their way back home and had passed me on the turnpike minutes ago. She asked the driver to turn around, but since it was on the turnpike it was near impossible, so we stayed on the phone. Since I was 19, stranded in the middle of the night. Around 10 minutes into our conversation, a car driving by slows down and pulls into the shoulder a few hundred feet away from me. They're just sitting there, and it was weird as fuck. A few minutes later, they back up a few feet closer to me, sit there for a few minutes, and then back up a few feet again. This happens a few more times, until they're literally 200 feet away from me. I'm starting to freak out. I'll let my mom know what's going on, and she's freaking out even more, because she thinks someone's going to attack her only child, a 5 feet 3 inches teenage girl. I start digging around my car to see if I can use anything as a weapon to defend myself, and all I've really got are keys and my biggest purse that probably weighed 50 lbs, because I carried my life in it. My mom and her friends are begging this limo driver to get off the turnpike to turn around so they can come to my rescue, even though at this point they are pretty much too far away to get to me in time. Finally 2 really sketchy dudes get out of the car, but leave it running, and they slowly start creeping up to my car. I decided that the only thing I can do is start my car up and try to take off and ride the flat. They definitely didn't seem like they were trying to help me. They kept getting closer and closer, and I'm about to put the key in the ignition when these huge lights flash up behind me. It was the tow truck driver. As soon as the driver pulled up, the guys sprinted back to their car and sped up. I'm convinced this tow truck driver saved my ass, and God only knows what could have happened to me if he didn't get there when he did. When my mom was in her mid-20s and living by herself, she had a stalker. One winter night as she was walking to her car to go to a Christmas party thing, she thought she heard something by the neighbor's fence. She looked over, but didn't see anything. She hurriedly got in her car, backed out of the driveway, and went to the party. The next morning as she was going to work, she noticed footprints going to her windows and followed them back to where she thought she had heard the noise come from the night before, to find the snow all compressed from where someone had been standing for prolonged periods of time. She reported it to the police, but there wasn't much they could do because the suspect hadn't acted out and there wasn't anything to the suspect. This would occasionally happen while she lived at the place. She would periodically receive mysterious flowers, half-eaten chocolate boxes, and find footprints around the house, predominantly by windows and doors. Fast forward a few years and my mother has moved from her old place and moved to a trailer park in my hometown. She was working a late shift, and when she got home she turned on the lights, the TV, the whole normal routine, and started walking to her bedroom to get out of her work clothes. As she was undressing, she heard a loud crash behind her to find a man crawling through her bedroom window with a large kitchen knife. She screams bloody murder and runs out of her home to the neighbors, who were 2 gay men and were good friends with my mom. She called 911 from their house and consoled her now freaking out neighbors who armed themselves with a frying pan and inexpensive shoes. Her words: When the police arrived and weren't able to take good fingerprints, but took pictures and everything, my mom recognized the boot print from her previous house. He had followed her across a whole county. He's still around somewhere. Edit. Fixed the story to be more accurate with what my mother says happened. The cops took fingerprints, but they didn't come back with any matches, and because they could ID him there wasn't any restraining orders filed. So the creepiest thing I've ever seen was a man on his deathbed. After this experience I've seen dead bodies in all shapes and sizes, but the one who sticks out the most is the almost dead kid. My father and I were fishing in the Sebastian River, almost right across from the Sebastian Inlet in the St. Johns River, Florida. We were catching so many mangrove snapper. Every single one was a keeper. You drop your line, caught a snapper, right off the point. That still exists. My father and I are watching two fronts meet in the sky. They both look nasty. We were catching so many fish we decided to stay out. The two fronts ended up converging right above us, and we heard this loud snap. Sitting in an aluminum john boat is not the best place to be when you know there is lightning. I don't even remember bringing up the rode. I don't remember pulling the anchor up. All I remember is we tailed it out within a minute at full throttle. The rain felt like needles. It was coming down so hard you could barely see in front of you. As the proud young skipper that I kept trying to pay attention to our surroundings. That's when I noticed something off in the distance. There was a man in a boat. He was waving at us. I shouted to my father and pointed. It seemed odd that someone would do such a thing, but it didn't feel right. I shouted to my dad and pointed. When we approached there was a man, 50s, and his son, 20s, in the boat. A john boat smaller than ours. Maybe 9 feet. The man had this look in his eyes, so dark and so lost. His son was wrapped up in his arms whiter than a bleached sheet. That loud snap we heard before was lightning hitting a rod in the water. His son's rod must have somehow touched it at the wrong moment. Knowing a little more about such emergencies now, I think he had been shocked and been in cardiac arrest for a while. His father refused to leave his side. The boat was almost full of water. Without thinking my father started to tie their boat to ours. I jumped in this for a minute with the bait bucket and took out as much water as you could before they sank. When I heard the engine I jumped back into our boat and found the one phone we had. We shared it together as a family in case of emergencies. I dialed 911. The entire time I tried telling them our location they couldn't hear me. Grace be to whatever. When we pulled into port there was a bigger boat who didn't get the memo like us. His wife was a nurse. She started CPR. She took over while I ran into a bait shop for the address, and it took them 15 minutes to show up. I read in the newspaper the next day he lived. I've seen death any times since then due to my work, but nothing compares to that boy. How he looked, so white and pale, so gone. That is the creepiest thing I have ever seen. I've got quite a few, but here's some stuff about my nephew. Pretty late to the thread, but maybe some people will read these. My nephew, who lived in Utah, visiting us in Chicago, was maybe 2 or 3 or so, and was sitting in the back seat of the car my mom was driving. We were going to get food or something, and were driving past one of the many large cemeteries in the area. He would often say Chicago, but it ended up sounding like Cago, and originally that's what we thought he was saying. We just kept saying yeah Jack, you're in Chicago. But he started getting frustrated and pointing out to the cemetery and saying I go. That's where I go. We kept insisting that he is not going to the cemetery and that he won't be going there, but he just kept saying things like I go there later. He then starts saying hi kids, hi man, hi lady, and waving at the empty cemetery. No visitors as far as we could tell. We kept asking who he was talking to, and he simply kept saying kids, lady, man, there. Also, he has always been really interested and scared of death, even when we know that no one has talked to him about it before. Always asking when he will die, what happens when he dies, when we were going to die, how it feels to die, etc. He wasn't even past preschool, and he was constantly asking about death. No idea where he got information from about it to even ask. This one could very well be a scary coincidence, but it shocked and scared me until I sat and thought about it. Jack was a bit older now, maybe 5, and I saw him silently drawing pictures, over and over, the same exact thing. He had so many colors at his disposal, but he chose black. He drew a boy in full black clothing, uncolored pale skin, and either white or blacked out eyes. I asked him what he was doing, and he said it was drawings of him he was going to give to each of us, so everyone will remember him when he was gone. I asked him why he didn't draw the yellow shirt he was wearing, or his favorite red Cars shirt. He just kept saying I don't know. I actually took a picture of the drawings. It may have been his color choice, and wouldn't have been creepy if he chose other colors. But it wasn't like his other drawings, where he chose the most random, eccentric colors he possibly could. Strange thing is, he's such a smart kid, and literally reads documentaries and encyclopedia type things that are way above his age range. Very smart, very interested in mechanical things and history. I swear this kid has lived past lives. He seems to know too much and catch on to quick than any other kid I've known. I have posted this story twice before. A few years back I rented an apartment from a friend of mine. He had recently bought it and had it completely renovated. He put it up for sale, but couldn't find a buyer, so I offered to rent it in the meantime. He did warn me about a neighbor that appeared a bit nuts. Apparently the neighbor had stuck a pencil up her dog's ass and asked my buddy to remove it during an open inspection point. After moving in I realized there was something really wrong with the lady next door. She was about 45, but looked much older. She would sit up all night listening to Christian radio shows and talking loudly to someone. It got to the point where I couldn't sleep, so I went over to her place and asked her to keep it down. She opened her door, and I got a quick peek. Her walls all had crosses painted on them in different colors, and words like Jesus and angels scribbled everywhere. The windows were painted black, letting no light in at all. It was damp, yellow-stained 50-year-old carpets, dog shit and cockroaches everywhere. No dog though. I asked her to please keep it down. She just looked at me and shut the door. Then she turned up the radio even louder. The next night I had my girlfriend staying over. I wake up in the middle of the night and see a shadow of a person next to the bed looking at us sleeping. I think I'm hallucinating, as I usually do in the dark when I'm sleepy. But then the shadow starts talking. It's my neighbor, and she's holding something in her hand. She broke in during the night, and who knows how long she stood there. You should lock your door at night, she says, and walks out. The next morning I hear someone making strange noises below my bedroom window. I tease my neighbor talking to herself in tongue. She has a plastic bag in her hand with her rotting dead dog inside. It's hot as hell outside, and I can smell death from the bag. At this point I'm scared shitless. She's obviously very insane. I go upstairs and knock on another person's door and ask what the hell is going on. The guy is as scared as me. Apparently she broke into his apartment one evening as well, while he was watching TV with his kids. He got up from the couch to get a snack, only to find her behind the couch staring at him holding a power drill. Now I know what was in her hand. At this stage I'm basically pooping myself. I call the cops and they know all about her. Apparently she is a violent schizo, and she hasn't taken her meds. But they can't force her or enter her apartment /owe her permission, because she owns it. The only thing they can do is get her when she goes outside. I sit up for the next 2 days waiting for her to run out of cigarettes. When I hear her leave at 2 AM to go across the road to the 7-Eleven, I call the cops. They have 3 cars and a special van over in less than 2 minutes. They restrain her and throw her in the van and drive off to some institution, and in less than a minute it's like she was never there. I never see her again. Still have nightmares about her looking at me in my sleep. This happened to me when I was in grade 11. It was summertime, and I had just finished my shift at Swiss Chalet, Dish Pit, and I was going to skateboard home. My manager asked me before she left if I wanted a ride home. I declined and told her it was a perfect night to skate home. How stupid I was to not take her up on her offer. As I'm skating down the road, I notice this car slowly crawl behind me and shut off its lights. I didn't think much of it, so I carried on. I turn my head slightly and see it gently coasting down the road, inching towards me. Instantly I knew something was wrong. I had this lingering feeling of dread nipping at my heels. I began to skate faster. The car started to gain some speed. Luckily there was this narrow walkway that I darted into. I could hear the car's engine roar and speed around the curve, only to meet my stupid deer to headlights look. I jumped over a fence on someone's property and kept jumping fences until I came to the last one. I hoisted myself up and peeked around. I saw the car drifting around looking for me. As it bent around the corner and out of sight, I jumped over the fence and ran to the gas station. I was so relieved and thinking that I could hide in the shop with the attendant, but to my luck it was closed. The station was an empty shell of relief point, so there I was, hiding behind the ice machine, literally trying to melt into the brick wall. I took out my phone, flipped it open, and called my dad. Luckily he was at work that night and sped over with 2 of his friends. Before my dad pulled up, that car came coasting by. I didn't see his whole face, but I did see his grin under the post lamplight point. Probably one of the scariest things that's ever happened to me. I'll never decline a ride from a friend ever again, especially at night. I was in a hotel room in Macau when I was 19 with my girlfriend of the time. There had been renovation noises on the floor above and the lights flickering from time to time throughout the day. There was a knock on the door, and when I opened there was a plainly clothed Chinese guy who pointed upwards and gestured that he wanted to come and have a look. I let him in. He was carrying a plastic shopping bag and from memory wearing some kind of trench coat or similar jacket. Neither of us could understand him, but he proceeded to look around the place and eventually called me into the bathroom. He gestured to turn the taps on. I was getting suspicious, so I didn't turn my back to him. This went on a couple of times, and then I semi-sarcastically went to turn both on, looking away for just a moment. I came to with him leaning over me with a hammer, wrapped in plastic wrap, hitting my head with it every few seconds. Each time I blacked out, and came back, and tore some more shreds off him, and took out his knees with my kicks. I saw my then girlfriend come to the door and scream, and then run out. After about 10 blows to the head I then saw him run out. Fearing for her safety, I groggily got up and went after them. He went one way down the figure-8 style hallways and she went the other. People came out to help us. Never saw him again. I then proceeded to have a beautifully fantastic 2 years of post-traumatic stress and short-term memory loss, both of which have fortunately passed now. It wasn't until a few years ago, about 5 years after the incident, that I realized that he was almost certainly an organ thief and chose us as young fit Westerners with compatible organs to sell on the black market. It took me years, even after we'd broken up, to convince my ex that she had done the exact right thing by running out the door and alerting everyone on the floor. And that if she hadn't done that, we both would have been dead. I had an uncle who was a cop, and whenever he came over for dinners or anything, he would always give me lectures about how to stay safe. I remember he came to pick me up at school once, but I didn't see him. I had my head in the new Harry Potter book. The entire ride home he gave me shit for it, saying anyone could sneak up behind me or steal from me, and I'd never notice. At his insistence, I enrolled in martial arts. My dad had done TKD and my uncle was a firm believer in karate. I did a little TKD and just didn't feel like it was my thing. After years of not doing anything, I started up with karate at the end of high school. We started doing some classes that involved sticks. There's a special name for them, but it's pretty much half of a broomstick. I had to bus out to Boondocks to do karate, and by the time I got back it was always 11 to 12 p.m. With a 2-hour bus ride each way, I was almost always wear headphones and sometimes I was reading as well. One day I'm walking home, and I get this feeling I'm being followed. I casually slipped my hand into my pocket and turned off my music for a second, and I heard nothing. I kept walking, but turned my music down so I could hear better. I could swear I heard footsteps, but I wasn't sure if they were mine or not. On a couple of steps I shuffled my feet a bit but still heard footsteps walking at the correct pace I had been walking a second prior. Now, I was in high school, and, despite taking karate, I was not big, athletic or in any ways courageous. I froze for a second, though it felt like forever, and just listened, but didn't heard anything. I had this half a broomstick with me though, so I was a little emboldened. I checked my grip on the stick, and took my headphone out of my ears. I wanted to be certain I wasn't imagining anything. The stop, headphones out, stick check all took less than a second. But, God, did it feel long. Finally, I whirled around. I was still expecting to see nothing. It was probably just my overactive imagination. I spin and there's this guy behind me, not an inch from me, hoodie, sunglasses at 11 p.m, and I'm dumbstruck. I'm just staring at this guy and he just turns around and walks away. I waited a bit for him to go and then finished walking back home. When I got to my driveway, though, something just felt off. I figured I was just jumpy from this guy, who had obviously been tailing me. Nobody walks that close to you where I am from. The streets were empty. I get up to the door of my parents' place and I reach for my keys. When I feel it, something is really wrong. I don't know how I knew. My body felt something. I don't know why I heard something, but it didn't register consciously, or if I felt the breath on me, but it didn't faze me. I was sure I was just jittery because of what had happened a few minutes prior, but I couldn't ignore it. My brain was telling me I was stupid, but my body was screaming at me, he's behind you. I just couldn't shake it. I stood motionless in front of my door for a second or two before spinning around again. There he is. Again. He's less than an inch from my face. I've got this stick in my hand, but I couldn't move. I was just petrified. Instead of dealing with the fact that this guy is here, I'm thinking about why he's here, what he wants, what his plan is. We are just standing there, so close the noses are almost touching. Off he goes again. He did even run this time. He just turned around and walked away, back the way I had just come. I must have waited 5 to 10 minutes before taking my keys out and unlocking the door. All I can think is that this guy wanted to break into the house using my keys, but I'm still not sure. As soon as I get off the bus now, I do a shoulder check and take my headphones out. TLDR, guy followed me home. I caught him twice. The last time I was standing outside my parents' place about to unlock the door, read it, saw how long it was, and added a TLDR. Please excuse my writing. English was never my strongest skill. A couple of years back my friend and I are chilling in this back street smoking a couple of joints at night. Anyway, my friend got a call from his older brother warning him about a white van driving around and attacking people in the area. It's a white van with a blue spray paint mark on the side, he explained. We don't think much of it, forget about it. A few hours pass and we are baked as hell, just aimlessly walking around town talking crap and listening to music. It got to around 1 AM and we both decide to go home and sleep. Suddenly when we are saying goodbye, my friend freaks when he sees a white van crawling towards us. I tell him to chill out and stop pranging out. When it comes closer I realize it has a blue mark on the side of it and whisper to my friend, do we run or? When all of a sudden 4 guys in black masks jump out the back of the van and sprint towards us. We run like mad and end up separated. I run down an alleyway behind some houses that had 4 exits and look for somewhere to hide, realizing they knew the area as well and had covered all 4 exits. I jumped in a skip in the middle and covered myself with wall insulation and hold my breath. I hear 2 of the guys coming towards the skip. They stop running and sort of grunt to each other. They stand there for a good 5 minutes looking around in the bushes and empty garages for me. One of them made a call to one of the other masked men asking if they had found either of us. They then ran back to the van, where I heard it speed off. I wait a few minutes before getting out of the skip and panic thinking they had found my friend and drove off with him inside it. I give him a call and realize he is okay. He had rolled under a parked car a few roads down. To this day we do not know what they might have done with us. There was reports about this group of masked men for a few weeks after that, but no one was caught. All I know is that was the last time we smoked for a while. When I was little my grandma used to tell me scary stories when I spent the night at her house. Looking back, it was probably too intense for a 10-year-old, but she would insist, since she wanted me to know the horrors that were out there in the world. Anywho, one story that still sticks in my memory, like it was yesterday, was the time she reminisced back to when she was a wee lass. She grew up in the 1930s, and times were tough, so she worked nights after school. One night she was walking home, alone, when she heard this voice. Let's pause to paint the picture. Imagine walking down a sidewalk that's lit only by street lamps. On either side of the street woods bordered the sidewalks. The town is very developed now, but this is back 80 years ago. These street lamps were spread apart so as there was darkness between them. So she's walking down this street alone, and suddenly hears this voice inside her head. If you are a religious person, she insists it was the voice of an angel. Go to the middle of the street and run. She shanks the feeling off and keeps walking. It happens again. Middle of the street, run. Feeling fairly freaked out, she does just that. Sprinting down the middle of the street, she looks back and sees a man coming from out of the woods and freaking running after her. He must have been lying in wait, as she had enough of a head start to outrun him, or he gave up the chase. That's straight out a horror movie. To be running and something is actually chasing you. It gives me the heebie-jeebies. Another story she told me about, she divorced my grandpa since he cheated on her after 50 plus years of marriage. He always wanted her back, but she was too smart for that. She got the house, but he would still come around. I remember the time she told me how she found footprint in the snow right outside the bedroom window that overlooks her bed. She thought it was grandpa, but never knew. When I was sleeping over, I used to be terrified to look up. When I was waking up in case there was someone looking back. Point gives me chills just typing this out. My sister lived in Fargo, North Dakota for a while. She moved into an apartment downtown at one point. She was only there for a short time. It all started on the first night when she met the neighbors. The neighbors were shocked that someone was living there already. She questioned what they meant by that, but couldn't get a concrete answer, just saying it wasn't a big deal. One of the first nights they spent in the apartment was filled with weird noises, which my parents and I assumed were just my sister's way of creating a creepy story of her own to share with others. She said her door would randomly open in the middle of the night, even after she would shut it. The next few days things in the house would be randomly moved. Both my sister and her roommate were noticing things in different places when they came back into rooms. They then talked to the neighbor again and insisted he tell them why he was acting strange. When they first met him, apparently only a few weeks prior, there had been another tenant. He was a middle-aged gay man. He felt as though he was persecuted his entire life for being gay, which, late 90s and Midwest, yes he probably was. He decided to kill himself. He lined his entire closet with plastic wrap, then wrapped himself in the same, I guess to prevent a huge mess, and shot himself in the head. After hearing the story, the girls were clearly freaked out and left for a few days to stay elsewhere. Since they signed a year-long lease, they did move back in once they were a little more calm. When they returned, things were normal for a few days. My sister's roommate came home from work/college and turned the lights on in her room. In between each of the posters and pictures she had hanging on the walls were the words "I'm always watching you" written in a glow-in-the-dark substance, which generally needs light to power its glow-in-the-dark capabilities. The room had been dark and unoccupied all day. If I remember correctly, they noped out of the apartment for the night and ended up getting out of the lease after my dad went to bat for the girls. Since it's been 15 years or so, there's probably some details I missed. I shot my sister a text, and if I get anything more, I will add to this. My husband and I, plus another couple, took a leisurely road trip, caravanning into cars. We'd decided to only take secondary and tertiary roads to see more of the country and lengthen our trip to make it more interesting. That we did. We swapped drivers and passengers often, and this particular morning I was riding with the husband from the other couple in an old Mercury Capri. We were on a flat, long stretch of barely 2 lanes country road that had no crossroads, houses, or driveways for miles. My husband and the guy's wife were driving right behind us and had been all morning. I was in the passenger seat and saw my friend look in the rearview mirror and exclaim, "Whoa." So I jerked around and saw an odd sort of wooden-ish pickup truck speeding toward us, as if to rear-end us. It was between us and our spouses and gaining on us unbelievably fast. Just as I was bracing for impact and my friend was steering right to avoid being rammed, the truck veered left until it was in the lane next to us. Then it slowed way down and drove our speed, paralleling us for a minute or so. We were freaked and saying stuff like, "What the fuck? Jesus Christ. Holy shit, what are they doing?" We saw that the back of the truck was filled with people, old ones, children, some dogs, maybe a goat. The people looked costumed because they were wearing loud colorful vintage clothing, weird hats, etc. And they wore lots of clothes, even though it was summer in the deep south, and we had our windows up and the AC on full blast. Not one of these people looked at us. I don't know why, but we couldn't see into the passenger cab. After what seemed like forever, it suddenly accelerated past us. The instant it did, there was a bright blue flash like a camera, and the inside of our car was filled with a white fog, and what appeared to be a bazillion flecks of glowing glitter in vivid colors blowing around inside our car. We both shrieked and couldn't see the road because of all the fog glitter sheet in the car. My friend screeched over to the side of the road and stopped the car. We jumped out, hugged, and stood there babbling and shaking. Seconds later, my husband and the wife in the car behind us pulled in behind us and asked what was wrong. That truck. We pointed and recounted what it had done to us and opened the door of our car to show them all the glitter that had to have settled over the seats and surfaces by then, and all traces of glitter and fog were gone. We freaked some more about that, and we knew the truck had to have passed their car as well because they'd been following not too far behind us for miles. They said we were in their view the whole time. Yes, they saw us driving erratically, but there was no truck. Never at any point, ever, and that we'd been the only two vehicles on the road for a half hour. We thought they were messing with us and lying, because of course they had to have seen the truck, and they thought we were lying to them about the whole experience. Still freaked and now a little pissy, we drove to a small town cafe to chill and get things straight. Instead, we got into a serious argument with our own spouses because they wouldn't admit they were lying and vice versa. We've seen that couple many times since, and privately we always whisper to each other, "Have you figured out what that scary truck was?" We haven't. I'm an atheist and in absolutely no way believe in the supernatural, but as yet I have no realistic natural way to explain the bizarre scary weirdness of that morning. I would love to have one. Let me know if you have one. As it is, the memory sits in the back of my mind, pokes me now and then, and I get the shivers. I hope this met the requirements of the original post. Here's a copy and paste from one of my posts at r/paranormal. Maybe someone can help me come up with an explanation. This happened to my friend 3 or 4 summers back. This is what he told me, including all the details. He was depressed about his ex and was moping around and decided he wanted to go for a walk to get his mind off things around 1 AM. He is about a block or two from his neighborhood when he decides to take a shortcut through this townhouse neighborhood to avoid going beside a busy road with lots of cars. He says no one was outside and it was very quiet. As he cut in front of a house on the sidewalk, a figure starts to come into sight in front of the house by the doorstep. He says it looked like a little girl playing on the ground. She was dressed in white and had very pale skin. He said what took him by surprise is how bright she looked in the dark, almost glowing but not quite. As he moved past her to continue the shortcut, she stood up, and he said she began to look like an old lady. Her face seemed to change age. She was looking at him as he was walking away from the house, and at this point he saw, and I quote, "a black thing around her, like a bull or cloud." She was absolutely still and just looked at him as he was walking out of the neighborhood from a distance. He was extremely scared at this point, but started to calm down when an ordinary man, or maybe it was just a random car, I don't remember, was passing by. As he was leaving, he saw something fly above from the ground by his face and fly upwards. He wasn't sure what it was, so he just went on. He went home and immediately woke up his mom and brother and told them. I was not friends with him at this time, so he didn't bring up this story until I met him. Here's the crazy part. I decided to Google ghost stories around the area where I live and came across someone who had an almost identical experience in the same area. Detail for detail, from the black object to the way the lady looked young and then old from different angles, the fact she was on the ground looking like she was playing before standing up, the color of her skin and clothing, and object flying up from the ground. I believe the times of night were different though. Of course, I thought that this was just my friend playing a joke or maybe him posting the story online himself, but when I asked him about it and showed him, he turned pale and looked terrified. He looked like he wanted to cry. Mind you, this was an 18-year-old guy at the time. He swore it wasn't him that posted the story. The reasons I believe him are 1. The story was matched perfectly detail for detail aside from some minor changes that suggest that the person was somewhere else, but near the area in general. 2. The look on his face looked genuinely freaked out. He was on the verge of tears. 3. His English at the time, and now sort of, was very poor and his sentences aren't anywhere near as structured and complete as the persons who wrote the story. He's a Spanish speaker and back then, it was difficult to really read his writing without stumbling over all the mistakes. The story was posted not too long, maybe several months I think. I'll ask him when exactly it happened. He said it was before the date of the post, after this happened to him. Here's the link to the story I found, if anyone is interested. http://www.ghostsofamerica.com/note. One of the comments saying that their friend saw the same thing as me. I actually replied to the anonymous post to get any other information, but the guy never responded. Now, fast forward to last night. I'm at my cousin's house sleeping over, and we start talking about paranormal experiences, including my own. Mine was unrelated to this though. I posted about it earlier, if you're interested in reading. It is not nearly as creepy though. He begins to tell me a story about his friend. Keep in mind, I had not yet told him anything about the story about my friend above. His friend was walking around at night high at about 3 or 4 am. He sees a lady, dressed in white, on her knees praying at the doorstep of one of the houses in the neighborhood. He couldn't really make out her face and just ran his eyes away when he saw it. My cousin tells me that at first, his friend thinks he's just high and seeing things, but sometime later, his friend's sister sees the same lady in the same spot while she's driving by sometime later. I continue to ask my cousin where this occurred exactly, and of course, it happened in the exact same neighborhood that it happened to my friend. He goes on to call it the ghost of Haymarket. Haymarket is a small city right outside of Gainesville, Virginia, where we all live. At first I think that my cousin's friend is actually the person that anonymously posted in the link I posted above. However, that person does not mention anything about their sister seeing the same thing. Me and my friend are both freaked because it's pretty clear to me that there is a woman dressed in white praying at night in that neighborhood, either around or after midnight. I'm starting to think that it is just some crazy real lady that is creeping everyone out, not some ghost. I'm tempted to casually go ask around in that neighborhood someday, but I'm afraid that I might not even be ready to hear more stories. Thankfully, the ghost seems harmless. I know a lot of you will not believe this, and I don't expect you to, but for those that do, or maybe live around the area, maybe you could provide any sort of insight on this stuff. Edit. TLDR. Friend saw ghost lady praying in a neighborhood late at night. She had a ghostly white glow and a black ball of mass surrounding her like a cloud. I read about someone else seeing it too around that area. Cousin's friend claims he saw the same exact thing in the same spot. His sister sees it later as well. That's 4 people claiming to have seen the same lady in the same spot. About a year ago, my husband and I acquired a bunch of belongings of a famous bass player who died in the 80s. After acquiring these things, a bunch of odd things began happening in our apartment. Doors swinging open, my dog tracking something with her eyes with the hair on her back was raised, things shooting off the counters by themselves. The following story is the one that sticks out the most. It was early in the morning and my husband had just left for work. It was just myself, the baby, and the dog. The dog was fast asleep in our room and the baby was on her exercise while I made breakfast. I remember hearing what sounded like a paper bag crinkling and went to check on the baby, thinking that she had somehow reached and got something she shouldn't be playing with. When I walked into the room, the baby was staring, transfixed, at my husband's computer chair. The chair was spinning fast. Remember how when you were a kid and you used to spin your friends on desk chairs to make them dizzy? It was spinning just like that. The baby was completely on the other side of the room. We had a wall AC unit, so it couldn't have been the air turning on that made it spin. I started walking towards the chair and it stopped abruptly. Sitting on the chair was a crushed paper bag. We believe it was the ghost of the bass player living with us. We never got a bad vibe from him. In fact, we spoke to him by name when weird things would happen. We also made it a habit to play his music in the evenings. We have since moved, and weird things don't happen where we live now. To be honest, we kind of miss his presence. This happened about a year ago or so. One night I woke myself up screaming from a dream in which my mom died in a very brutal, awful manner. Hella confused because the dream was super realistic, and I had to remind myself that she was perfectly fine, but something still felt off point. A little backstory: I haven't lived with her in a long time. I started living with my paternal grandparents in high school during a really bad time in our lives and still crash at their house when I'm home from college. She's been doing a bit better, but she married some Duck Dynasty looking ashot that I couldn't care for, so I don't see her too much because he gives me some serious creeper vibes. Flash forward back to present time, and the more I lay there and think about the dream, the worse the feeling gets. I usually have pretty spot on gut feelings. As my nanny likes to put it, you got what my mama had, that weird gift, and girl you better use it. But I tend to write it off as paranoia. Not this time however. I got up and called my mom. It's 3 AM and she's a night owl, so I expected her to answer. Nope. Not even a ring. Go straight to voicemail. I'm starting to get a bit freaked out at this point and call my nanny and tell her I had a nightmare and please try to get a hold of mom. She doesn't question me and tries to call her herself, but also meets with voicemail. She calls back and says not to worry and go back to bed. She would go over to their house in the morning and see if she was alright, but I begged her to go check now. I have a really bad feeling about this. She hangs up and I never got back to sleep. Waited around all day and finally get the call back that night. I don't want you to worry, but, well, come to find out, when nanny arrived at the house, mom's husband bro was gone, and she was found unconscious in the floor, covered in all sorts of shit. She was barely breathing, and they had to airlift her to the hospital and treat her for being septic and all sorts of other things. She'd fallen, broken hip from a recent car accident, trying to get out of the bathroom, and couldn't move enough to pull herself back up. Husband is in his hole, and left her there, to go whatever the hell it is he does, and she'd been laying there for 2 faking days. Doctors said that, if nanny hadn't found her when she did, the woman would be dead. Point for those curious, mom's doing just fine now. She finally listened to me, that her husband is piece of shit in a rickety as pickup truck and we're doing our best to get a divorce through, though it's taking longer than anticipated, because he's apparently in some deep shit with tax evasion, and denying her insurance, attempted to murder her, etc etc. So there's all that. But in any case, she's alright and back to obsessing over animals and Facebook quizzes. TLDR, I saved my mom's life, because I had a dream that she was dying. That was actually true in real life. I've been reading this for several days now, so I figured I should share my own stories, of which I have several, though I'll share 2 on mobile, so apologies for any errors. These all happened during my childhood, pre-elementary school. Point first, non-paranormal. Point backstory: my town is a smaller town and my neighborhood is very suburban. It's basically a large circle with a road running down the middle. I live on the middle road. As a kid my friends and I would always ride our bikes for hours around the circle, ducking in and out of side streets onto the middle road and whatnot. One day my friend and I are walking our bikes down the road and a man and his friend call out to us. They were washing his car in the driveway and asked us if we wanted to hang out with them. My friend and I just looked at each other skeptically and made an excuse as to why we couldn't. They insisted and one of the men started walking down the driveway towards us. This prompted us to hop on our bikes and hightail it out of there. We didn't think too much of it, and after playing all day we quickly moved it to the back of our heads. Flash forward 10 years, the man in that house is arrested and charged as a sexual predator. In hindsight I should have told my parents about what happened. It may have expedited the process. I'm unsure if the person actually raped any children, or if he owned child pornography, but it's unsettling. Point TLDR, while riding bikes with friend, approached by a weird guy and his friend, we ride away. Years later he is arrested and charged as sexual predator. Second, paranormal. Point backstory, still in same house, maybe 4 years after the bike ride thing. My father went away a lot on business, and during this time I would sleep in the bed with my mother. All through my childhood I had night terrors. Terrible nightmares, seeing things in my sleep, etc. Point my dad was away one Halloween and everything went as usual. I went out, got a lot of candy, ate way too much and went to lie down. I was having a hard time sleeping, seeing shadows move around in the room, eyes adjusting poorly to the dark I assume. My mother likes to sleep with her door open for more circulation, something I never do, and after this have never done again. I'm having a hard time falling asleep, tossing and turning, when I hear a whisper in my head. PSSH. Hey, I open my eyes and slowly scan my field of view without turning my head and see nothing. So I close my eyes and try to go back to sleep. Then I hear a laugh, like an innocent giggle. This freaked me right the fuck out, and I turn to look out the open doorway. Mistakes were made. My parents' room is at the end of our hallway, and inside our hallway I see myself staring back at me. Frozen in horror, I watch as this image rocks back and forth, staring directly into my eyes and smiling. The creepiest smile I've ever seen. After about a minute I hide my head under the covers and tap my mother until she wakes up. She sees nothing, of course, and tells me to go back to sleep. It didn't come back that night, though there has still been some faint paranormal activity in my house. I've been the only one to experience it, not my parents. TLDR, saw image of myself in hallway late at night, staring back at me, and smiling, edited for formatting and adding TLDRs. Didn't realize how long this ran. This happened to me and my boyfriend last March. We were staying one night in an old hotel in San Francisco that was kinda creepy, but the room was nice and affordable, so we just thought whatever. The next morning he and I were going downstairs to check out, and we see this Asian guy in a white button-down shirt going into the elevator. We run and ask him to hold it, but he lets the doors close anyway, so we just shrug and press the button. Then, I'm not exaggerating at all, within 5 seconds the same elevator opened again. We got in thinking the dude maybe pressed the door open button or something, but it was faking empty. When we started going down I was super confused and wondering if there was some kind of prank being pulled, so I was looking around for a secret little hidden hole or something the guy could hide in, and my boyfriend said we did both see him come in here. Right. I asked him what the guy looked like to make sure we saw the same thing, and he said what I posted above, Asian guy in a white button-down shirt. Now I'm sure the elevator didn't move. They were old and made a lot of noise when in motion, and I didn't hear a damn thing when the doors shut with him inside. And I didn't tell my boyfriend this either at the time, but when we got inside the elevator I swore I saw the guy come around the corner in the hall before the doors closed, and he was giving us both a mean look. Edit. The place is called Hotel Whitcomb. It's pretty faking old, and one of the staff people was a giant douchebag, but my boyfriend and I had a good time and the room was clean and bug free. 8/10 would be haunted again. When I was about 8 through till I moved bedrooms at 12, I used to wake up early morning at about 3 AM. Every time I did I felt that I wasn't alone in the room and was scared of even moving too much, but with no idea of what was actually scaring me. All I knew is that I didn't want to look near my bedroom door at all. I refused to. So going to get my mom to come was out of the question. This didn't happen a lot, a few times a month at most. One night though, it happened again, and instead of the usual fear that I had gotten used to, I had complete dread. I can still remember how that felt. I couldn't move at all, not because anything was stopping me, because I didn't want to. Usually when it happened I'd feel fine after 5 to 10 minutes, but this time the feeling lasted so much longer. Looking at my bedroom door was the last thing I wanted to do. I would have sooner bungee jumped without a rope than look at the doorway. I don't know what made me do it. Maybe I was sick of being scared of what could have been nothing. I don't know. But what I seen terrified me. At the top of the door, there was what looked like the black figure of a hand. It stood out really well against the white of my door. It was rattling its fingers on my door. It done this 4 times and that shot back out of the door. After a while the feeling that something was still there was gone. I didn't sleep at all that night though. I put my telly on and watched videos all night instead. I told my mom the next morning and she thought that I was just being daft and thought nothing of it. But my dad believed it. He told me that he'd also seen weird things happening in the house. He'd seen feet running up the stairs on a number of occasions while we all sat in the room watching telly. He'd also told me that my usually placid dog would stand growling at the top of the stairs for no reason. I've never told my sister what happened though. She's younger than me and I didn't want to scare her. but eventually she moved into that room. I've moved out of that house now and have my own place. But I stayed there a few months ago while my parents were on holiday. We were watching a program about ghosts when she asked me if I'd ever seen anything when I lived there. I didn't answer her, I just asked why she was asking. She told me about how she would sometimes wake up feeling scared. Then she told me about that hand, that same creepy faking hand that had terrified the shit out of me. I've got a few more stories about living that house. If anyone wants to hear them, just let me know. So this happened to me a few years ago now, back when I was a senior in high school. I have a family friend that has a really large nice house in a quiet neighborhood. I would dog sit for her while they would vacation. Did this several times, and it was usually a nice break from my family. I mean, what 17-year-old guy doesn't love a house to himself for a few days? Anyway, over the course of me house sitting, I had some really strange occurrences happen. They always left me a gun, either a .40 or .380 auto. So to pull this back on track, I'll start with the first, and what happened most often. They had a motion sensor light on the back patio. Most nights around 12 or 1 the light would come on, and then turn off, then back on continuously for 30 minutes. The dogs would get riled up, and their hair would stand on end. Never explained this one. Probably the third time my house sat. I had dealt with the first issue several times now. I went to leave in the morning. Got in the car they lent me, and something felt off. The passenger door was slightly open. The glove box had been rifled through. Center concord not closed all the way, and receipts jostled. Nothing missing, but still someone had been in the car. And now for the final piece that I cannot at all explain, and it happened only a few nights after the last one. Around this time I had working on losing weight to join the army, so night runs were typical. I stretched, got ready for my run, popped headphones in, and stepped out onto the front porch. I looked left, saw the door to their camper wide open. Freaked out, I stepped slowly back inside. Backed my way up the stairs, into the master bedroom. Grabbed the .40, chambered it and walked back out. Clicked the flashlight on, and stepped into camper. Nothing. Nothing at all missing and no one around. Things moved, doors open, but literally nothing missing. Scared the absolute fuck out of me. Sorry for the long post, just really wanted to share. I had a streak of 3 dreams at my ex-girlfriend's apartment. I was driving the car on the highway and ex-girlfriend is passenger. I suddenly slammed the car on incoming car because I'm mad, and we are having this impossible fight. I wake up, kept the dream for myself, and started questioning myself about my mental health. I never had any manifestations of some sorts. Second night I'm passenger, same results. Same behavior second morning. Third night, random dude in the car. Blonde, short hair, blue eyes, metrosexual look. Dude starts saying weird shit that I don't actually remember. Random car destroy mine. I wake up. Girlfriend at the time and I are going on this camping trip. We pack our shit. Once all the gear is in the car I asked her if she wants to drive. She says no. I'm scared shitless of turning suddenly psycho and double homicide the both of us. I keep my cool for the whole ride. We camp for a week. We had a great time. We get back. At her place she asked, since we spent a whole week together I would like to have a week for myself. I'm like, oh okay, I'm starting to have a really weird feeling. We had no section this whole camping trip. So 2 days goes by. No answers to my casual text, 4 days no call back. At the 7th day I open the local news website. Main story, a torso found in a suitcase in NDG, the picture featuring this headliner, her car, her plate, and this is the corner of her apartment block. Got at her place as soon as possible. By running up the staircase of that 4 levels block I've spotted the police ribbons at the 204. She's at the 404. Get at level 4. Slowly walked at the door. Eating some sexy time behind that door. Confused. I knock. Sudden dead silence. Knock a minute later. Whispers. She opens. Messy hair, messy bed and a pair of guy shoes in the hall. It's a 1-room apartment and I'm standing in the middle of the place. I'm asking the guy to leave. He does. She spill the beans. It's been 4 months that she's cheating. We break up. When I walk out I realize that I've caught my girlfriend cheating on me because of a psycho killer in Montreal, and she was too busy banging that dude when the cops were calling on her cell to ask her to move her car out to the crime scene. Torso was found in back alley in a suitcase near dumpster near her car. So the dreams at 404. The murder at 204. The cheating at 404. It was not scary like scary, but damn. This happened about a few months back. Me and two other friends of mine shared an apartment on the first floor of my apartment complex. This particular apartment complex was newly constructed, and so the security was relatively weak. One of my roommates had a habit of going for a run every morning before sunrise, and he would leave the front door unlocked so that he didn't have to wake us up when he returned as we would still be asleep. He never carried the key for the fear of losing it while running. After a few months of moving and we noticed strange things happening every morning. We noticed that the food left over from the previous night mysteriously disappeared. Stuff from the fridge kept vanishing. All three of us swore that we didn't take the food once we noticed this. We were more vigilant. We locked the door whenever we went out, and these disappearances abruptly stopped, and life went back to normal. Then one morning, when my roommate had gone for a run and left the door unlocked again, I woke up to get a glass of water. As I entered the kitchen, there was this old lady who was dressed shabbily, eating all the food in the kitchen. I screamed like a little girl and ran back to wake up my other roommate, while she quickly ran out through the door. Later, upon inquiry, we realized that she was this homeless person who lived across the street, and every morning, when my friend went for a run, she would enter the house and eat all the food, while the rest of us slept in our bedrooms. We didn't call the cops as she just ate the food and did not steal anything else. We later told her to stop creeping us out and offered food whenever we had an excess of it, which she happily agreed. Not my story, but one I read a couple years ago and has totally stuck with me how terrifying it would be. I had to go searching the internet for it again. It's like a real life horror movie. Someone else's true story. My parents bought a fixer-upper kind of home way out in the country with not a neighbor to speak of for at least 10 miles each way. During that time, both my parents were extremely poor and was all they could afford. That home was in the worst condition you could imagine. There was no insulation on the walls, so it was bone-chilling cold at night and early in the morning. The master bedroom wasn't finished yet, and there were only 3 out of the 4 walls built. So with one missing wall, that gave anyone the ability to walk right in from outside with nothing but the bedroom door to stop them from wandering into the rest of the house. With that in mind, my parents put a lock on that door, but still it was pretty flimsy and anyone could kick it open no problem. It was a terrifying place to live. The walls were all wood because they hadn't been drywalled yet, no insulation. There was concrete for flooring because no carpet had been laid out yet, no hot water. And when you stepped outside you literally couldn't see anything because there were so many trees everywhere in each direction. At night, it was pitch black and you couldn't see an inch in front of you without having a flashlight. As I mentioned before, my parents were poor and this was all they could afford to live in, so they purchased this house with plans to fix it up. We only had one car and my dad used it to drive to his job, which was a 2-hour commute. He'd be gone from 2 AM to 9 PM working 2 jobs every single day, just so we'd make ends meet. This meant my mom and I would be home alone without electricity during the most terrifying parts of the night. One night my mom and I were wrapped in blankets on the couch watching Disney movies on a battery operated TV. My dad had left hours ago for work and we were starting to fall asleep on the couch when my mom heard what sounded like choking and hissing. I heard the same thing and the noise was so awful. Shortly after we heard a high-pitched scream and I felt my blood run cold. We sat there in silence and hoped to God it was just wild animals walking around the property. I remember her eyes went wide as the noises got closer and we began to hear what sounded like fingernails scratching the sides of the house, leading up towards the front door, which was no more than 10 feet from where we were. My mom whispered to me to stay quiet and to hand her the cell phone so she could attempt to call my dad. We have one cell phone that we kept and we could only get a hold of my dad once he'd gotten to work, so he could use the work line. While I was searching for the cell phone in the blankets, something started knocking quietly and it increased in intensity with each knock. Eventually something was full on banging wildly on the front door and a whole house was rattling. My mom's were filled with sheer horror as she quietly brought me to one of the rooms and had me hide under the bed. She desperately tried to call my dad several times until she finally reached him. He had just walked into work when he got her call. Immediately, he turned around and told her to grab something to defend ourselves with and to stay quiet. She called 911 right after she hung up with him. Both my dad and the police wouldn't arrive for 2.5 hours due to how far away we lived from the next town point. In that time we truly experienced the worst night of our lives. Eventually the banging became even louder and was all over the house, coming from every direction. We heard animal-like noises and hideous sounding laughter. We were sitting in darkness as this went on, and at one point someone shined a flashlight right into our faces from the window. Whatever it was could see us, but we couldn't see them. We ran back to the small living room and we could hear footsteps in the master bedroom. Someone had entered from the unfinished wall, and they were walking around in circles and dragging something. It was literally the worst thing I've ever been through. We were without means of communication, 2 hours away from town, no neighbors, in total darkness, and without any car. The only option we had at that point was to wait and pray that whatever was out there didn't get in or run out the door into straight darkness in the middle of nowhere. My mom and I just crawled into a corner away from windows and sat there crying quietly until the noises suddenly stopped and we were in total silence. Everything was still and we didn't hear anything any longer for about an hour. It gives me chills just thinking about it. Finally, we saw headlights fast approaching and my mom knew it was my dad. He'd finally got there, and the police did shortly after as well. The police searched the entire area and looked all over the house, room by room, after we left for a hotel with a police escort. The next day, they told my parents that they found 6 different sets of footprints outside a house and in the master bedroom. The police said they all lead back into the woodsy area and they were unable to track them any further due to the terrain. The police also told my parents they found some empty gas cans off into the brush a few yards away from where our front door was. They also provided pictures of our front door that had been nearly broken down with what looked like hundreds of deep scratches. The police were pretty disturbed by what we told them and what they found. They told us that it wasn't a good sign that there were 7 people wandering around in the dark in the middle of nowhere when there wasn't a house besides us for miles. It was even suggested that it might have been a cult or a group of severely disturbed people who lived in the area as well. We never came back to that house after that night and we went to live with a family member out of state. I still don't know what those people were doing and why they did what they did. I don't know how they found our house or if they had been watching us and for how long. It was 2005. I had just graduated high school and was attending a 4-year university in a town nearby. My husband, boyfriend at the time, was also attending a university close by, so we decided to move closer to campus. We found a couple who owned a house just down the street from my husband's school renting out a room. They seemed nice, mid-20s, also attending school, and another couple made the roommate situation less awkward. A few months go by. We get along with the guy great. He's laid back, hilarious, enjoys craft beers and good food. The girl we find a little difficult at times with her type A personality, but we don't fight and learn to bite our tongue at times to maintain peace. The couple starts to have fights. Usual couple stuff, but over the course of a few days they become more frequent, louder, and end up with her in tears and one or the other storming out of the house. During this time she comes to us and says they have decided to rent out the remaining free room of the house for extra money. They would be renting it out to someone they worked with and assured us we would like them. My husband and I weren't keen on another roommate, especially since their room would be next to ours and we would now have to share the guest bathroom, but we understood financial stress and it wasn't our house nor our decision. The guy moved in. Early 30s, bald, pale blue eyes, very talkative, eccentric, and overall strange. He was the type who would overly stress how different he was. He would get into fits over society and how ignorant the masses were. He was a recluse most of the time, but once he was out of his room the whole house had to hear whatever it was he was rambling about. I enjoy a good conversation, and being that this guy was my roommate I felt the need to entertain his rants. About a month into him staying with us, he admitted to me that he was a Satanist. At first not a big deal. I actually knew a few in high school. Though we weren't friends, I didn't mock them. I even have a copy of the Satanic Bible which I borrowed from a friend who later passed, just to see what it was all about. One night I wake up from my sleep with a strange feeling. At first I don't want to open my eyes for fear that someone will be standing over me, but I convince myself to. Nothing is there. Then why isn't the sinking in my stomach going away? I haven't moved, my eyes are scanning the room in fear. Just then the covers move. I look to the bottom right corner of the bed and notice a pinch in the sheets as they slide off. I'm dreaming. This isn't real. I look over at my husband asleep next to me and notice the covers moving down from his chest slowly towards his stomach. I gasp. A shadow darts across the room, where the wall and the ceiling meet. I wake up my husband freaking out, and he has to console me back to sleep. The next day, after only a few hours of sleep, I go into the kitchen for breakfast. Our new roommate is already there at the table. I figure that he would believe me, and without hesitation, tell him my experience. He looks surprised. He gets up, goes to his room, and brings back a spiral notebook. He shows me some sign inside it that he drew, and explains that he is a chaos magician, and that night around 3 AM he cast a spell on the female roommate of the house. I have no idea why. According to him, it was a demon that was supposed to carry it out, and they can get sidetracked with other mischief, as he so put it. He apologized profusely, to which point I told him, if he didn't control his magic I would let it be known to the other couple in the house and he would most likely have to find another place to live. I didn't experience anything like that again afterwards, and I noticed that he had started drawing the symbol around the house and on the sidewalk with chalk. I still wonder what the spell was that he cast, and what exactly that was that I experienced. Two adult men followed my friend and I around a mall when we were 11. They looked like they were in their 30s, and they kept staring at us and smiling. The mall wasn't huge, but we started to get really creeped out when they ended up in the same Claire's store as us. I want to clarify that we were 100% not the types of girls you could confuse for even a few years older. She and I were small and often mistaken for elementary school aged. I got really scared, so I went to the payphone to call my dad, who instructed us to stand next to the help kiosk and wait for him to retrieve us. This sort of thing happened often starting at that age point. When I was 15 I worked at Jack in the Box. My boss was really creepy and liked to stand close enough that he'd be touching me. He would approach me with his clipboard and his hand would brush against my chest. So I started crossing my arms over my chest. When he was near I started working at Taco Bell when I was 18. One night I was working the late night shift, second drive-through window, which meant all I did was hand out drinks, ask if they want sauce, awkwardly stand there as they stare at me while we wait for their food, bag the food, and hand it out. This was a particularly busy night, and we had plenty of cars in our drive-through. A massive unmarked silver van pulled up to my window. The guy's driving, the lady is a passenger, but she's practically in the guy's lap. I ask if they want sauce, and they make their selection as I hand them their drinks. The whole time, though, they're just staring at me and smiling. They start making out and talking and finally the girl turns to me and they're both laughing and she says, "My brother and I think you're so cute." She says other things along the same lines and the guy is backing her up with words of agreement. It's starting to feel awkward and embarrassed because 1. I'm still wondering if they're actually brother and sister and why they're comfortable revealing their incestual relationship, and 2. Their compliments are way overboard and they're looking at me like they want to eat me and rape me at the same time. I'm trying my hardest to not act freaked out. Relieved that their order is finished, I begin handing out their bag. The girl leans over the guy and makes like she's going to grab the bag, but grabs my forearm instead, stroking it with her thumb as she says, "We just wanna take you home with us. Just climb out the window and in with us, and you'll never have to work again." I awkwardly laugh, pull my arm away, shove the bag at her again, and tell her to have a nice night. I really could go on about the creeps I've encountered. I've been followed around stores by smiling men more often than I care to admit. I've had an adult woman force herself on my 16 years old at the time DD mat at the theater so she could help me out, which apparently involved her holding my hips and pressing our bodies together while she stomped on the squares. The sick part is, by the time I started to look 20 years old, all of this stopped. At 21 people mistook me for a 16-year-old on a regular basis. So while I looked 18 or younger, that's when all this crap happened to me. Point being, a young person is faking terrifying. I will never deny that the same sort of crap happens to young boys as well. I know I'm a little late, but I'll go for it anyways. Last summer I was in my neighbor's kitchen as they nonchalantly bring up the time they met the angel of death. Now this isn't one of my neighbors, this is the whole family. I'm talking parents, kids, and cousins, all of whom I have known for years, agreeing that they saw the angel of death. Perplexed, I had to ask them to tell me how they met this figure. Several months back their grandfather was dying in nursing home only a couple of hours away from where I live. He's old, frail, and at his age people don't tend to ask how he died when he passes, they just assume it was his time. He has been in a great deal of pain for some time now. 6 of my neighbors crowd the room he is staying in. His condition isn't getting any better, and the doctors figure he has a month, if only a few weeks left. As they are in the room, a tall and well-built black man walks in. He is dressed in a fine white suit and has an expensive looking silver watch on his wrist and several rings to match, decorating his fingers. In a thick African accent, he says, "I'm here for Gerald the grandfather." He rolls up the sleeves on his suit and puts latex gloves on, then begins to unwrap the bandage on the grandfather, slowly taking his time to uncoil the gauze and cotton carefully with his hands. He discards of the bandages, dried and wet from blood, and just as carefully wraps him up again. My neighbors will assume that he is with the nursing home. Maybe it was partial shock or exhausted from watching a loved one begin to pass, but they all allow it to happen, albeit they find it strange. I believe he had identification from the nursing home on him. When the man in white is finished, he tells them, "I'm done here," very casually walking away. The grandfather would pass away a couple hours later in his sleep. My neighbors called the nursing home a couple days later to thank them for everything, and right before she hung up the phone she asked about the man in white. She gave a description and asked who that man was. He had very distinctive attributes. Apparently no one with that description worked there or had ever worked there. In fact, my neighbors were the only ones who had even seen a man with that description there. They even asked them if they could look through the security footage. Nothing. A couple weeks later they described the incident to someone, and they said they had heard of something similar before, and that it was the angel of death. My friend recently told me a spooky story about a friend of his, so while I've heard it through the grapevine it probably didn't change much. I trust the guy I heard it from. Anyway, he apparently knew a kid whose little sister developed an imaginary friend. She was young, and imaginary friends aren't uncommon, so it wasn't too alarming at first. However, quite soon after the daughter began her imaginary friendship, her parents discovered that they were expecting, and the date of conception would have been around the exact time that their daughter met her imaginary friend. Weird, but not totally unexpected, because there are probably a lot of factors, including the parents' attempts to have another child and their possible diversion of attention away from their daughter and toward their new baby, that could lead her to develop an imaginary friend right at that point. But it gets weirder. Imagine that, on this thread, wow. So yeah, this kid has an imaginary friend, whatever, cool. Her parents are expecting a child, nice. Things are pretty good. However, a while into the pregnancy, the mother sadly miscarries and loses the baby. This is traumatizing for the parents, I'm sure, but they didn't share the news with their children, the daughter and her older brother, who passed their story on. So the parents haven't told their kids about the miscarriage, but the son notices that his little sister isn't talking to her imaginary friend anymore. He asks her what happened, and she calmly replies that the friend died. This is within a few days of the miscarriage. Then, the parents revealed to their kids that they lost the baby, and that's when the son noticed that the visitation of the imaginary friend was almost exactly the span of the duration of their mother's failed pregnancy. It's not that spooky, but it's super weird to say the least. TLDR, a kid had an imaginary friend for the length of her mother's pregnancy, and her imaginary friend died when her mom miscarried. His happened to my family when I was 17. One of my friends dropped me off at my house after school one day, and walking up the steps to my front door, I noticed something strange. There were 4 windows, 2 on the left side of the door and 2 on the right side. The far side left window, the curtains were drawn. This is odd because my mother, nor does my sister, open the curtains in the morning before we leave for school. Not thinking too much of it, I opened the door with the key and proceed into the house. I'm immediately in the living room and I noticed the couch has a sweat stain in the outline of a person. The thought of being alone in the house, because my mom is a teacher and had parent-teacher conferences that night, and my 15-year-old sister was at dance practice for another hour, scared the shit out of me. I quickly get my phone out and call my friend that had dropped me off and tell him what I found. I waited for him for about 5 minutes before he returned and opened the door slowly. He notices the sweat stain outline as well. We decided to sweep the house to check for an intruder still being inside. After checking every closet and any tight spaces for someone to hide, we decide it's safe, and I'm advised to tell my mother what happened. I called her, and she immediately thought I was playing some kind of prank. She told me it could be any number of things and maybe an animal got into the house and was covered in water, which wasn't too far-fetched because there was a small stream near my house. Anyways, she dropped my sister off at home from dance practice, and after about 10 minutes of being in her room, she yells downstairs, "Hey, did mom do laundry this morning?" "No, I don't think so." "Well, a bunch of my underwear is gone out of my drawer." I immediately got sick and told my sister the situation of what I found earlier. After telling her, we both are now scared shitless and decide to make another desperate attempt to tell mom this time. She comes home and investigates for herself and finds out that some of her underwear had been taken as well. The very next day, she buys new locks for the front and back door and has the locks on the windows checked by the landlord. 2 months later, some random Saturday afternoon, and me, mom and sister are coming home from getting something to eat. We pull into the driveway to see that both the curtains on the left side windows were drawn. We all proceed with caution. Me being the man of the house, I walk into the living room, into the kitchen, and there's a pile of vomit on the linoleum floor and a men's tube sock that was tattered and dirty laying a few feet away. We all check the house, and after we decide it's clear, my mom calls the police and tells them what we found and about what I had found coming home a couple months prior. It didn't appear anything was stolen this time. Cops drove by our house during the daytime for a few weeks, but didn't report anything suspicious. Nothing like this ever happened again, and we ended up moving away 2 years later. To this day, I'm 23 now, I still wonder who it was that got into the house, and I deadbolt every door in my apartment. The scariest thing that happened to me was during a run through the park. I was on the track team, and track season had just ended, and I was looking for some enjoyment out of running, so I headed to the park. Now, this park is literally right next to the house that I lived in, right across the street from the science building on our campus. The park has a bike trail that goes miles and miles into the park, but it's big enough for runners to share too. So, I'm running through this park, maybe get a mile in, and I hear someone on a bike behind me. I thought it was strange because they were matching my pace, but I figured they were just trying to find a good opportunity to pass, so I waved the person on. He didn't go. Eventually I stopped and turned around to make sure that he would finally pass me, and he did. It was this guy, maybe in his early 30s. So he passes me, and I start running again. About maybe 5 minutes later, I spot the guy riding back towards me. I thought, well, that was short-lived, but didn't think anything of it and kept running. A little while later, I hear someone behind me again. I think it's someone just trying to pass me, but the person is matching my pace. At this point I figure I'm halfway done with my run, so I decide to turn around anyways. It's the same guy on the bike. I got chills. He kept riding though, so I kind of picked up my pace thinking I really hope I don't see this guy again. He's creeping me out. I go maybe 8 minutes of running, and the guy comes flying past me. I think okay, the entrance slash exit of the park is near. Maybe he's finally leaving. I was happy at the prospect of not seeing this guy again. So I keep running. I'm about to hit the final stretch of the park when ahead on the bike trail I notice something. It's the guy. What is he doing? He has his bike perpendicular across the bike trail and he's sitting there blocking it so people can't pass it. And by people, I mean, I'm the only one in sight. I freak out. Luckily, there was maybe only about 500 meters left until the exit of the park, and at that part, there's a road that runs parallel to the bike trail. I made the decision to sprint to the road and surpass the bike trail. I sprinted like none other to finish that last stretch and get the heck out of that park. I didn't even check to see if he followed me because I ran all the way out of the park and straight into my house. I thought for a long time that I was being paranoid about it, but there's no way that this guy had good intentions. Edit. Typus. Here's one that may or may not seem scary to you guys, but was quite chilling to me and my friend. 3 summers ago my friend Mick's parents went to Ireland, so we had his house to ourselves. It was our first summer back from college and we were just drinking a bit, smoking a little weed, that sort of thing. This detail is crucial to the story. We live in the middle of nowhere in upstate New York. Like, no houses for a good while. The houses that were in the area, we all knew, since the town is so small. I was a heavy smoker at the time, so we are on his front porch. I'm smoking a cigarette. He lives on a farm and has a sheepdog that lives outside in a barn. We're chatting when all of a sudden I hear the distinct sound of a little girl saying something I can't quite make out. I chose not to acknowledge it because we were a bit stoned and I didn't want to be that guy. 5 minutes later I hear it again and stop mid-sentence. Mickey says to me, "Did you hear that too?" This is the second time, right? I heard it before, but didn't want to say anything. What the fuck, man? Keep in mind this was at like 2 AM and we were surrounded by darkness save for his front porch light. Like I said, middle of nowhere, no light pollution. We are sitting there in silence now when we hear it again. Definitely a little girl. We still can't really make out what she's saying, but she's saying it in an almost cliché sing-song manner. It sounds like it's coming from down the road, where there isn't another house for a mile at least, and that family doesn't have a little girl. All of a sudden Mick's dog starts going faking nuts and sprints off into the darkness, howling and making really frantic dog noises. That's the end of it. This isn't r/nolep, so we didn't die, and his dog is fine. But honest to God, that night was creepy as fuck, and we still get chills thinking about it. Edited for spelling and some minor details. One Friday night my senior year of high school, 2 of my friends and I went to go see a movie. After the movie ended, around 11ish, we decided to go to our school and mess around in the parking lot with our scooters. Cool, I know. The light posts were on and there were a few other cars in the parking lot. People occasionally leave their cars over the weekend. Anyway, as we were riding around we noticed that one of the gates that leads into the main quad courtyard area was unlocked. Naturally, we decided it would be fun to do a little late night exploring. We entered the courtyard and continued down to the cafeteria building through this alleyway. Once you reach the cafeteria, you can turn left to go to the football and soccer fields or turn right and go to the elementary school playground. We made it to the cafeteria and started talking. As we are talking, we noticed that there seemed to be a little girl on one of the swing sets, just casually swinging back and forth. You could see her shadow because the floodlights was on facing the playground but nothing else. She wasn't big by her size. She couldn't have been more than 6 or 7 years old. We start to get a little edgy, but she doesn't seem to notice us, so we keep talking. It isn't unusual for teachers to stay late at night catching up on grading and whatnot and have their kids with them, so we didn't think too much of it. Anyway, we continue talking, but constantly check to see if she's still there. This went on for about 3 or 4 minutes, and she's still casually swinging. We decide to pack up and leave and look at her one last time. She's stopped. She's just sitting there not moving. I couldn't tell if she had noticed us or was just looking at the ground or what, but something changed in her posture. She's sitting straight up. As we turn to leave, she gets out of the swing, bends down, and picks up what looks to be a shovel which apparently was laying down on the ground next to the swing. She starts half running, half limping towards us. We book it. Thankfully the gate was unlocked, but I have never traveled so fast on a scooter in all my life. We piled in the car and locked the doors as fast as we could and drove off point. That is the most scared I've ever been. I have some minor stories, at least compared to other stories here. 2 paranormal and 1 freaky one. My aunt watched me during the summers when I was in elementary school and my parents worked. She had to go pick up her kids from summer school at one point and I stayed at the house alone and watched TV. I started hearing tap, tap, tap. I looked in the kitchen where I heard it, and the kitchen cabinets were opening and closing. And then a music box started going off. I just sat on the porch until my aunt and cousins got back. Didn't really freak me out, and I didn't tell anyone about it. 2. My friend and I were playing in our backyard late in the evening. Sun was almost down. There is a house directly behind ours and our backyards are open to each other. To the south of our yards was a very large hill with a row of pine trees at the bottom. An old lady came out on the balcony of the house behind ours. She definitely didn't live there. She told us to go inside because the hunters are out and they might shoot us. Weird. It got weirder when we looked at the trees at the bottom of the hill and saw a group shadows coming out with guns. We ran inside, told my parents. They blamed it on TV3. This is a weird one. Me and 3 friends drove to cars to a party about an hour away from where we lived. We drove back in 2 cars, 2 people each. In rural Kansas, we took 2 lane paved county roads. They are everywhere. We passed through a small town, a couple thousand people maybe, and got back up to highway speed. In the middle of the road was a giant white owl. It was taller than my car, probably 5-6 foot tall. I swerved around it, looked in my mirror, and saw my friend behind me swerve around it. We got home around midnight and we all saw it, but none of us believed it. I told my mom the next morning, and she swears the same exact thing happened to her right outside of the same small town a few years prior. I'm more flabbergasted by this than the ghost stories. On one of the first patrols I went on in Afghanistan, we found a wrecked Soviet truck in a clearing at the entrance to a small rocky pass between 2 hills, shot to sheet and burned, with shell casings and rusty ACMAGs scattered about. That was creepy enough. Even without what came later, we stopped in another clearing on the opposite side of the pass, a cluster of trees in a shallow dip in the ground. I still can't quite process the scene. I hate thinking about it. There were these 5 trees, and each one of them had a human skull nailed to it with a large metal spike, nailed right through these skulls, and into the trees. One of them was through the eye socket. Another was where the mouth was, where the upper and lower jaw meet. There were random bones scattered around the trees, the bones of these men with their heads nailed to trees. One of the squad leaders found a set of ID tags. Russians. Those men had been Soviet soldiers, doubtlessly the crew of the truck we'd seen. The Afghans had either killed them and then nailed them to trees, or, and this is what freaks me out still, done that while at least some of them were alive. Can you imagine that? How terrified those Russian soldiers must have been either way. I wish I couldn't. I had nightmares about that for years. Always the same thing, that it was me and my friends being nailed to trees, some dead but me alive, and the Afghans nailed up the others one by one until they got to me, and they'd put the spike over my eye and raise that hammer, and then I'd wake up. I'm sorry if I went off topic quite a bit. I don't like thinking about this. Back when I worked at a coffee shop, I was the only steady closer for about a year. Even on nights, when I wasn't scheduled to work, I had to come in to close the drawers, because none of the other employees would stick around long enough to learn/get access. So I had plenty of creepy regulars that would stick around until we closed at 9 p.m. One night, I was closing with a new girl, and a pseudo-regular brought in a bag of Hershey chocolates for employees to share. Stuff like that was normal, so we both ate a few and went back to work. Didn't occur to me until the next day that that is the exact sheet we've been warned against since kids. No faking candy from no faking strangers. I thought it was opiates because bright lights, dizziness, giddiness, and constricted pupils were symptoms Google agreed with. I was too jiggly to really care, but at the same time, I knew we were in deep shit, and I felt terrible. because I was responsible for my coworker, and I just got us both drugged. Point still, we were feeling good, so we didn't feel like calling the police. I instead texted one of the owners and the manager to let them know. The owner called to check on us, but did nothing other than that. He later told me he thought I had been lying about it, so didn't bother with doing anything. The manager also thought we were joking, and told us to save him some of the candy. Point it started wearing off as it got darker, and I started getting nervous. But my coworker had decided to smoke a bowl earlier during her break, so we really didn't want to risk the police now. In the end, I called my guy friend and let him know what had happened. He grabbed a few of his friends, and they all sat in the cafe until we closed, just to make sure the earlier customer wouldn't come back and try anything. Point I had to wait a few days until my next day off to finally make it to the police station to try to file a report or something. The other owner of the cafe found out about the incident when I called him to let him know I was trying to report it. He and the other owner are married, and the other owner hadn't thought to mention to him that 2 of their female employees had been drugged while on shift. But in the end, the police couldn't do anything. We didn't have cameras, we didn't know the customer's name, and we'd have to pay to have the candy tested. Point the only thing that changed since then was that the owners refused to let only girls close the cafe since. But then they cut hours, so there's now only one person closing. So good luck to whoever still has that faking job. Point TLDR 2 female employees drugged by customer, ignored by owner/manager, still finished late closing shifts. Don't take candy from strangers, damn it. So, this is going to sound cliche from the start, but it actually did happen. Point in the summer of 2011, my friends and I were making a film. We were about to graduate from high school, and making dumb movies was a pastime of ours. It was May, and we were about 4 days away from graduating. We had finished our final exams, and decided to get a start on the movie, so we'd have it done by August, before everyone went to college. Point it was Friday, May 13th, 2011. We were filming things for the opening credits of our movie. After we had finished shooting a scene, we put the camera up and were getting ready to leave. Keep in mind, there was about 7 or 8 people all together in our group that night. My friend Joe and I had brought the group to this sort of warehouse area that was on the outskirts of the town we were in. We parked across the street from a movie theater, which was the last real public buildings. Before you got to the warehouses, one of the buildings that was in the warehouse area was strange. It was a large white building with tinted glass windows along the lower level and 2 entrances. There was, however, a whole wall made of glass. Through that glass wall, you could see one room. A white room with 1 chair and table, and a door on the opposite wall that you would walk through to get into this room. The light in this room was always on. Point we mentioned it to our group because we'd seen it many times and asked if they'd ever seen it. When they all shook their heads, we took them over to see it. Point you had to cross this overgrown field to get to the parking lot of the weird building. It was really dark, as it was probably around 10:30 at night. Everyone was practically running through the field, afraid they were going to step on a snake or a rat or something like that. We live in the south, so it wouldn't have surprised anyone. As we approached the building, it was almost too quiet. We showed them the weird white room. As everyone was looking at it, Joe's phone rang, and our friend Alex was calling to see what we were up to. Joe told him, and Alex said he'd just hang with us the next day. Point almost immediately after hanging up, a tan car came careening around the corner, speeding into the parking lot. It looked a lot like Alex's car, so everyone just kinda ignored it at first, until it was heading straight for us without stopping. The car drove in between the group, splitting us up momentarily. We realized it wasn't Alex when we saw the driver's door was red, as if the original tan door had been replaced with another one. We all stopped and stared as a tall, middle-aged man stepped out of the car. Without a word, he got out and looked back at us. He slammed the door and started walking our way. He reached into the side of his jeans. Our friend Jess then started power walking and whispered loud enough for everyone to hear he's reaching for something. We all turned away and started quickly walking away, but the guy was still following us. I remember looking back to see what he had in his hand, but it was really dark. It was too big to be a cell phone and didn't look like a walkie-talkie or anything. The only thing myself and everyone else could think was, this guy has a gun. We are alone back here. He's going to kill us. We turned a corner, and once the man was out of sight, we started running. Fast. As he turned the corner, he picked up his pace too. Not running, but definitely not walking point. When we had a pretty far distance between us, Jess ran into an alleyway between warehouses and told us that he thought we could cut through somehow. We couldn't. We quickly went back through the alleyway and ran, nobody looking back to see if the man was there. Ran. Another guy with us was wearing sandals at the time and stepped on a big rock and stopped. We turned around to see the man turning the first corner. We ran around, heading back to his car. After we saw this, we hightailed it around the nearest corner and ran back to the parking lot. Our cars were in point. Everyone was out of breath and sweating. Joe's girlfriend at the time was having a panic attack, and we drove back towards town, not looking back. We haven't really ever talked about it since that night. It was honestly one of the most terrifying experiences of my life. This is mostly from memory and what I know from asking my mother. When I was 4 years old, my parents had a really rough marriage. My father was very abusive to my mother, not afraid to be both physically and verbally aggressive with us, and to beat us. One day, I was taking a bath. I forget what I had done exactly, but my mother tells me what actually happened was he had gotten home from smoking crack and wanted to sleep on the couch, but was going to spank me for making too much noise while he was trying to sleep. When I heard him opening the bathroom door, I threw this rubber duck I had at him, hitting him. Hearing him flip out, my mom ran in and tackled him when he put his hands on me and yelled for my uncle in the front yard to come grab me, get me dressed, take me to town, and call the police. My mother tells me about how he pulled out tufts of her hair and left her with bruises for weeks after this encounter. As I get into my uncle's car, I'm sat in the passenger door. My father pursues us in his truck, all the way from Parkton to St. Paul's in North Carolina, about 0.10 miles. He fired at us with his rifle. I felt nothing but fear. We pulled into a Burger King near an ABC liquor store. My uncle at first went through the drive-thru and told them that he was following us with a rifle and to call the police, but my father was soon behind us and he still had his gun. He shot again. We pulled around and pulled to the parking lot on the other side of the building as he heard police sirens in the distance and abandoned his truck in the parking lot and fled on foot. I can't describe the look in his eyes when he saw me. The police showed up soon after that, obviously. I got out of the car finally. In the door behind me and all in the sides and back of the car were bullet holes left there by my father in his attempt to stop me from escaping his wrath. He was eventually caught, thrown in jail for a day. My mother was told that a father should always be allowed to spank his daughter by the magistrate and that he could have his rifle back tomorrow. She immediately moved to file a restraining order. TLDR had a rural corral in a car chase in which my father shot at me with a rifle. Parents eventually divorce. Please excuse and mistyping as I'm a mobile user. About 10 years ago my uncle and I decided to go out fishing on Long Island Sound. My uncle is about 7 foot and has a personality like a tree, but he loves his family and we love him too. So we go out pretty far, since the water seems like glass and everything is going good. Fish are biting and I'm having fun. I was around 12 give or take. We're about to head back when fog starts coming in from nowhere. I'm not too bothered by this, since we aren't too far from shore and it's still visible. As the fog starts getting thicker my uncle can see and getting slowly more freaked out, so he picks up the oars and starts rowing back into shore. The fog starts getting thicker, and within a few minutes there's zero visibility. What makes it worse is that, since the water is so calm the only sounds were the oars in the water. Suddenly a light passes over us both from further out in the sound, and we can hear a noise too. My uncle stopped his rowing and tries to look where the light came from. The noise is getting louder and the light passes over us again. That's when we realize the noise was a boat engine and the light was from the boat. My uncle calls out to this guy and he pulls up next to us. Seems like a regular guy, kind enough from what I remember. He was out fishing for his family and asked if we could spare some gas. My uncle, who happened to not have any on our boat, said unfortunately not. The waves at this point started to pick up, and you can tell from the clouds there was gonna be a storm. My uncle who asked this guy if he was gonna be alright could tell I was getting anxious to go, so he said goodbye to the man and asked if he was going in. The man told my uncle he was going to fish for a little longer and see if he can catch food for his family. My uncle asked the guy's information to make sure he would be okay and can check in on him later. He got his phone number and address and said goodbye to the man. My uncle started to row inland when the wind picked up and we heard thunder. By the time we got on shore the weather was terrible. My uncle was visibly exhausted. We both went up the beach to our family house and my uncle was worried for this guy and would check on him in the morning. The storm went on like this all night. When morning came there was only a light rain and my uncle called the number. It was disconnected. So my uncle decided he was going to drive to this man's address and check if he was okay. I asked if I could come with him and he had no problem with it. So we drove to his house which was a few miles up the road and knocked. A few seconds later a woman and her daughter answered the door and greeted us. My uncle asked if she knew the man at this address and showed her the piece of paper with the address that was on it. The woman put her hand over her mouth and started crying as the daughter looked at her and asked if she was okay. The woman answered that this is her husband's handwriting and he died 10 years ago, presumed dead at sea in a storm after his boat capsized. She showed us a picture of him. Same guy. When I was a teenager in Korea, it was normal to study well through the night on school campus prior to exams. I don't think I had slept for over 24 hours and here I was in the library studying still. Apparently I was so sleepy that I had fallen asleep while eating the lunch that I had packed. I must have been out for a good 2 to 3 hours and was surprised no one had given me a nudge realizing I had fallen asleep while eating. I figured the passers by had their giggles in, but brushed any embarrassment aside and packed up to head home. I lived out on the outskirts of Busan in a smaller town. My school was about 2 miles away from my home, and I'd typically take my bicycle on days that I knew I'd stay late. Immediately after hopping on my bike, I noticed a figure behind me. I turned around, only to see the empty football field. Thinking nothing of it, I continued to ride. A bit freaked out I peered through the corner of my eye and sure enough, there it is. A white figure following close behind. I quickly glance over my shoulder, and again, nothing there. What the fuck? Okay. Now I'm pedaling miles home as fast as I can, and as I approach my apartment building, jump off of my bike, throwing it to the ground and run straight into the building, and into the elevator feeling a bit relieved, and trying to catch my breath. I look behind me. Nothing there. As the elevator reaches my floor, I notice the figure behind me once again. I peer through the corner of my eye and sure enough, it's faking behind me. I bolt out of the elevator and into my apartment screaming mom. My mom, sitting in the living room watching TV, looks at me and says, "What's wrong? Why do you have a piece of rice stuck to the corner of your eye?" Definitely paranormal. Samoan ghost stories. My wife is Samoan and Samoan ghosts aren't like the ghosts we're used to in Western culture. There it's more like when people die they sort of just go someplace else, and sometimes they come back for a visit. None of these happen to me, but they all happen to people I trust and who aren't given to wild flights of fancy. Some years back my wife's niece was scheduled for a heart operation. On the morning of the operation, a few hours before it was due to start, another auntie had a knock on her door. Her husband answered the door to find a young woman dressed in black on the doorstep. "Hi, you must be Cyan. I'm your wife's cousin Sinner," she said. He was a bit puzzled as he thought he knew all the relatives and he'd never heard of a cousin Sinner. Nonetheless, he invited her in. "Sorry, can't stay. I just wanted to stop by to see how the kids were doing." Fine. Okay. Then, I must be going. Bye." And she left. What the fuck? After closing the door the husband asked his wife whether she had a cousin Sinner, since he'd never heard of her. "Yes, but she died 20 years ago when we were young, from the flu." The husband figured it must be someone playing silly buggers, so he ran out into the street to catch her. It had only been about 30 seconds since he closed the door and they lived in a cul-de-sac, so he should have been able to catch her, or at least see her driving away. But there was no one on the street. When he came back inside his wife was going through her old photo albums. She showed him a photo of her cousin, apparently asleep. He said it was the woman he'd seen, wearing the same dress as in the photo. His wife told him the photo was of Sinner in her casket. It was the dress she was buried in too. My sister-in-law was friends with a girl who later became a powerful chief and politician. Yes, women can be chiefs. I don't know the full story, but she did some sort of deal with a distant village, perhaps granted a lesser chiefly title to someone from there. Whatever the deal, in return they gave her something they called the tooth. In effect it was a sort of curse or protection spell that protected the female chief and her village. Point to this day, many years later, no one can cross that female chief and live. Anyone who even has a serious disagreement with her will waste away and eventually die, unless they are forgiven by the chief. The doctors can do nothing for them. As they grow sick, the mark of the tooth appears on their leg. It's a hard white triangular shape growing under the skin that looks like a shark's tooth. Point to Western, educated Samoans. It seems like utter rubbish. And my wife thought so too. Just another spook story to tell around a campfire. That is, until her uncle was affected. Point he was from New Zealand and knew nothing of the tooth when he got into a disagreement with a female chief while visiting Samoa. But quickly thereafter he started to waste away. The doctors couldn't diagnose his ailment, but said it appeared to be terminal. When he was very close to death, as a last desperate measure, his family called in a traditional Samoan medicine woman. She explained about the tooth and told the family his only recourse was to go to the female chief and ask her forgiveness. They took him to see her, she forgave him, and within a week or so he went from being at death's door to being hale and hearty once more. The female chief is a government minister these days, or she was, last time I checked. Imagine going up against her in trade negotiations or something similar. 3. My wife was visiting her ancestral village once when she heard there was going to be an exorcism to free a spirit that was supposedly inhabiting one of her distant cousins. She really doesn't believe in ghosts, but went along out of interest to see what was going to happen. Point the girl had been getting sicker and sicker, to the point where she could no longer walk, and again the doctors couldn't find what was wrong with her. A medicine woman, not the same one as in the story above, said the girl was possessed, and the only way to cure her was to cast out the spirit. Point the girl was laid out on a mat on the ground, and the medicine woman put her to sleep, or into a trance. Then the medicine woman started to speak to the spirit. To my wife's great shock, the spirit answered. My wife said the girl started speaking, but in the voice of a man. Not just any man either. The villagers gathered around identified him as someone who had died some months earlier. The medicine woman then tried to convince the spirit to leave the girl's body. He refused. So the medicine woman got tough. Having identified the spirit, she said that if he didn't leave the girl, she, the medicine woman, would break open his tomb and boil his bones. At this the spirit, or, at least, the voice of the man coming from the girl, said he was leaving. Point this was a bit that freaked my wife out when the voice said he was leaving. The dogs that had been lazing around in the sun suddenly all jumped up and started barking frantically before they all took off, as if chasing something no one could see. My wife said they ran off to a neighboring property, to the tomb in front of the house. Samoans often bury family members on their own land, rather than in cemeteries. Sure enough, when my wife went to look, the name on the tomb was the name everyone had been giving for the spirit. Point once again the girl recovered rapidly after the medicine woman's intervention. Have a few creepy stories about a house. Old farmhouse built in the early 1800s, so it had some history to it. My girlfriend lived there with her family. Not too long after moving, and they had some weird things happen. Not too crazy, just thinking you see something move or a shadow, and maybe some noises. Then her stepfather was diagnosed with terminal cancer and passed away within months. He died at the home. Point first weird thing afterwards was his dog. It would just sit at the door looking out it, as if waiting for someone to come home. Hardly moved at all for weeks, barely ate, didn't want to play or anything, which itself is nothing abnormal for a dog to mourn a owner's passing. But then one night he starts going nuts, wagging his tail, barking, just generally being happy, still looking out the door. My girlfriend's mom lets him out. He runs off towards the barn. Behind it are horseshoe pits, and there is the dog and a random Maine Coon cat. They were being friendly and playing around. Well, her stepfather bred this specific type of cat when he was younger, and it didn't look like a stray. They have long coats and need grooming. This cat looked well taken care of. After a few minutes, they separated and the dog returned with her mom to the house, and from that night on never looked out the door again. Something was special about that meeting and that cat. And it wasn't a dog running after a cat. They had about 5 or 6 farm cats at the time, so they didn't excite this dog. Second was my girlfriend get shoved down the stairs. Only really violent thing to happen. The stairs had a landing halfway up. As she got to the top of the first set of stairs she was shoved in the chest backwards so hard, she didn't even hit a stair on the way back, just landed on her back at the bottom. Whatever pushed her also left a slight brush burn and bruise on her chest. Then I had to house sit for them and watch the animals while they went on a girls only vacation. While the week I watched the house was mostly calm except for a few creaks and knocks, which could just be the house or me being too high, until the second to last night. That's when I was sitting watching TV and all of a sudden I hear "Play with me" clear as day. Not a ghostly whisper or anything, just a young girl's voice. I know it sounds cliche, but that's what I heard. Later I learned her sister thought she saw a little girl standing in a window one day, but when she looked back didn't see anything. Throughout the evening I kept hearing weird shit. Nothing specific like that though. I was pretty freaking by this point though, and started trying to tell myself all the regular stuff. It's just the house, my imagination, the wind. That's when all of a sudden from her sister's bedroom music comes blaring. What the fuck? I run to the room, open the door, see nothing, window is shut, turn off the radio, go back downstairs, and proceed to do some shots to chill out. Not maybe 10 minutes later it come back on, this time blaring country. It had been rap, which is what her sister listened to. I go shut it off again, and while looking for what it's tuned to I notice it is indeed a country station, not a top 100 or anything that might have rap on it. So it was definitely changed, and this radio had a mechanical dial. No way just a short circuit or something caused that. Her stepfather was a huge country fan. I never made it through that night. I turned on all the lights and tried to not be scared, but I kept hearing laughter, whispers, knocks, and bumps, breathing, all kinds of weird shit. I eventually left around sunrise to go home and sleep. Came back to look after the pets, but didn't stay the last night. Never had any more nights like that once they were home, and I would stay. Happened to me in high school. Constantly making fun of teenage pregnancy and how stupid people are is a given for any teenager. So of course after having sex for months with no signs I was feeling invincible with my now very ex-girlfriend. Fast forward about 2 months, and we break up for a lot of reasons, but she keeps following me around the school. I wake up to a text at about 1 AM from her saying she's pregnant with pictures of pregnancy tests with smiley faces and everything. She goes on and on about how our lives will be so much better when we are back together and raising our child or children. Yes, she implied possible twins. So I panic beyond all panics. I tell her we can't get back together, but of course, if she is really pregnant I'll help raise the child, Ren, and care for them, but we couldn't ever make it work. This goes on for a few weeks, then the creepiness sets in. She begins sending me pictures of ultrasounds which I know are fake because they were off the internet and had the wrong name up top. I begin to call her out on it, so she escalates the whole lie and begins cutting her wrists and thighs and telling people I abuse her and that she's scared for her life. All the while telling me in person anytime I see her that she prepares herself for me every night and has been watching me sleep through my window because she misses me. Freaked out beyond reason I begin documenting everything she is saying / doing / sending me and take it to the police for a restraining order. Before it goes through she moves with her grandma to a completely different state and tells everyone at school the baby was born premature and died. Before she left she somehow got into my room and left pictures of herself naked and a letter saying I'll always be her. She texts me on holidays still, and I constantly wonder if she'll ever track me down and murder me. I was a camp counselor. This one summer I worked at a camp where we slept in tipis, 8 campers, my co-counselor and I. The middle of the tipi has a fire pit, and at around 3 AM the fire would usually burn out. I wake up, shivering, and notice that the fire has gone out. I start to get out of my bed to start up the fire again and start to notice that every single one of my campers is awake. not saying anything, but eyes open. It's pretty strange, but I don't say anything and start taking off the fire grate to add logs to the fire. One of my campers, let's call her Jane, sits up in bed. I get the weirdest ever vibe from her. I look around. Jane is on the bottom bunk, and the camper directly across from her makes eye contact with me, with scared eyes, before pulling the sleeping bag over her head. Jane stands up and walks towards the fire. Her eyes are open, but she doesn't seem awake, and just totters around. I walk towards her. "Jane?" I ask timidly. She turns towards me and gives me the most terrifying smile I have ever seen. I say, "Can you get back to bed?" And she goes to her bunk, sits on it, and stares at me for a good hour while smiling. I did not sleep at all that night. Jane got back up at one point, did a lap of the tippy, before sitting in bed, rocking back and forth before finally going to sleep. The next morning I pull her aside to let her know that whatever she was doing last night wasn't funny and was scaring others. Jane looks at me and says, "What was I doing last night?" And from her expression I can tell she has no memory of it. It could have been sleepwalking, but the way she smiled at me was bone-chilling. My creepiest experience had to have been when I went to Disneyland. Little bit of backstory first. So I was born with a terminal illness, and because of this, I got to do Make-A-Wish. For those who don't know what that is, it's where a dick child can get one wish, such as meeting a celeb, going to Disneyland free, swimming with dolphins, or whatever the hell else your heart wants that's reasonable. I've heard of bad experiences in the past about celebs anyway. I remember our hotel room was a very basic one. Layout was similar to every other cheap hotel place in the country. There were 2 beds close by each other, and then a sink off to the side somewhere, and then the bathroom at the side of that point. I had slept between my mom and dad in their bed. My sister got the other to herself, and I remember so vividly waking up. There was a dark figure standing by the sink staring at me directly. I felt something was off. I may have been young, but I could tell something didn't feel right. I tried to rationalize it, that it was my mom who had gotten up for whatever reason, even though I could feel her and my dad both still in bed with me. To test this, I said "Mom," and there was no change. The dark shadow was still staring at me. I then came up with a sort of excuse as to why I was talking to it, since if it somehow was my mom I didn't want to get in trouble. So I say, "Mom, can I have some water?" And then I heard my mom kind of say something in a very sleepy way beside me. That means 100% confirmed that was not my mom standing there. As my mom spoke, the shadow took a step backwards. I was so freaked out I forced myself to go back to sleep to just forget it. And then I woke up and let the whole thing go. I've told many people about this before, and they never really say much about it. Just typically, "Oh, interesting," or "Yeah, I remember you told me that when it first happened." Responses to this day, it still scares the shit out of me thinking about what that was in our hotel room. Some demon or some mentally ill person. Also, it is noteworthy my mom is very picky about locking the doors to everything. Everything being our house, cars, etc. She constantly gets up and checks. Sometimes she'll just wake up in the middle of the night and make sure she locked the door or lock the car door, even though it is in the garage. So there is little to no chance someone just walked in mistaking lot, since our door would most likely have not been unlocked. This isn't nearly as scary as the other stories here, but it creeped me out as a kid. One day, my mom was sick with something like a bad cold, so she ended up sleeping in my room, while I went over to my parents' room to sleep in their bed with my dad. Sort of like a not very effective quarantine. Maybe it was to distract me, or maybe he was feeling generous, but that night my dad decided to let me do a Halo 2 marathon with him. Knowing that my mom would disapprove if she stumbled in, I went over to lock the bedroom door. My dad found that idea funny and let it slide, and soon we were off slaying virtual aliens. Eventually, after a few hours, we both decided to call it a night and went to sleep. I woke up bleary-eyed in the morning, wondering what time it was. Not a moment later, the door suddenly swung open on its own. Aside from the creaky door hinge, the house was silent. Not even a whisper of a breeze through the air. My dad sat up in bed next to me, apparently having woken up around the same time. We glanced at each other, then back at the open doorway. I crawled out of bed and inspected the door. The handle was locked and stiff, just like I'd left it the night before. My mom's snores confirmed she wasn't the cause either. To this day, neither dad nor I know exactly how or why the door opened on its own. The story is not that creepy, but the house itself always left a tingling sensation on the back of my neck. I doubt anyone is reading this, but I do have another story. This one is either a nightmare or a case of sleep paralysis. This happened about 3 or 4 years ago. I was in the hospital following a surgery for my scoliosis, so I was also pretty doped up on painkillers. My dad, being such a great dad, decided to regale me with tales of all the children that probably died in my hospital room or even in my bed. My mom ended up shooing him away so that I could go to sleep. She decided to stay that night in the hospital since I needed help just to roll onto my sides and sit up. I slept peacefully at first, but sometime through the night I woke up in a half-awake state. Usually in times like this, I'm awake enough to be able to lucid dream afterwards. As I thought of what dream I might want to have, a stray thought crossed my mind. What about a scary dream? No, that would be bad. Think happy thoughts. It was a futile effort. The more I tried thinking about a more happy idea, the negative thoughts snowballed, and soon I was hearing a flurry of voices, almost like 1,000 children whispering to me. I tried to jerk my head away, but to my horror I couldn't even move. My eyes flicked to the side to see my sleeping mom, but on my other side, instead of the fourth stand, I only saw an aura of darkness. The shadow began to grow, blocking out my vision as the whispering increased in intensity, creating a pressure over my chest. I could feel the weight of the whispering children pressing down on my chest, my frantic breathing growing shorter and harder, until I could no longer breathe at all. The darkness quickly overwhelmed me and all I saw was black. Presumably I just passed out after that. The next morning I woke up completely fine. Based on what I've read about sleep paralysis, my experience seems similar, and I've definitely had many episodes of sleep paralysis since then. Funnily enough, these happened often enough that during the last year, my thoughts turned from just look away from the dark figure to god damn it, hurry up and get this over with, so I can move my neck. TLDR, you made the right choice. Once, maybe 2 years ago, I had visited a friend who lives in the forest for a movie night kind of thing. 4 of us were then driving home, dropping people off. As we drove out of the woods, a car appeared behind us and drove up close behind us. It was dark, and they were using the high beam, blinding my friend who was driving. It seemed like they did it on purpose, to get us to speed up or something, so the 2 in the back gave them the finger. They then continued to follow us. Every time she used the blinkers, they did it the second after. I was the first to be dropped off, and my street is blind, so noon goes down there, unless they live or know someone there. Yet they followed us all the way. At the very last turn, they indicated they were turning too, yet didn't follow us. We were sheet scared. From what we could see, there were at least 2 big guys in that car, and we were 4 little girls. They probably just wanted to scare us, because they were offended by the fingers. Though. One other time, with the driving friend, we were waiting on a bench at a train station in Copenhagen to go home. We both noticed this man walking around, holding his hand in his pocket like people do when they are holding onto a gun in their jacket. Suddenly he stepped weirdly close to me, his pocketed hand centimeters, an inch, or whatever, away from my face. I don't know what the fuck that was. When we got in the train, my friend told me she was scared for just a second there, that I was going to die. Actually, that should be a more scary story than the other one, but somehow this didn't freak me out quite as much. Maybe it was the daylight or the fact that it was over faster, who knows. This was when I was 13. My father had just passed, and my mother was out at a staff party for her school. She had dated a guy for a while, but he turned out to be crazy, with a record a mile long that he had managed to conceal from us. That night around midnight I heard the door close. Usually I yelled down, "Mom." This time I didn't get any reply, which made me nervous. Maybe she did hear me. I went downstairs to check it out. What scared me the most was what I saw in the garage. Nothing. Her car wasn't there. At this point my blood started to chill all over. Someone was in my house. I ran into her room and grabbed my dad's Glock from her closet, loaded with a full magazine of home defense rounds and a tactical flashlight with a strobe function. I came out of the closet shaking like crazy. This was not what you see in the movies. I was crying, scared for my life even with a gun in my hand. I looked around her room and found nothing. Then I noticed the shadow behind the door. There were 2 size 14 boots behind it. It was him. I turned on the strobe light and ordered him out from behind the door. He came out with a smile on his face. I told him not to make me shoot him and just leave. He got down on his knees and didn't say a word. I just stood there scared shitless. After a minute he realized I was going to do anything and ran. I heard a metal clang hit the ground. It was a knife from the kitchen. The cops said he would have killed us. He was tied to several unsolved murders and was convicted of kidnapping in the past. It still chills me to think if I'd been gone my brothers would be dead. I check behind doors every chance I get. He's still out there and it haunts me every day. Posted this before, but here we go again. I'm maybe 12 and my little brother and cousin and I are alone at the house. All the family went to eat or something. We didn't want to go and we play hide and seek in the dark. We turn off all the lights and I hide upstairs next to a closet door in the guest bedroom. Brother/cousin gets caught and they both come running upstairs to look for me. To scare them, I banged really hard on the closet door next to me. They ran downstairs all freaked out, but then they start coming up again. So I hit the door again. I'm almost 23 now and I still can't make sense of this. But when I hit the door, something from inside banged back. I can't faking stress enough that I'm being serious. I freaked out so hard and started screaming and crying while running downstairs. We quit for the night and naturally no family would believe me. Fast forward to 19-year-olds. I'm coming home from work, maybe 10 p.m, and while walking to the front door, keys in hand, someone from inside the house, who I thought was mom, walks up to the door, pauses for a few seconds. I thought she was unlocking the door for me, and turns to the left and leaves. We have a large wooden door with designed windows on it, making it hard to see details looking through. This is why I could only see a silhouette of a person. Also, explaining my house a bit so this makes a bit more sense. To the left of the front door is my brother's room and the stairway. Nothing else. To the right is everything else in the house. Carrying on, I get to the front door and try to open it and it's still locked. Weird. I unlock it and I'm thinking, why did mom walk up to the door and just walk towards my brother's room? So I go into my brother's room and the lights are off with him sound asleep. I wake him up to ask if mom was in there and he said no. What the fuck? I panic a little and run to my parents' room to find both of them sound asleep as well. This left one option for me. Someone was upstairs in my room since I saw them walk that direction. I go upstairs and search everywhere and there is nothing. I can't explain it. Let's go forward another year. I have a very bad breakup and go through a small insomnia stage, if you will. Slept maybe 3 hours over a 3-day period. Every night I had a nightmare that reminded me of sleep paralysis. I was always laying on my back in my room on my bed. Although each dream was different, it all had the same meaning. There was a girl living inside our walls. To me this is all very creepy, since it was so real for me. TLDR, nothing has happened since I've moved out anyways, but having something from inside a closet bang back at me, then seeing a dark-haired figure come to the front door, followed by dreams that add them all up, I don't know what to think. I'm a 20-year-old female who lives alone in an apartment. I live in a fairly large town/small city of around 50,000 people. The apartment I lived in for only 4 months was the source of much trouble and police reports, but only now do I realize how much my life was actually in danger. This apartment is motel style, meaning anyone can walk right up to the only door. My apartment had a bedroom on one side of the door and living room on the other. So from left to right there was my bedroom window, my door, then 2 windows in the living room. When I moved, I made sure to only tell a few people where I lived. It just felt silly for a lot of people to know. So one night, when I heard someone slam on my bedroom window, I was understandably freaked. I got up from my bed and convinced myself it just must have been one of my friends. So I ran to the door to try to catch them in the act. I flung open the door in my undies and t-shirt. What I saw was a tall man running down the stairs in a bright, neon yellow hoodie and black sweatpants. I called the police. They asked if I wanted to stay on the phone while they had a patrol car drive by, so I did. I turned off all the lights and found my pepper spray and a knife. I first kept looking out the window in hopes of seeing who it was, still convinced I must have known the man. I racked my brain and couldn't think of anyone I knew that tall or who would wear that outfit. The police said the patrol car saw no one, so I settled back in my room. About 5 minutes pass and I hear a car engine start, so I peek through the blinds. A white car pulled away with its lights off and passenger door still open. I think nothing of this man for many months other than trying to figure out who it is. Of the 4 or 5 friends who know my address, all swear they were home and gave my details to no one. I saw the car in town the next day and wrote down the license plate. Fast forward 2 or 3 months and I'm getting home quite late on a week/school night. It must have been close to 11 because I had left my gym at closing time. I'm normally very alert, especially at night, while driving. I'm one of those paranoid women who get into their car, lock the doors, and speed off without even buckling my seatbelt or turning on the headlights sometimes. I just want to get out of wherever I'm in case someone was following me or whatever. This night was different. I was tired and it was summer, so I threw open my driver's side door after parking in front of my apartment. The interior lights came on and illuminated the car so I could grab my bags. I had a backpack in the back seat, so rather than getting out and opening the back door, I turned around to grab it. When I turned back around, a tall man with his hood up was walking past my car. He wasn't there when I pulled in and was not a tenant in my complex. I freaked a bit and decided to leave my bags and instead made a beeline for my front door. I was settled in my bed, about to fall asleep with all the lights off save my laptop next to me on the bed. I half expected my boyfriend to come over, so I had left the door unlocked in case he was late. Before my eyes closed for the final time, I peered towards the window. The slot blinds were down, but I saw the shadow of a large man on the other side. Then I heard that loud bang again on the window. I grabbed my phone and pepper spray and knife, now in my nightstand, and huddled under the window. I pulled my comforter over my head and thought about the best place to hide. Surely he couldn't see me crouched under the window with the blinds closed, but I was feeling uneasy about having the kitchen and all my knives between the front door and my bedroom. I crawled over to the kitchen while I dialed 911. They remembered me and asked for a description of the man, which I could not give. They asked if I saw him right now, so I peeked around the wall and saw him. Now he was in my living room windows, where the windows were totally bare, no blinds or curtains. He saw me see him. He was just standing there, but after making sure he knew that he saw me, he walked down the stairs. I was hoping that was the last of him, so after a couple minutes of waiting on the police, I looked around the wall again. He stood there, no movement. I couldn't see his face in the shadows, which made it worse. He was faceless and impossibly lanky. I sobbed so quietly that my entire body shook. The cops were there quickly after and said they did not find anyone suspicious. When they asked if I saw him at any other point during the day, I realized he was the man who walked past my car when I first arrived home. I gave the police the description of the man's clothes again, and the car I had seen before. Showed pictures as well. I never heard back from them except for them to vouch for me when I wanted to get out of my lease 8 months early. I didn't think much of the man until a few weeks ago. I witnessed a bad car accident and had to stay around to give a statement. Every couple days I would check the news online to learn more about it. I came across an article about a peeping Tom. This was happening in the complex where I previously lived. He was tall and wore dark pants with a bright hoodie over his head. He had knocked on the bedroom window of my old apartment where a middle-aged woman now lives. Of course, they didn't name the apartment or the new tenant. I'm obviously speculating. They provided details about the neighbors who had made the call. The upstairs of my old building had 5 apartments. 1 was occupied by an older gentleman, 3 by single women, and 1 by a couple. The couple called, so that left the 3 women. There were 2 size of apartments and 2 of the women lived in studios with no real bedroom. calling it a bedroom window in the article makes me believe it was the one bed / one bath I used to occupy. When I was around 10, I was really into the Harry Potter books and would spend hours every day reading them. So when my parents, my little sister, and I had to attend a family gathering, I was just waiting to get home and continue reading point. So we get home, and I immediately jump out of the car and head for the kitchen, grab my book and start reading, while my parents and sister stay in the garden, talking and enjoying the sun. Whatnot. I don't know how long I'd been reading when I heard someone walking up the stairs to the second floor, where our bedrooms are. Now, our house is quite big. We have the basement, where the back door is, leading to our garden, where my family is talking, then the first floor, with the kitchen and stuff, and also our front door which takes steps to reach, a second floor with bedrooms, and the attic point. So I heard someone talking the stairs up to the second floor, which was a bit weird, because I didn't hear anyone enter the house through the back door, or take the stairs to the first floor, but I figured I just missed it, because I was so caught up in my book. About an hour later, my family enters the kitchen and my mum goes to her bedroom to change. She immediately returns to the kitchen, asking me why I opened all the closets and drawers in the 3 bedrooms. I tell her that I've been reading, but that I did hear someone go upstairs. We ask my dad and my sister, but all 3 of them had been in the garden the entire time. None of them entered the house point, so now we are all freaking out. My mum called the cops and they come over, but we never found out what happened, who entered the house, and how they could enter, seeing as the front door was still locked, and as far as we know nothing was taken. I didn't realize it at the time, but I was very lucky that whoever did it didn't decide to pass through the kitchen. I would not have been able to escape, and the walls are so thick my parents wouldn't have heard it if I would scream point TLDR. While I was reading in the house as a kid, someone managed to enter our house opening a bunch of closets and drawers, while my family was unaware in the garden and the front door was locked. Mine is kinda similar to some other ones on here. So back in elementary school I was a really chubby kid, so I wanted to start losing some weight. I started to get really into running during middle school, and I would use a treadmill and work out at my neighborhood LA Fitness. Back then they used to close relatively early on Fridays and I didn't know either, and I didn't have a phone either. My parents used to drop me off, and I would tell them when to pick me up. It was a Friday, and I told my mom to get me at I think 9:30 p.m. Not too sure, it's been a while, but I remembered it closed earlier. I decided to wait there, even though it was closed, and it seemed like all the employees were leaving. The gym was never well lit, and for some reason that same day some of the street lights weren't working either, so the area looked extremely dark. At this point the parking lot was empty, but for some reason a truck pulls into the parking lot and parks in the spot closest to the front of the gym where I was waiting. This big bald looking guy's cleaning his glasses while looking at me for a good 10 minutes. I was scared and didn't know what to do, so I stood there, and next thing I know he gets out of his car and starts walking towards me. I didn't even move, I stood there scared and paralyzed accepting he was going to do something. All of a sudden I hear "Hey-oh," and to my amazement for some reason there was parking on the side of the gym and a large Asian family starts walking towards the front with their cars parked on the side/back of the gym. The man halfway towards me looks at the family and makes a weird gesture, as if looking at a phone or watch. I can't remember. Then he gets back in his car and drives away. I honestly don't understand what that family was doing there, but I will always be grateful to the Chinese. At the end I ran to the nearest gas station and explained to the cashier what happened, and he let me call my parents to pick me up there. When we were younger, middle school, my brother and I rode bikes a lot. Even when I was doing other things, he would ride his bike around the neighborhood with friends. One day, one of his friends almost rode out into the road in front of a passing car. The driver hit the brakes and started yelling. The friend flipped the lady off. Nothing was thought of it, but then every time this car would pass my house, they'd honk the horn. Morning, noon, night. Then she'd slam on the brakes if she saw anyone at the window or in the yard, and she would flip us off. Once again, no big deal. Then it started to get creepy, mildly frightening. My brother was out riding his bike, and here comes a car. She suddenly veers the car off-road, as if to hit him, and he gets off the sidewalk and down the hill. She backs off and honks the horn and flips him off. This begins happening daily. I used to play a lot of roller hockey, and I'm the older brother by a year. She would flip me off, but wouldn't come near me at first. One day she actively is accelerating down the road after my brother and his friends. They pull up into the garage and run for the door. I'm standing there with a hockey stick and she just misses me and the hockey net. She stops and I come for her, incoming at her driver's side window, when she realizes she faked up and slams into reverse and pulls out quickly, almost getting T-boned by a neighbor as they drove by. She is fishtailing everywhere through our yard, and the next point things get quiet for a while. My brother and friends find out that she lives down the road with her elderly parents and that she has some emotional/mental issues. So now it becomes apparent that she might actually be serious about running them over. Well, we had one more run-in with her. She pulled all the way into the garage after them this time, and my parents saw it happen. So the cops were called and she was sent to a facility to live. Nothing was heard of her for years. I don't even know if her parents are still alive. Last year, my mother came home to see the yard was torn to hell. The neighbors reported seeing a woman pull into the yard and start doing donuts in the yard, destroying a new golden rain tree and few other small plants, and making large ruts through the yard. My brother hasn't lived around here for years, so I don't know if he made the connection, but I certainly think it's more than likely we had a return visit from our former neighbor. This was in the early 2000s. My uncle was an antiques dealer and was helping his best friend when his best friend got a call that his brother hung himself in an old Victorian house that he had bought less than a month before. He bought the house cheap because it wasn't in a great area, needed work, and no joke, was listed as haunted. It also came with a lot of stuff inside. The previous owner hung himself in there as well. Neighbors told him he should tear it down rather than rehab it. My uncle's best friend goes up north to settle the estate and collect the things in the house. He takes a ton of photos for insurance and real estate reasons. The day he got the photos developed, he came over to my uncle's house and we're there. We look through the photos and there's all these glowing orbs in every room he took photos in. All sizes, some photos had hundreds in them. The house was clean, so it wasn't dust. He didn't use a flash or have any bright lights on, and I checked his camera and the lenses and mirrors were all clean. He said he had chills down his spine the entire time he was in the house. We look at the last photo, which is the room that his brother hung himself in, and right there, large, sharp and in frame, was this ghostly, veiled female figure, staring into the camera, but her eyes had no pupils. She almost looked like a demonized Virgin Mary. We all collectively shit our pants. The best friend raised the house shortly after. I wish I could get into contact with the guy and get the photos, but our contact with him died with my uncle. This was actually fairly recent. I've told a few people, and so have the people that were with me, but everyone seems to think we are all a little crazy. Truth be told, we know what we experienced, regardless of who believes us. It was a crystal clear night here in Minnesota. Couple of friends and I are sitting around in a buddy's garage when we get on the subject of abandoned places around our area. A few of us had done our fair share of exploring and knew a few places. I told them about a house a few miles from where we were that had been abandoned for decades. The legend of the house was that a couple moved there after the husband got a huge promotion at work. However, unknown to the wife, the husband had really been pulling in money by borrowing from the wrong group of people in exchange for favors. The story goes that he was behind on favors and his debt had racked up. The wife comes home from work one day to find a note on her kitchen table stating that her husband was buried alive somewhere on the property. The wife frantically started digging after the police chalked it up to a hoax. The wife dug for years and never found the husband. She eventually went crazy and disappeared, leaving the house vacant and completely intact, with hundreds of holes in the yard. Needless to say, a few of said friends asked me to take them there. So we set off on our way. Nothing unusual. We got about a mile away from the house, and out of thin air fog rolls in fast from both sides of the road. At this point, my car begins to sputter, and we all panic. I whip the car around at the next field exit and try to get the hell out. The car is still acting like it's out of gas and my lights are dimming. I pin it, and we make it out of the fog. As we hit the end of the fog, I glance in my rear view right as one of the friends looks out the back window. We both could visibly make out a woman digging with a metal shovel in the middle of the road point. It's so unbelievable that I doubt myself a good amount of the time. But your eyes and mind only go so far when they play tricks on you. This was way too real to not be. I have never been back to that area, but found out that the house and sheds on the property had been torn down a few days prior to us being back there. Multiple farmers had called to report people trespassing on their properties with shovels. Coincidence? My story is from when I was a teenager and would go out hunting mule deer in the mountains with my family. Hunting was a big family tradition and kind of rite of passage for the men in my family once you were old enough to walk the miles and miles through the mountains and pack your own gun and gear. The deer during the hunting season are usually most active during the night, and you had the most success at finding the deer during the early mornings or evenings before they bedded down for the day to get out of the heat and get away from the pressures of being hunted. On this particular hunt I was about 15 or 16 and was hunting with my uncle and grandpa. We had decided to go out one evening to a familiar spot we usually went up in the mountains about an hour away from town in a very remote area. We started at about 4 p.m. and our plan was to have my grandmother drop us off at the top of a ridge that was about 7 or 8 miles long, and we were going to hike down to the bottom and see if we could find any deer and then have my grandmother pick us up in the truck at the bottom of the ridge later that evening. Once my grandmother had dropped us, we decided to split up in order to cover more ground and to meet at the bottom of the ridge, and if any of us saw or killed anything to try and call from our cell phone and to keep the phone on vibrate in order to keep from scaring any animals yet stay in contact. I started on my way down the ridge and just kept my eye out for any animals using my binoculars. I saw plenty of deer, elk, @C but nothing that was worth shooting. I really was just enjoying my walk through the woods, and before long the sun started to go down, and I started to notice that I was getting somewhat close to our meeting spot. I tried to call out on my cell phone to both my uncle and grandpa to no avail. I had no signal at the bottom of the ridge. Pretty soon the sun went down, and I was walking by moonlight. It was very frustrating, because I would have the light of the moon, and was able to see the rocks, holes, and was able to see by the light of the moon. Then the moon would go behind a cloud, and I found myself in almost complete darkness. I tried calling out again and still did not have enough signal to call out. I did not worry, because I knew that I still had about a mile until I reached our meeting point. My grandpa, uncle and I had always used a distinct whistle pattern to find each other in times like this, so I whistled. Nothing. I did not hear any gunshots or anything from before, so I assumed that nobody had killed anything. My grandpa and uncle usually made very good time on foot and were much more familiar with the landscape, so I assumed that I might be the last one reaching the meeting spot. It started to feel very eerie as I now realized I was alone in the dark and about 2 hours by car from the nearest civilization and in an area that is frequented by bears, wolves, moose, etc. A very cold chill ran down my spine. I whistled again. I heard a faint whistle that sounded like it came from behind me and sounded about a half mile further up on the ridge. I figured I must be ahead of either my grandpa or uncle. I kept walking, and about every couple hundred feet I would whistle a special little pattern, and I kept getting a response whistle that sounded like it was getting closer. I kept whistling every couple hundred feet or so, until I could faintly hear branches and twigs snapping of something moving behind me. I finally got to where I could see the headlights of my grandparents' truck, and called out to either my grandpa or uncle, whoever was behind me, and did not get a response. I figured maybe I wasn't heard and kept walking, since at this point I was getting tired and ready to take off my gun and gear and to rest my legs in the truck. I finally made it to where I could see the truck and see that the headlights and also the cab lights were on, and I could see my grandmother, grandfather, and uncle all sitting in the truck where they seemed to be talking and visiting and waiting for me. A slight terror went through my entire body as I thought to myself, what or who could be whistling in response to me and stalking behind me in the darkness. I ran the rest of the way to the truck and jumped in. I mentioned it to my grandpa later on, and he said that he has had similar things happen on that mountain before. It was just very creepy being that far out in the wilderness, where nobody lives, to think that someone or something was following me in the dark, and was close enough that I could hear it walking behind me. When I was a young kid, I would have dreams about the future, sort of like déjà vu, except that I would remember entire conversations, say a 3 to 5 minute period of time. They didn't come in any order though. I could have dreamt about it the night before, or a couple of years ago. They were always from my point of view, like I was a camera. Anyway, these moments would suddenly happen, and a cold shiver would go down my back, and I'd suddenly remember everything everybody was going to say for the next few minutes. The scenes would play out, everybody including myself saying all the lines exactly as I remembered. It was the most bizarre experience. It happened often enough that I started to think about the implications, cause and effect, fate. What can I say? I was a weird kid. I decided to try an experiment. I was going to try to change the course of one of these moments. Eventually, one happened while I was talking with some friends in 4th or 5th grade. I tried to figure out what to, because there's a kind of compulsion to say what I was going to say during the conversation. Which only makes sense. You would say what you would say, because it's what you would say. See how weird it gets? What I did manage to do was to simply not say my line during the conversation as I remembered it. And what happened? Nothing. The conversation continued exactly as I remembered it, as if nothing had changed. Now there are all sorts of existential conclusions that can be drawn from this little experiment. What I took away from it was that fate was a real thing and not changeable. I still don't know how to feel about that. When I hit puberty, this gift, or whatever you'd call it, vanished without a trace, and what it was replaced by was chronic depression. Yup, that right, my cool X-Men power was replaced by a long-lasting mental illness that I'm still taking medication for, and still isn't under complete control 30 years later. Fuck you, fate. I still had these remembered moments as I got older. As time went by, they came less and less often, until the current day, when it's been a decade since it last happened. A number of years ago, my mom and I were visiting New York to celebrate my 18th birthday together, and while we were there we had tickets to a paper goods trade show. She's an artist, so this was for her work. My mom is this total Midwestern sweetheart who wouldn't raise her voice or talk back to anyone ever. I'm much more assertive and decidedly less sweet, so when we're together I've sort of become her protector. I undertook the role of figuring things out on the trip, leading the way through crowds, etc., as she was more than a little overwhelmed. We leave the trade show mid-afternoon and join the smallish group of people milling around outside the venue looking for a cab. We wait for a while, but no available cabs are showing up, and we are contemplating how to walk back to the hotel, which was a fair distance away over a cars-only bridge, no sidewalk. Right then this very nice, clean-cut black guy rolls up in a black Mercedes SUV, and he has a suit on which somehow in my mind made me think he was part of a car service, since we had taken one from LaGuardia into the city. He asks if we need a cab and we say yes, but something feels wrong. I felt like an asshole for not trusting someone when he was clearly offering to help us, but once we got in it became very obvious why it didn't feel right. The manual part of the automatic locks had been removed from the rear doors, so the only way to control the locks was from the driver's seat using the unlock/lock all doors button. And, needless to say, he locked the doors as soon as we got in. He had also used the child lock window setting where none of them will roll down except for the driver's side window. My mom and I look at each other, and she's scared out of her mind. Seeing her so scared makes me furious. I'd never been this angry in my life. Partly out of fear, but mostly because I was to blame for leading my mom into this situation. I calmly tell him to stop. We are getting out now. He refuses, telling me it would be $100. I tell him absolutely not. Let us out of the car. He refuses again. My mom offers him the $20 she has in her wallet. We were told not to carry much in the way of cash, but he won't take it, and I can't hold my anger back anymore. I yell, "Are you fucking kidding me?" and start in on him, all while pounding on the windows and shouldering up against the doors trying to make as much noise as I could. After about 5 minutes I was imagining what next step I could take to make him let us out, when he says fine. $20. We give him the $20 and he unlocks the doors. We stumble out onto the sidewalk into the sunshine and are in disbelief. To this day I don't know if his motives extended beyond simple robbery, but I know we were lucky to get out only having lost $20. My mom made me promise to never tell my dad, who would have immediately gone full beast mode and hunted the guy down himself with his Mossberg. We haven't talked about it since, and to this day my dad doesn't know. TLDR, visited New York from the Midwest. Got into a cab that wasn't a cab. Lost $20, but could have lost much more. Ever watch that one episode of Hey Arnold? I was a sophomore in high school and there was a guy in class who had a thing for me. He was cute, really awkward. Conversations transpired through murmured stuttering, silence walking me to classes, or notes with check boxes. I found this adorable. He got better at talking, and at some point we exchanged numbers and he would call me at night and we'd talk about nonsense. One day I got his call, but it was his younger brother who called. I know you don't know this, but I think you should. But my brother has a shrine of you. Being the days of MySpace, he told me to get online to show me pictures. Half of the kids' room was a shrine. The wall had millions of photos of me, from my profile and randomly taken in school without me knowing. There was a bookcase filled with crumpled work papers, my name on assignments cut out and put on hearts. There was a bundle of hair on a doll that resembled me and had parts that were from me in a way. Like chewed gum I threw away, fashioned a smile. And then there was my belongings. He would take things from me without me knowing. Nothing big. The number one piece of his collection was a tie I used to wear. Wasn't a typical lady in high school. There was shoelaces I switched out, armbands that had fallen off or broke. Anything I had was on shelves surrounded by candles. He also had pictures of me under his pillow, laminated. He would practice making out with them in the morning and night. He also kept one in his wallet and would do the same. His father got weirded out by this and had to sit him down and give him a heart-to-heart about why you shouldn't make out with pictures in your wallet, in public areas especially. I had to hear about the heart-to-heart from him and his father later down the line. Well, I have a story that friend once told me, and it scared me to bits. First off, let me apologize, I'm not native English speaker, and I will try my best to describe the story in the best way possible. Writing at his point of viewpoint, it was summer 2014. We were at my dad's woodhouse camping for a few days. Classic college kids camping stuff point. But the very last day of our camping trip, we decided to spice it up, got the bows, and started talking about ghosts, paranormal activities and whatnot. It took us half an hour to realize that we should try to summon a ghost or any paranormal creature that can exist in this universe. A group of 6 of us sat together in the perfect circle, in the middle being a wooden table with glass of water and a candle on top of it. Grandma told me that trick for summoning ghosts, having the needle tied to a rope and holding it on top of a burning candle. We would all hold our hands, and one of us, that would be me, was standing in the middle holding the needle above the lit candle. We were mumbling classic ritual stuff. And nothing happened for the next 10 minutes. We did not give up hope, since we wanted something to actually happen, even if it would be by accident. 10 more minutes passed. All the doors and windows slowly opened. A cold breeze went through the room, and we were all shook and frozen. I could not move an inch, nor anyone else could. One girl started crying, but could not move her hands to break the circle. That was one of the methods to cancel the ghost. Break the circle, or let go of the needle. I could not do that for 2 minutes. I could not bring myself to let my 2 fingers relax. I was terrified, and one simple thing would undo all of this. In the very end, I did let go of the needle, and the breeze stopped. From then on we decided to never summon ghosts. Well, that's the story he told me and my friends, and he faking started crying while he was telling it, which bring us more chills. My family had just moved into a new house the summer I turned 15. The house was in no way old or creepy or anything like that, but about a month after we moved and my littlest sister, 4 at the time, got really weird about her room and the circle head. She wouldn't play in her room alone for very long during the day, but she didn't usually like to be alone anyway, so we didn't think anything of that. Each night she would get more and more adamant about sleeping with mom and dad or sissy, me. She started out just being Winnie, but after a couple of weeks she'd go into full-blown tantrum mode at bedtime. Why? The circle head point she would scream and cry that the circle head watched her, that she didn't want the circle head to look at her. At first everyone blew it off, but we got a little more creeped out every night. We looked all around her room and outside of it for anything circular or that would make a scary shadow or reflection, but never found everything point. Eventually it was just too much and my dad, a very spiritual / religious person, had enough. He tore through her room praying in every corner, commanding the presence out in the name of Jesus. While doing this, he noticed that the all ladybugs on the border around the room had 6 dots. He didn't like that, so he made another round, this time armed with a Sharpie, adding another spot to each one point. The next night, no more crying. My little C's was never afraid of her room again. Point to this day I have no idea if just seeing her daddy praying in her room had some kind of placebo effect on a kid with sleep paralysis, or if there really was something in that room. Either way, it's hands down the creepiest thing I've ever witnessed. Not really very fond of this story for obvious reasons, but it sure as fuck was creepy. When I was 13 I lived with my mom and brother and my mom worked 2 jobs, so she didn't get home until late at night and left early in the morning. This particular night she slept over at her boyfriend's, who lived in the same complex, so no big deal. Second, woke up one morning to the feeling of being touched on my lower back. I immediately flipped over and saw a guy ducking down by the side of my bed. Because apparently he thought I was faking retarded. I took a deep breath and told him, you know I faking saw you, right? He stood up, told me some bullshit about how he tore the screen off my window and came inside to look for his lost cat, then climbed back out the window. I'm nearsighted and wasn't wearing my contacts / glasses, so all I saw was that he was wearing the local military academy's jacket. I slammed the window and locked it, then new lines for the kitchen point and a big as butcher knife. Went into my brother's room and of course he was dead asleep, which was interesting because the cops talked to my brother about it. Apparently the guy had done the same thing to other women and he looked like him. The super creepy part was, I was sleeping in my mom's room, which I normally didn't do. Combine that with my brother and I shared that room, and I believe the guy had been watching me for a bit and waited until he knew my mom was gone and I'd be alone. Since that day I've slept with a weapon either under my pillow or nearby. I've since upgraded to a machete. I've had 3 people die that were close to me. I seem to have a sense that something happened every time. Point, I really liked a certain uncle when I was a kid. He died when I was 13 years old. I remember sitting outside on a summer afternoon watching people jump on a trampoline and having a sudden feeling of something just not being right. No visions or premonitions or anything specific, just a weird feeling. This was 3 in the afternoon. That evening I found out from my mom that he had died that afternoon when his boat went over a spillway while fishing that afternoon. Point, when I was 19 I had a friend that committed suicide by shooting himself in the head. I was walking up the back stairs of my apartment at around 9 to 10 in the evening. I don't remember exactly now. I had what can only be described as a panic attack. My girlfriend, now wife, was with me. It was obvious to both of us that I was having a panic attack. Never had one before. I told her something was definitely not right. It was the next morning that I found out my friend had shot himself in the head around the time of my panic attack the night before. Point, when I was 36 I was wrestling on the floor with my kids and had a very sudden sense that again, something was not right. I abruptly stopped wrestling. I received a phone call 5 minutes later from my sister-in-law that my brother, 8 years older, was being worked on my M's. I rushed they lived 1 mile away, and watched as they did chest compressions. He had no sustainable heart rhythm when they was working on him. He was rushed by ambulance to the hospital but was pronounced dead 1 hour later. I'm a pretty logical, science-driven guy. I have a long-held faith in Jesus and the God of the Bible. I do not understand any purpose or framework for these events. In no case did they give me an edge or in any other way change the course of events. I was not able to change the unfolding of events, nor did I have a direct, clear understanding that someone had died. The events are a mystery to me. I'm not afraid of the dark and the dead as much as most people are, and to this day I still don't fully believe in paranormal activities, but I have a couple of stories that I cannot logically explain. If someone could provide a logical explanation, I'd be quite relieved. I'll begin with a short one. My grandfather died when I was just 7 years old. Years later I was alone at home during midday and our brand new TV started flickering on and off, even though it was powered off, and I wasn't anywhere near the remote. For some reason, I impulsively said, "Grandpa, don't do that, it's annoying." The flickering immediately stopped, and our TV hasn't flickered like that ever since. When I was about 17, my cousins and I visited his grave along with one of my friends. I wanted to pay my respects to him. I paid my respects, no trouble there. Then we began to make our way home. As we were walking away, I felt the urge to look back at the cemetery, and when I did, I distinctly saw something that looked like a white mist or a wisp of very clear smoke rise from one of the graves in front of the cemetery's fence. It rose until it floated a few inches above the grave, then it floated towards the grave next to it, and sank back down into it. It was summer dusk with no wind, so it couldn't have been the smoke of a candle, plus I could see fairly well, daylight and all. Besides, mist and smoke don't just sink. When I was 16, we lived in a house in a rather quiet area. Our neighborhood consisted of a total of 5 houses, including ours. 4 of them are clustered together next to each other, my house being the one sandwiched in between. The 5th is about 100 meters away, and it was the only other occupied house at the time. The rest of the area is vast fields of olive trees with dirt roads and only one street lamp next to the furthest house. So, as you can imagine, it gets pretty dark at night. Now, my mom and I weren't afraid of the darkness, and we were bored to boot, so we decided to go for a walk. We held hands and started to walk towards the 5th house. Darkness in front of us with only a faraway light to illuminate our destination. We suddenly saw the black figure of a man walk towards us, indistinguishable due to the blinding light behind him. The problem was, the man wasn't making any sound as he walked. On a dirt road. If you've ever walked on a dirt road, you know that shit is loud as fuck, but all we could hear was our own footsteps, and that man ignoring us completely, and walking towards us, as if we weren't there. I turned and whispered to my mom, "Do you see that guy?" And she said yes. In the short moments we had averted our eyes from that black figure, it had found itself directly in front of us, but it was still featureless. And in the blink of an eye, it walked on, and it was gone. It walked on. Between us. We were holding hands, and were too close to each other for a human of any size to just fit through, and we felt nothing push us. It was in front of us, and then directly behind us, and we heard no footsteps on the gravel. We looked at each other, and then back behind us, and he was gone. We promptly returned to our house, and basked in the glory of artificial light. We both agreed that we saw, and heard the exact same thing, but couldn't explain it. TLDR. 1. I might have told my grandpa's ghost not to mess with the TV and he listened too. I saw a mist pay a visit to a grave. 3. Another black figure phased right through mine and my mom's hands. The creepiest thing I ever experienced was being felt up in my sleep by a long-standing friend of the family while I was asleep on his couch. I was 17 and he was in his early 50s and had a massive drug and alcohol addiction. He actually once purchased a pharmacy to smuggle drugs through. That was by far the creepiest thing to ever happen to me. Something that has always stuck with me though as an extremely creepy experience was something that happened when I was a freshman in high school. I went to a 4th of July party at a friend's house. Her house was extremely remote in the woods of New England and her parents were relaxed about letting my friend Amy and her twin brother throw parties. Amy and her brother, brought us way back, deep into the woods behind their house, to show us where someone had built a complete cabin, but, for some reason, abandoned construction of it right towards the end. When we went inside it was completely pitch black, as this was at night, and we could very barely see where we were going. I shit you not, we were using Bic lighters to guide the way. So dumb, in retrospect. Anyway, we start to head down into the basement, which looks terrifying when all you can see are a few steps down, and then complete blackness, and all of us hear this shuffling sound from down below, and then what sounds like a mix between a man groaning and trying to speak. We all completely freaked out, lost our shit, panicked and screamed trying to get out of this dark cabin, which also, of course, was rumored to be haunted. The cabin itself wasn't the worst of it though. It was technically our second trip out there. The first time had been at twilight, when it was still just light enough to see things around you. All around the proximity of the cabin, in a big circle, were huge cow heads that had been cut off and hung in the trees. I have absolutely no idea why someone would do this. There seemed to be 5 or 6 of them, some of them with all kinds of stuff trailing out of the back. Others looked like clean chopped off heads. I couldn't really see how decayed they were. I honestly don't remember any particular smell point. I know it sounds crazy, but both stories are true. I have never been able to figure out what the hanging cow heads was supposed to be, but I've come to assume that maybe it was just some crazy guy living out in the woods in that cabin that we happened to startle. I guess it could have been an animal, but the sound we heard was definitely human sounding. I swear a little, so beware point. When I was about 15 years old, me and a few friends met up to squirrel hunt for an afternoon. We got to our usual meeting place in the woods, a large wooden shack. We had hidden some coolers for food and stuff, so we sat down to eat while we waited for our other friend to get there. We only had .22s, and were all anxious to see what our bounty would be for the day. Then around 3 PM we hear this rustling in the woods. My one friend shouts about faking time, and the rustling stops. We all go quiet thinking it's some faking joke. We listened for maybe 5 minutes before we started talking. We just thought it was a deer or something. Then the talk turned to what most 15-year-old boys will talk about, zombies and boobs. So the zombie talks last about 20 minutes when we hear another rustle in the woods. We think it's a deer and keep talking. The rustling kept getting louder and louder until it was right outside the door. We all grow silent as death waiting for something. We all grab our guns and wait. Then boom. The faking door comes flying open and all we can see is the silhouette of a man holding a double-sided axe. He bellows out something we couldn't make out and point our guns at him, thinking these roided up BB guns were gonna scare him. Then he arches the axe up and bellows again. Fearing for my life and my friend's life, I shot towards him 6 or 7 times. He chucks the axe and then grunted and fell away and ran into the woods. The axe drills the wall about 4 inches away from my head, and we all jump up and run for the door, screaming and cursing after him. Then we said to hell with the squirrels and ran the 2 miles back to my friend's grandparents and told them the story. They went back out later with bloodhounds and bigger guns and found blood, but no man point, and that's how we survived a psychotic axe-wielding murderous maniac. Posted this a while ago, but seems pretty relevant now. Point as normally happens when I start one of these. The faker turned out way longer than I intended. Point. When I was a kid, I grew up at a campground, literally spent the whole summer there, as a relative managed it, and worked night security. So I'd been camping throughout my life. On my 21st birthday, some buddies and I decided to go on a trip and do some real camping way out in the bush. Point. We Google Maps said a nice spot near a small river along the coast of Lake Superior and set off on our way. It was only a few hours to the boat launch, and we would canoe along the beach for a few miles to get to this spot. We are talking real remote. The nearest road was 5 miles, and other than trekking through the woods, the only way to get there would be to go back the way we came, along the beach. Point. So we set up camp near dark, get nice fire going, and bullshit and drink for a few hours. By around midnight we are all getting tired. After all the paddling and stuff we had to do, we were pooped, so we go to our tents. Now, even though I've been camping my whole life, I'm still a light sleeper and I can hear something moving around outside the tents, on the periphery of the campsite. Heavy steps, but clearly they are shoes. Naturally I assume it's one of my friends going to take a piss, even though I didn't hear any tent zip as the steps fade away towards the beach, and after 20 minutes or so I forget about them and begin to drift off to sleep. Next morning we all get up and start making breakfast and collecting wood. The walking never comes up, and we carry on. Later in the day, we all head to the river to do some fishing and split off into groups. I'm fishing with a friend in the tent next to mine, and when the other guys split off, he starts asking if I heard anything last night. I tell him about the footsteps, and he nods. He then tells me that about an hour after they walked off they came back. I mentioned to him that it was probably someone from camp, and he tells me that he doesn't think so because they never went into a tent. He says that the steps walked past the tents and then carried on into the woods. Jump forward to the last day of the trip. No footsteps are heard all through the week. Until the last night. We all settle in early since we have to pack all our shit up and paddle back, and about half an hour and I can hear the steps off at the back edge of the clearing again. They are kinda faint, but as I can start to hear them more clearly, they pick up pace until they are at a full run, and they storm past all the tents, back towards the beach again. We are talking full speed sprint. If you've ever heard a person running while you're still, it's faking loud as sheet point. This time we all wake up, and everybody climbs out of their tents, flashlights ready. Everybody is present, but there is no sign of whatever or whoever ran through. The soil in the area was fairly soft. If it was a deer or a bear there would be clear prints. If it was a human, there would have definitely been some footprints. But even the tall grass wasn't disturbed along the edge of the sight point. Nobody got any sleep after that. We packed up all our sheet except the chairs and waited around our fire until the sun came up. TLDR mysterious footsteps at a very remote area scared the shit out of a small group of friends. A sequence of eerie things happened to me one morning my senior year of high school at about 7 AM. I was home alone that morning as my parents had already left for work, but wasn't really thinking about that since I was 17 and had just woken up. I was sitting at our kitchen counter eating cereal when the weirdness started. The chair I was on had an ancient children's toy attached to the back of it from when we were little. This toy had certain little levers that would make different sounds and also play a music box kind of tune. I was just sitting there munching away when the toy starts playing music very softly, as if somebody had just ever so slightly began to pull one of the levers. I thought to myself, well, that is kinda unsettling, but figured it was an old toy, so whatever. I was still only half awake at the time. Things got weirder. I go upstairs to brush my teeth feeling a little creeped out but not much. There is a light at the top of the stairs that I always turn on out of habit because I didn't like walking up the stairs in the dark as a child. This light is right next to a smoke alarm that occasionally will go off when the light is turned on, but always beeps only once or twice. I flick the switch to turn the light on and the smoke alarm goes crazy. It must have beeped about 6 times before I went, okay, flicks off the switch, and the alarm keeps going. It went for about 3 more beeps before stopping. In my entire time at the house this had never happened before. At this point, something made me glance back toward the kitchen counter. It's cheesy, but I didn't feel alone. I didn't feel threatened either, so I reasoned that until I saw something I wouldn't freak out. I was pretty uneasy at this point, so I quickly finished my morning routine and was packing my bag for swim practice when the last straw occurred. I was ready to go, but couldn't find my goggles, even though I could have sworn I had just seen them on the bathroom counter when I was brushing my teeth. I get pretty mad when I can't find things, and I was beginning to be late, even though I had had plenty of time. I checked everywhere in my room and finally went back to the bathroom to check the counter one more time. Again I got the feeling I wasn't alone, and finally out of frustration, and half actually asking, yelled, where the hell are my swim goggles? Then it happened. The bathroom door was about 4 feet away, half opened on my right. The doors in the house have the old-fashioned loose heavy metal door knobs. Immediately after I yelled, I heard the handle go ka-thunk, as if somebody had just given it a solid shake. My goggles were swinging from the handle. I calmly said thank you, and went blazing out of the house as fast as I could. I never had experienced anything creepy at all in the house until that morning. Maybe something was just passing through. Either way, it was one too many inexplicable things for me. I can't decide which of these is creepier, so I'll post both. Back in high school there was a big field with a bunch of trees, an abandoned barn, and an old shot up car across the street from my friend's neighborhood, so we'd go over there to explore a lot. You had to climb through a barbed wire fence to get there, and we always climbed through the same spot, since it was more stretched out than the rest. So we climb through like normal, explore, and decide to head back. But when we get to the fence there's a huge wad of matted, wet blonde hair tangled in the fence, where we climb through. It definitely wasn't there when we went through the first time, and it hadn't rained to get the hair so wet, nor had we seen anyone else around. We never figured out where it came from, but we were pretty freaked out. So this happened the summer before college. My friend and I drove down to see a concert with one of our other friends in Houston. We were the only three in my car all weekend. When we got back I noticed a chunky, beaded cross necklace in my cup holder. I text my friend to let her know that she left it, and she says it isn't hers. We both assume it belongs to Houston friend and go about life as normal. I put it in my console to get it out of the way, but the next time I get in my car it's back in my cup holder. I put it back in my console, only to find it in front of my speedometer next time I get in my car. For the next few months the necklace moves around like that. It finally started to weird me out a little. The next summer my friend in Houston has moved back to Dallas and had a baby, so I go over to babysit and tell her that I've had her necklace all this time if she wants it back. Turns out it wasn't hers. So now we have no idea how it got into my car or how it keeps moving around. I had had it hanging on my rearview mirror for a while, but one day I got in my car and it was gone. I never saw it again. Posted this before. All the names are changed for the story. Wall of text. I think this was 5 years ago. After a breakup from a serious relationship, I was drinking a lot and became an alcoholic. I started talking to this girl named Candace from POF. We bonded a lot over shitty malt liquor. Her favorite was Earthquake 12% malt liquor and just overall shitty life at the time. She was pretty, funny, and seemed to understand my situation better than most did at the time. She was in the same miserable boat as me at the time and drank more than she should too. After about 2 weeks of talking she invited me to a nearby lake to get drunk with her and some friends during a holiday weekend. I was in a weird place and anxiety got the best of me. She was really hot and I cancelled. We kept talking and over the next month she invited me to go other places 2 more times and I never did. From the point forward, she never asked to hang out again from anyone else in this story either. So I was still talking with her because she was still talking with me even though I chickened out a few times. I talked with her every day for months. We knew a lot of personal details about each other. We had deep talks about previous relationships and both of us being alcoholics. She seemed perfect, so I finally worked up the courage and asked her to meet me at a mall nearby. She was a no-show. She had an excuse for it, so I'll let it be. This happened a few more times, me inviting her to a specific public place, so I figured my initial hesitation probably scared her off. After a few more months of talking, I pretty much gave up and started talking to her much less and trying to find someone else. At this point there was little to no emotional investment on my part. A friend of mine, David, has a habit of being friends with everyone's ladies. She had already talked with a few of my friends over FB by this time. He had attempted to meet her a few times and it always ended with a no-show. For timeline, this is about 10 to 12 months after we started talking. We figured a long time ago that we are being catfished, so decided to figure out if that was true. My friend David is also a network admin, and I forget exactly the circumstance, but he ended up telnet into her shitty Windows XP PC. This is where it gets really weird. So he spent 2 days remotely connected to the PC, and while it wasn't in use, he started extracting info. Turns out she was a he, but that wasn't a huge shock. David pulled all the saved form data from his Firefox and looked for any personal files. This was only easy to do due to the fact this guy's PC was old and had very little, if any, protection. It was basically a combination of things wrong with his PC that allowed this to work as well as it did. So from the form data we got this guy's name, Robert, and saved passwords for all his accounts. He was a Mexican male in his 30s and was pretty fat. Found out where he lived and that he lived with his parents in an apartment complex. We were even able to see what he was doing in real time. His computer was filled with tons of strange photos and applications, but I barely remember the details of that part. While we were watching his screen, he decided to flip to porn. So we were going to shut it off because I don't want to see what this guy masturbates to, but he then flipped to a picture on Facebook labeled niece, looked around 8 to 9 in age. He would then Alt+Tab back to porn for a minute then back to little girl picture on Facebook. He did this quite a few times. So after finding all this out, I just figure the guy is a piece of shit basement dweller and never talk to them again. And this is where it gets even stranger. While look at his screen a little later. He went to Facebook page of a girl that looked exactly like Candace. This was the girl he was stealing photos from. So I was able to find out her name from the FB, Brittany, and a quick online search I found her address. Your personal information is pretty easy to find online with just a name. She lived in an apartment building, and her apartment was directly across from Robert's. I contacted Brittany through FB to let her know this guy was basically impersonating her, and he lives right next to her. This girl, who I had never contacted before, had the same mannerisms and preferences for shitty malt liquor that the fake had. Brittany was an alcoholic too, and related to me just in the same way Candace did. We bonded over the same things I did with Candace. When speaking with her, it felt like talking to an old friend and the exact same person as Candace. I knew personal things about her that Candace had told me, and they were all true. Everything she was spot on Candace. This just felt like meeting Candace all over again. This time, I was sure this wasn't the same person online, as I spoke with Brittany in person and on the phone many times after this all came out. She said she saw this guy a few times and he seemed creepy but harmless. She never spoke to this man. A few weeks later she moved to a different town to avoid him and get away. We were good friends for a while because we got along just as well as me and Candace. We kept in contact for a few years, but we slowly drifted apart as she had moved. A man she had never spoken to and no connections to had intimate details of her life, then used that to impersonate her online. We figured he wasn't technically skilled enough to stalk electronically, or what we did wouldn't be possible. The best we can assume is that he went through her trash and just watched her a lot, or created a fake Facebook to impersonate someone else and try to get to know her, but she didn't think so. Her Facebook was private, and he wasn't her friend. The things that I think about the most is, why was I invited to go with him to a lake 1 hour away from my town? Robert, as Candace, only asked 3 times to ever meet, and that was within the first month. After that I never got asked and neither did David. Any meeting set up with Robert before we knew was something either me or David arranged and was always a no-show. Moral of the story, don't use Windows XP without getting Service Pack 1. One afternoon, about 7 years ago, I was watching TV in the living room when my mom, who was standing in the kitchen, told me there were some shady looking people, a guy and a girl, going from car to car on our street, trying to open the car doors. When they got to mom's car, she opened the kitchen window and yelled at them to go away. They started making their way further down the street and I really should've just let it go, but I wasn't gonna let them steal someone else's car, so I put my jacket on and went outside and started following them. I caught up with them about 100 yards from my house, where they were standing next to a car which was stuck in a pile of snow about 2 feet high. I asked them if it was their car, and they told me it was. I started calling them out on obviously being either drunk or high or perhaps both, because they were acting really sketchy, and just from looking at the car, they denied it, of course, but there was no doubt they were under the influence. By that time, my dad, who just arrived home from work, pulled up behind me. He got out of his car and walked up to us, and I started telling him what was going on and that I was gonna call the cops. I took a few steps back and started dialing, and just as I was about to put the phone to my ear, my dad said, "No, you're not going anywhere." I looked up and saw the guy pulling out a screwdriver that he started waving around like a knife, yelling, "What the fuck are you gonna do about that?" Me and my dad both almost flew into his car and locked the doors, and I made the call to the cops. As I was talking to the operator, the couple started walking away, and the operator told us to follow them with the car. So we did. After about 5 to 10 minutes, I noticed another car that was actually tailing us. It was obvious it wasn't just an unmarked police car. After a while we lost sight of the people we were following. So we decided to drive out of the immediate area for a while, to at least shake off whoever was tailing us. That didn't work, however. We went a few miles, made U-turns and everything, but they stuck with us. A police officer called me, and I told him we'd lost the couple, but gained someone following us. To my surprise, he didn't really care. He just told me they'd go have a look in a while. Finally, after about 1,5 hours the car behind us took off and we went home. Not feeling safe at all, but at the same time we didn't want to leave mom home alone. A few hours later the policeman called again and said they hadn't found the couple. Also he asked if we wanted to press charges. Since we weren't really sure what was up, we decided to sleep on it. The next day, we looked up who owned the car that had tailed us, but it didn't ring any bells. Since we'd gotten his address too, I asked a friend living in that area if he knew anything about the guy. That's when I got really scared. He told me to seriously stay as far away as possible from that guy because he was the sort of criminal you didn't at all want to rub the wrong way. We were too scared to press charges, so we just let it go. I felt really uneasy for a few months, but thankfully nothing happened. Since I was 2 I have lived in the house my great grandfather built when he came to America sometime in the 1920s. 3 of my family members have died in the house. One was a suicide, died wearing black pants, a white dress shirt, and work boots. When I was younger I shared a room with my brother. Every night I would feel like someone was sitting on the edge of my bed. This continued until my mom built me my own room and I moved out of the room I shared. A little relevant backstory for this next part, my great grandfather had owned a construction company, and so does my grandfather. My grandfather was alive until recently and always wore his work boots, so it was common to hear the sound of work boots coming up the back steps, which is a very distinct sound. There were many evenings where we would all be eating dinner or relaxing in the living room and we would hear boot steps coming up the back stairs. Of course we would be waiting for my grandfather to come in, but the door would never open. Once we would get up to look we would realize his truck was not in the driveway. This continues for many years to the point where we completely ignore it. To this point nobody has actually seen anything odd. Then one day my dad is in my parents' room, the room my great uncle committed suicide in, and he looks out the window that overlooks the front yard. Standing at the end of the driveway is a man wearing black pants, a white dress shirt, and work boots. We were all thoroughly creeped out. Recently my parents moved out of state, and my boyfriend and I moved back into the house. One night I'm tossing and turning, so my boyfriend goes to sleep in the room I used to share with my brother. A few weeks later I'm joking with him that it's a good thing we have an extra room so if we break up he can just move into that room and still split the rent. He tells me he never wants to sleep in there again. He barely slept all night because he felt like somebody was sitting on the end of the bed. So this happened about a month ago. My family has some friends up in Minnesota that own a sort of timeshare/condo thing at a resort on one of the billion lakes up there. So we take a vacation up there every year or so for a week and fish and do all of the stereotypical the great outdoors type shit. To the point anyway. Close to our townhome is an indoor public pool for guests with a big as hot tub, which means a shit ton of old people. Being the independent teenager I currently am, I decide to go chill out at the tub with the old dudes and maybe shoot pool in the rec room or something. Anyway, I'm in the large swimming pool area with just a cool elderly couple and myself relaxing my heart out until I notice a fully clothed, probably 5 feet 2 inches, heavy set, fairly old, rather innocent looking man wearing a Spam shirt, the canned mystery meat. This doesn't mean much but it definitely adds to the level of weird. A set of suspenders, a pair of dad jeans and some white Skechers. So this small man walks from the main doors to where I'm at by the hot tub and pulls up a chair right behind me before asking, "Are you cooking yet?" Weird but kind of playful banter, you know, old people. I reply with something along the lines of almost, and laugh it off. Old folks and their jokes, right? I get suspicious of him trying to steal my phone or room key, etc. So I decide to emerge and wash all the kid piss off of me in the bathroom shower and try and avoid the sketchy dude taking my sheet. I grab my personal effects and hit the showers. This old couple being equally suspicious of his intentions, I shoot them a look of worry as I'm walking away. So here I'm scrubbing the germs from my body when I hear the bathroom door slam shut. The man didn't slam the door, it just does that, and it scared the faking shit out of me. I'm in an almost empty large swimming facility, in the shower, keeping swimming suit on, hearing the door shut. I'm flipping sheet, trying to be quiet, as if he doesn't notice the shower on. A little after the slam the shower curtain opens, and there's this faking dude just looking at me. Now I'm 1 foot and built rather well, and yet still terrified by this dude getting up in my shower. He says, "Wow, you're a tall boy." And I reply, "Yeah, I know. How much do you weigh?" He asks me about 175. I answer, just freaking out. Wow, this all happens during him looking me up and down, faking nerve-wracking. I hear the door shut again. It's the friendly man from the hot tub telling the spam pedophile to get the fuck out. I think I cold handled myself, but seriously I'm so glad I didn't have to. Scary as fuck. Point TLDR, was just kicking it with the elderly in a hot tub. Man creeps me out. Take shower in bathroom. He follows me in, opens the curtain and checks me out. Almost got raped. Still spooked. Very sorry if this was poorly written and kind of a letdown. It sketched me out and I wanted to share it. Point edit. Did not realize how late I was. During my senior year of high school I worked at JCPenney. I would usually get home from work around 10 p.m. At some point I developed this paranoia that I was being followed by the car behind me if they follow me onto my street. Often it was the next door neighbors who were getting home the same time. If my paranoia was really acting up, I'd keep driving past my house to see if they would stop or keep following me. Every time I did this the car stopped and I had a sigh of relief as I berated myself for being paranoid. One night on my way home a car turned behind me onto my street. I decided not to let my paranoid side get the better of me and I pulled up in front of my house. I noticed though that the car was pulling up closer than my neighbors usually did. At this point I decided, you know what, to hell with, let's be paranoid. I decided to drive down my street and make a left. The mystery car followed. I started to panic, but it's possible it was just coincidence. Plenty of cars used my street as a through street. I decided to make another right, so did the car. At this point I try to get a look at the car. Maybe it was one of my friends or something. I look in the rearview mirror and see a silver car, kinda sporty, with tinted windows. None of my friends have a car like that. I decided to make a turn down an alley that backtracked the way I came so I could know for sure if the car was following me. I decided to race down the alley to lose him just in case. I fly down the alley and as I reached the end I came to a stop. My heart was throbbing and I started to relax. Either I wasn't being followed or I lost the. I noticed a dark silhouette moving in my rearview mirror a second before the lights of the car turned on. I floored it, making turn after turn down several streets, desperately trying to lose this night rider. But every turn I made he was right on my ass 15 feet behind me. Then I turned into the high school parking lot near my house. I pulled out my phone and dialed my dad as I was doing laps around the parking lot. When he answered I screamed, "Get out to the front of the house now, I'm being chased." Before I got a response I hung up, left the parking lot, and turned down my street. As I pulled to my house I saw my dad walking out in a confused daze. I parked my car, then got out, and ran to my dad. The night rider kept on driving past at around what felt like 50 miles per hour, and turned once it reached the end of our street. To this day I still don't know who it was, or what their intention was. And needless to say I'm always paranoid now that the car behind me is following me. When I was about 11 or 12, our family just moved into our second house. In the house, we had a huge living room type of area near the front door, and could see the balcony of the entire upstairs room with a huge chandelier, and could hear echoes if you wanted to. My older brother took a room that was in the inner part upstairs, which was dark at most of the time even with lights on. My parents' bedroom was near the middle part of the balcony, and I took the first room right next to the stairs. Couple of weeks adjusting in the house, I started to have chills on my spine when it reached nighttime, maybe because I was a kid and was scared of big, dark, empty areas. But I knew this was a different situation. Every night I started having nightmares about a specific part of the house which involved the inner parts from the view of my room. It always involved where my room door opens automatically and the view stops right at the front, like a camera slowly zooming into that inner dark part, and the moment it starts zooming, you see a figure with glowing red eyes and with a mouth that is literally taking a joy in devouring you. The face and body is blank black, just like in The Hobbit when you see the Witch King of Angmar. The dream ending with a half-millisecond close-up of his face and ending there. I have been waking up in sweats during the night turned every lights and turned the TV loud when I was home alone and even afraid to go to sleep. I told my parents about this problem, but they blamed on my wild imagination or having me watching something scary, which I never do. So this problem persisted for months. Never felt like this in my first home. I even decided to confront this entity once and for all in one night, alarmed with my baseball bat and flashlight next to my bed. If I do fell asleep, I would take it with me when I dream. However, the moment I decided to yell and charge, I could only get a squeal out of my mouth, and then half a millisecond, it would end the dream with that entity overpowering and killing me. From that moment, I started to have these weird health issues that only affected me, such as having an intense nosebleed with visible, solid red blood cells continually coming out of my nose one night, and worrying my parents to a point where they were about to call 911. Then it was a couple of months later, where my aunt from another country came over to stay. She was a nice warm person, but one day I broke something, and my mom was spanking me. My aunt was on the balcony glaring down with this uncomfortable laughable grin on her face, as it would be an inappropriate time to grin like that. The moment I looked at her facial expression, that look just reminded of that entity in my nightmares, like it was mocking me. It was really ominous and scary. After about couple of months, we moved. The lesson here to future parents: if your child has a bad feeling about your house and has these reoccurring same nightmares with the same thing over and over again, do not ignore. It's time to move for the sake of that child. Could be that the house had some bad history. Again, this is what I experienced. I got something that happened to me and a couple buddies. I was 16 and my buddies were around the same age. We were on summer break, so we were partying all the time. One of my buddies invited my best bud and I to his house because his mom was gone for the night. Now we lived in a small town, 8k people, and he lived about 15 miles out of town. So really desolate area with only 2 to 3 neighbors within a 5-mile radius. There's a river that runs through his property, access to mountains, and some crazy caves. I only ventured into the caves a couple times because it's like a 7-mile walk along the river. There are some awesome Indian paintings on the rock walls there, like paintings of deer, birds, the sun, etc. My buddy's dad showed the caves to him when he was alive, and he was very into his Native American culture. The caves were not creepy at the time, but now looking back, it was pretty damn strange. It's about 3 AM and we are just hanging out in his living room drinking and smoking the night away. They couldn't get cable/sat out there, so it was just us bullshitting while on the couch. All night we were hearing stuff outside, like some knocks and cracks. We just thought it was either a cougar playing around in the woods or some drunkard shooting guns across the river. We were at this house a lot in the summer and have seen plenty of deer and cougars on his property. We weren't spooked at all. Then all the power goes out. Pitch black everywhere. Looked outside and couldn't see a thing. So the three of us are sort of joking about it, thinking it would come back on in a second. About 5 minutes pass when I say, "What is that?" My buddies shut up and start to hear what I'm hearing. It sounded like a vacuum type of sound, like a bunch of air being moved around really fast. Maybe what people hear during a tornado. Then after all of us heard this strange sound, bam, something hits the side of his house. Shakes the entire wall that I'm sitting beside. We went from joking to curious to holy shit, get me out of here. In about 10 minutes. None of us had cell phones on us, which were worthless anyways out there, and his landline was down as well. Couldn't call anyone, no neighbors, nothing. We decided to light a candle because we couldn't find a flashlight. We opened the back door to see where the breaker was because it was in the backyard. You couldn't see a thing. It smelled like awful sulfur outside. All they have out there is well water, so we thought maybe it was a water line that broke to the house. My buddy ran outside with the candle and flipped the breaker. Nothing. We could see across the river and saw lights on in the backyard of the house over there. It was strange. For the next 3 to 4 hours we laid on the floor of the living room just hoping his mom would show up. Finally, through the trees we saw headlights. We ran outside and told his mom something broke under the house and faked up the power. She went to the breaker, got the power back on, checked the pipes and everything was okay. Being 16 I sort of just thought it was nothing. But 11 years later I still can't tell you what happened that night. I've never heard that sound again and have no idea why the power sheet out on us and not the houses around us and what hit the house so hard that it knocked out the power for hours that early morning. A giant owl? A cougar? Maybe a bear? I have no idea, but whatever it was I don't think it was trying to hurt us. Edit. SP. So I went to another city for college, and while I did my family decides to move to another nicer house from the old one, which was located in the ghettos. On my summer and winter breaks, I would head back to town and stay with my parents them and attend the local community college for it was cheaper than the university I was attending. I would always sleep in the living room sofa because I didn't want to be a burden by taking up the guest room. Now every time I went to sleep, I had the feeling that someone was always watching me and I would not feel a bit more at ease if I was not covered from head to toe in something even in the middle of summer high 90s 107 weather. It wasn't until an incident occurred one night in the living room that my mom came clean. The incident was that one night, while playing a Wii game with my younger brother next to the fireplace, which we didn't use, with my mom watching some drama on TV for some reason a ringtone started playing from my older brother's backpack that he left at the fireplace. The song went something like I'm a rockstar riding on top of a cop car, a pretty popular song at the time. All of a sudden my mom freaked out and told us to go into the master bedroom and she literally had us pull the plugs on all the running electronics at the moment. I tried to reason with her saying that perhaps it was just my brother's phone ringing since he keeps it in his backpack all the time when not on his person. Well, the next day at around 4 p.m. after searching for his goddamn phone all day to no avail, my brother came home from his job at the time and placed his phone on the TV counter. That just basically stupefied me, seeing as how it was remotely impossible for the event last night to happen when he had no other electronics in his bag but his phone, which wasn't even in the bag too. While asking him if his phone has ringtones, he flat out said hell no, this phone's a piece of shit, can't even text. That was when my mom came by and told me we should go for a walk. While outside she told me that the house is actually haunted and that the fireplace was the place of rest for the spirit that is within the house, but luckily as long as we don't disturb it, it wouldn't disturb us also. After that I finally knew what that feeling was that was always watching me while I was trying to sleep in the living room. Though we did move out of the place a short while after it came to light. TLDR. Slept in living room of a haunted house which most likely wasn't a fan of the Nintendo Wii. My cousin was headed for the Marine Corps in the summer when we were both seniors in high school, and so I started spending a lot more time at his place. One Friday night, when I went over to his place to sleep over, he said that he had something planned for us that they had set up the night before. Around 9:30, when it was good and dark, we got into his friend's pickup truck and started driving. Eventually we got to this narrow little dirt road through the woods, which eventually opened up revealing large brick structures that looked terribly creepy. We got out, and he and his other marine-bound friends told us that this was Foxborough Mental Asylum, an old institution that was shut down and was the site of thousands of deaths. We broke in with only one flashlight and explored. It was terrifying. I don't even believe in ghosts really, but I remember that when we got inside I felt like there were hundreds of eyes on me. It was kind of like the feeling of walking late into a movie theater or walking into a busy cafeteria, in that you can just feel the presence of all of these people. I remember never wanting to be in the back of the group as we walked around. There was all kinds of weird stuff left over, like rope and chains and old toys and clothes strewn everywhere. When we got to the basement they showed us pictures on their phone. Apparently the previous night they snuck in and had set up beer cans and balance nails, like metal ones, on their heads into a circular pattern. When we got over to the table the stuff was rearranged into a square. It was unsettling. Then we went outside and found a ladder. We climbed up to the roof. Once we got up there it started raining. There were holes in the roof, and I remember honestly believing that it could give out at any minute, which would easily kill all of us. The structure was like 40 feet high at least. I remember feeling like all these spirits were in the air praying that we would die. I could practically hear them. Despite the spirits there was also a very real threat of vagrants as well. There was a lot that happened that night as we wandered the grounds that was terrifying, and it was truly a life-changing experience that made me question my views on the paranormal. Here's a picture of the place. One time after I concert I with one of my friend Katie, we are both female, Waffle House, pretty normal, but as we are like almost done without food we notice these three guys are hanging around my minivan in the parking lot, so we decide to keep on talking and stuff till they're gone, but like 45 minutes pass, and they are still hanging around, so we decide to call a non-emergency line at the police station and ask them to put a police car in that parking lot if they are not too busy because of those guys, and they say sure. So police start chilling in the parking lot. We figure we can go out, and we do. Well, halfway to my friend's house we notice those guys are following us in a blue car, so we try to make a weird route and drive around to lose them, but they are still following us. So I decide to call my friend Adam, who's like this macho country guy, to go to his house, and he say sure, and once we get there Adam is standing out front to greet you. It's like way past midnight. We notice the blue car passed by pretty slowly. We hang at his house for a bit, and he called the police to talk to them about the car, but they say unless they actually come at us the police aren't gonna do anything about it. I'm too wired to sleep, so we stay up for maybe an hour or two. Then we decide to go back to Katie's house as she's like 19 and her mom probably wouldn't be happy about us staying at a man's house she didn't know, and the mom was out of town too, so that probably would have made it look worse. So we decide to leave, and Adam tells us to call whenever we are inside to know we are safe. So we are almost at Katie's house and notice a car has been following us the whole time since we left Adam's, but has its lights off. So I call Adam again. And this time I'm like, I just want us to stay with you, or you to stay with us, because they're following us again. So we go back to Adam's, he's outside to greet us again, and the car go by again, but still with its lights off. Once we get inside Adam decides to call the police again, because maybe they can get them, because they're driving without headlights. We all settle and go to sleep, Katie and I in the guest bedroom and Adam in his room, and thankfully nothing happens. But, hear this, later Adam was talking to a police officer. He uses off-duty police as security sometimes for events, and the police officer said something like, yeah, we caught those guys. One was on parole and wasn't supposed to be out that late, so he's back in prison. And Adam asks what was he in prison for. The officer says rape, TLDR. Out late with a female friend. 3 guys follow us. We retreat to my male friend's house, then leave thinking they're off out tail, but they weren't. So we end up staying at male friend's house, who finds out later one of the guys was a rapist. This one still confuses me as to how and what point my dad enjoyed night fishing, so I'd go out with him at times on a local lake to fish. He'd bring the boat out and paddle it around at different spots to try and catch fish. We had arrived around dusk, so there was still some light, and remained out there well into the night. This is where it got spooky for me, especially since I hate the dark. I grew nothing but bored of the trip and just started looking about and messing with his binoculars. This is where I noticed bright orbs appear far out in the distance, yet seemingly at the 2 far corners of the lake. The issue was they looked far too bright and close to the land to be stars. I pointed them out to my dad, who was just as perplexed by it. Time seemed to just continue to pass by as the 2 orbs just never grew or shrank. Then I noticed things flying directly overhead from left to right over the lake. The one, I swear, was those pointed light patterns, similar to the Phoenix lights. Oddly enough it later flew back across right to left in the same pattern, same lights, etc. Now the weird part, the orbs of bright light suddenly moved after what seemed like hours of sitting in the distance, flying directly over our small boat, only they weren't balls of lights or UFOs, but rather they seemed to be airplanes. The first flew over, then sometime in the second. Now the entire red thing was both flew directly over our boat. The other odd thing was neither made noise until they were directly over us. Before that they were just bright balls of light, and only when above us did they sound and look like planes. I only live 20 minutes from a small airport and around 40 minutes from a major one. I hear and see planes all the time, day and night. I can even see the light from the local airport's light tower at night from my development. This was nothing like that, and what makes it all the odder was the area we were in is where my father grew up and claimed to see many UFO sightings as a child. A second short story. The house next to my father's, while he was a child, had a stable with horses in it. One night the horses were going absolutely nuts. Full on panic mode basically. My father, his brother and their mother went out to investigate with either a lantern or flashlight. Can't recall specifics on that. Either way, sure enough there was a bright light being cast down onto the stable from what appeared to be a ship. It hovered there silently, just emitting this bright light, while the horses were freaking out. They shined the light onto the object, which caused it to actually drift towards them, and when they removed it, it went back to staying above the stable. More. My mom was on a return trip from Disney World when that I guess somewhat famous UFO sighting happened around the New York Taconic back in the 80s. The only memory she has of it, however, is that there were cars parked all along and down the Taconic with people out looking at the object, and her father refused to pull over. More stories. My father, like many other people, used to go out and explore, whether with or without friends. There were loads old, abandoned houses near him in the woods up on hills, so they'd go in and find old albums, Playboys, etc. One trip, in the middle of the day, he had climbed up a small face of a cliff by pulling himself directly up to check out one house. Sometime later, nearing dark, he began his descent and was back at the same cliff/edge. He began to lower himself down when he happened to look up. Only right where he had just been was now a large hairy creature, I want to say reddish hair, and it just looked down at him. He said he never ran so fast and so hard until he got home and darted right inside. I don't think he ever went back. When I was in middle school, there was a comic book club that I took part in. I was pretty good at drawing, doing the pencils and inks, but I didn't know how to do the colors, as in the types of watercolors and techniques for highlighting, shadowing, and shading. One of the members met a former comic book artist at a local street fair and had him attend the club as a guest who would periodically attend the meetings and tell us about some of the history of comic books and that industry, as well as how to learn the writing/storytelling skills and how to become artists. I should mention that I wasn't aware that there are people who specialize in pencils, some who specialize in inking, and colorists. Anyway, I thought this was a good opportunity to learn, so I asked him if he would teach me. He said he would and invited me over to his house. I went there a couple of times and he told me of various inspirations for his artwork style and stuff, so everything seemed on the up and up. I should mention that he had all sorts of interesting things at his home, including homemade Hawkman and Iron Man helmets, and a secret room with a door concealed by a homemade brick facade. Things got strange, as in creepy, one time, though. It started with discussing anatomy, observing highlights and shading in photographs, to him showing me pictures of naked boys, part of anatomy, to finally him discussing how to masturbate, which is when creepy sense kicked in. This was before pedophile and child molester were commonly mentioned parts of the shared lexicon, when such subjects almost never came up. Even so, something didn't seem right, so I said that I needed to get home and quickly left. He tried calling my home a few times, for which I immediately erased the messages and never returned the calls. That time was the last time. It wasn't until years later, when the prior mentioned terms became widespread, that I realized just how close to the edge I'd come to being a pedophile victim. It was kind of, holy shit, when realization finally clicked. This happened to me. It was back in 1999, so imagine the internet back then. I had just started my first job and was a traveling consultant. I was a city boy and was sent to a project in Greenville, South Carolina. It was late one night and I was at my hotel. I was horny, of course, so I was on AOL chat looking for local girls to hook up with. Yes, this was a thing back then. I met one and of course she didn't have a digital camera or scanner, common back then, so no way to get a pic. One thing led to another, some dirty talk, and she invited me over to her place. I mapped her place and it's about 2 hours away out in the sticks. Keep in mind, it's 11 PM and I have to be at work in the morning at 7 AM, so I have a tough decision to make. My dick gets the best of me and I go. 2 hours later I arrive and it's a shitty little white trash wooden house with screen doors. I'm a bit nervous and freaked out, so I park down the street a ways instead of in the driveway. This turned out saving me later, so I get up the nerve and go up to the door and knock. She opens the door and is standing there in a sexy little gown. Looks wish trashy, but believe it or not she's fakeable. Blonde hair, smells like alcohol, looks like a trashier version of any northern Florida girl, to give you an idea. So, after the long drive and following my dick instead of my brain, I'm in. So we go inside, and it's just a small living area where the couch and the kitchen is right there, and then a dark hallway which I assume leads to the bedrooms of the house. It's hot in there, like no account, bugs flying around, mosquitoes and shit all over the screen door. We go straight to the couch and start making out. I want to close quickly and then get back to my hotel for a few hours of sleep. During the makeout sessions I keep hearing noises from inside the house like a sawing or faking grinding noise coming from down the hallway. Like a low-level hum of some power tools, but not so loud where it's really obvious. Like a dentist faking grinding on something. I ask about it nervously, and she says it's the neighbors, and that she's home alone, and for me not to worry. The noise continues, and I can't focus on making out with her too much, and I start thinking of bolting. I started getting a really bad feeling, like hairs on the back of my neck standing up and something just didn't feel right. My dick went limp. She again assured me that she was home alone and says we can go back to her bedroom if I'd rather. She senses my nervousness and she breaks out some whiskey and says she wants us to drink together and get to know each other more before we go much further. The noise kinda stopped and I relaxed a bit and had a drink and we start making out again. Point as we are sitting there, I shit you not, two faking guys walk from out of the hallway into the living room. Two of the most redneck white trash looking Joe Dirt Deliverance looking guys you've ever seen. They have no shirts on and they are sweating. Older guys. I'm 24 at the time and they are probably in their late 30s. They act all friendly with me, start laughing, say they want to join the party and pour themselves a drink. I'm shitting myself at this point and I start scanning the room for an escape and thinking what can I say to get out of there. There is a front door and back door. So, I play along with it and introduce myself, act like I'm so happy to see them and say, the more the merrier or some shit like that, and I pour us all shots and we take the shots. I want them to put their guard down, while I'm putting my escape plan in action. Then I say, oh yeah, I almost forgot, I've got a great bottle of tequila out in the car, let me go and get it. And I stand up, grab my keys and shit got real. One guy says, I don't think so boy, and he stands up and blocks the front door. The other guy starts moving towards the back door and I bolt, like Lanabaka style, straight through the back door shoulder first and break through it. I stumble out the back, and I'm in a yard with a chain link fence and those guys are coming behind me. I scale the fence and start sprinting around to the front of the house. I see the guys run out the front door and into the driveway and luckily my car was quite a ways down the street, so I'm sprinting like Usain Bolt and I reach the car, dive in and start that faker and drive away. I sensed that they were close behind me, but I didn't look back. I made it back to my hotel and went to work the next morning at 7 AM as if nothing happened. TLDR, met a girl on AOL chat way before any of your time. Ended up in the backwoods of the deep south and almost got fake deliverance style by some inbred rednecks. My ex-girlfriend and I, ghost/supernatural story. Keep scrolling if you are gonna hate. So I'm basically sneaking over every night. Her patents didn't want me over for the night, but we were young so whatever. Over the past few weeks she had been complaining about some weird supernatural shit was happening, like papers would move around while she was sleeping or should wake up and her chair had been knocked over. Nothing ever woke her up and she didn't see anything though, so I didn't really believe it and I just blamed her cat. First really creepy thing that ever happened was we were all sitting in her room and we were drinking vodka and having a grand old time. Halfway through the night she gets really spooked and she's staring at the corner in her room and I can't get her out of this little trance she's in. I look at the cat and the cat is looking at the same corner that she is, both of them not moving at all. So I get a little bit freaked out, but I continue to try to get her to calm down. Then at the same time the cat and my girlfriend look across the room as if their eyes were tracing something walking around. I basically blamed the vodka. I didn't believe in this shit. Told her we are going to bed, and we slept it off. Nothing else happened that night. I told her patents I came over bright and early to see her, and spent the whole day with her. That night I slept over again, and the worst thing happened. So I'm laying in bed with her, spooning her, and my arm is wrapped around her body. She's freaked out, keeps saying she can see this older fat man who just stares at her. I can't see him. Cat isn't in the room tonight. He went away, and I was getting closer to sleeping when this really intense grip on my forearm wakes me up. It's lifting my arm up off of her. I tell her to stop squeezing me. It is hurting me, and nothing is wrong. She immediately gets freaked out and sits up, both of her hands at her side, and that squeezing grip is still on me. I freak out, faking scream, and stand up. More adrenaline than I've ever had in my days. Her mom comes in absolutely livid. They are an extremely conservative Russian family. I'm not supposed to be over ever past curfew. Her dad is ex-KGB or some shit, and threatened to make sure I never see her again if I disobey him. Her mom sees how genuinely afraid we are, and gets us out of that room. She grabs some sage and lights it, and walks slowly into the room with the burning sage in front of her. As she passes through the doorway, the flame starts producing deep black smoke, and whips around. She slammed the door shut, and forbid us from going back in. We all slept in their room that night. Apparently a man had died in that room who was larger, and didn't really have much close family, so he needed attention and comfort. Russians, at least these guys, are pretty superstitious, and have their beliefs. Anyway, I did have a bruise on my wrist for a few days. No one I've ever told this to believes me, unless they have also experienced the fuckery that is supernatural energy. I hope someone here understands me. To this day, I'm legitimately afraid of ghosts and poltergeists. If we start talking about them, and I try to go to bed or walk down an empty hallway or house by myself, I get so freaked out. I can't even handle it. I'll call someone just to talk to them, until I'm calm. Sorry this was so long. I posted this in r/creepy previously. My friends and I were camping out at this hunting cabin in rural Virginia. In order to get to the cabin we needed big SUVs to scale this small mountain. It probably takes 30 minutes to climb the serpentine road, and once we got to the cabin there was nobody around for miles. One creepy anecdote is we arrived well past dusk, and halfway up the mountain there was an abandoned trailer that was completely torn apart to the point that the walls were ripped open, and our headlights shined on the mess that was left inside of the trailer. Once at the cabin we hung out by the fire for a few hours and heard nothing but a small group of wild turkeys a mile or so away, which gave us a quick scare before we realized what they were. We also heard some weird shuffling under the cabin which was behind us. The cabin was lifted about 3 feet off the ground by cinder blocks and was completely open for anything to explore underneath, which kinda freaked us out, but we just assumed it was a small animal or something. As the fire was dying down and conversation ceased, we were all just sorta enjoying this beautiful silence of nature when shit got weird. During this silence I started to pick up a very faint sound. It was so faint I had to ask if my friends could hear it too. We became very still and listened closely for something. As we sat there listening, the sound became louder in our utter stillness. It was the sound of a little girl softly singing. I shit you not, the singing you think of from a horror movie. We all looked at each other with the most "what the fuck is that" faces. My friend who owned the cabin confided that nobody lived within roughly 10 miles in any direction, and nearly 30 plus in the direction the sound was coming from. Note, the sound was not coming from the direction of the abandoned trailer. We listened for a few minutes longer and the sound stayed at the same volume, but we could not make out any words. It was too far away or mumbled. We were hoping that the song would stop, or we would hear a commercial or something, in hope that was just some radio station playing some creepy song. It did not. After maybe 10 minutes the singing stopped. That was enough for us to call it a night and get into the cabin and lock the door. We were 6 guys, and not necessarily afraid of harm, but were extremely creeped out and weary of what was out there. Took a while for us to get to sleep, but I vividly remember waking up and hearing scratching underneath the floorboards of the cabin. It only lasted for a few short moments and was gone. Nothing happened after that, and I was able to get some more sleep before morning. The next morning we woke up to heavy snow falling, not in weather report, and considered staying another night, because scaling down the mountain road was dangerous enough without ice. We ended up leaving, and very carefully driving down, although we had several close calls of almost falling off the side of the road. I never connected this to that trip, but it's almost like the snow was trying to keep us up there for another night. Thank goodness we left when we did, because nearly a foot of snow fell and didn't melt for a few days. We would have been caught up there with that creepy singing girl for a while. I broke up with my girlfriend a couple weeks before I left for college. I just didn't want to deal with the long distance relationship. We'd keep in touch though, talking almost every day. One night she was in her garage getting her cat before she went to bed. While she was in there, a man ran up to the door and started knocking on the window very erratically. She ran back inside and told her parents, but I don't think they called the cops or anything. Her house was a ranch and her room was on the first floor. Occasionally she'd call me late at night saying she thought someone was outside her window and she heard a tapping on it. I didn't think much of it, just thought she wanted an excuse to call. So one night I talked to her and hung up the phone. I checked my phone about an hour later, just because I hadn't fallen asleep. There were a lot of texts from her saying she heard tapping and she was gonna check it out. I called her, texted her, no answer. I told her I was gonna call the cops if she didn't answer, no answer. So I called the police in my hometown and described the situation. They said they'd check it out. I was freaking out in my dorm room, not sure what was going on. Eventually I got a text from her saying she was okay. Apparently she went in the garage where she could see her bedroom window. She was having work done on the garage, so the garage door was locked from the inside. As she walked in the garage and turned the light on, she saw a man in the garage. As she went to go back in the house, the door closed and was locked. She screamed but turned the light off and hid. Her dad luckily woke up and came in the garage and the man ran through the window he had broken in through. They called the cops, but they were already on their way, thanks to me. They found him walking by a nearby school and he went to jail for a couple months with a restraining order, but that's just the beginning. After a couple months she told me she could still hear tapping sometimes. I wasn't sure what to believe, but obviously there was nothing I could do. One morning I woke up to a text from her mom. "Did you talk to Jill last night? Her window was broken and there is blood on the floor. She is missing all day." I was freaking out texting her mom. The guy's house who had previously broken in was not in his house, and it seemed like he took a lot of his possessions. This is where it starts to get faked up. On his computer was hundreds of pictures of her cheerleading at the beach, even with me. Eventually around 5 p.m. they said the police found her. The guy was watching a friend's cat while they were on vacation, and this is where they found her tied up in the basement with plenty of drugs to keep her sedated. He was also there. They arrested him and brought her home safe. She hadn't been raped or hurt. He would just show her the pictures he took of her and say, "You're mine now." That's when it should have ended. But it didn't. The police talked to the neighbors where she was found, and they said they remembered seeing two guys going in and out of the house. I told her not to worry, the other guy was probably just an ignorant friend. I was wrong. She heard the tapping again, eventually. I told her, "Don't worry, it's in your head." I was just trying to calm her down. One night I was on the phone with her and she heard it, so she went to check the window. From a different window in her house she could see a man outside her window. She ran into her parents' room and called the police. Her dad ran outside, but he was gone. A black truck drove by her house a few seconds after. The next night she woke up to her window breaking. The man tried to drug her, but she was able to fight him off. He ran back out the window as her dad was coming. The police came, and the next day were able to find the black truck outside of her house. The guy was gone with possessions. A few weeks later a jogger was running through the woods near this black truck guy's house. He found a body. The body was of a young girl around the age of Jill. Same hair color, similar height and similar name. She had been missing for almost a year in a nearby state. The police never caught the guy.